Good morning. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance Committee meeting of July 6, 2023 is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, can I have the roll call, please?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Present. Senator Blyden present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Here. Senator DeGraff present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Here.
Senator Fred Gregory present. Senator Norvel E. Francis Jr. I'm here. Senator Francis Jr. present. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Present. Senator James Sr. present. Madam Chair, we have 6 members present, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We do have a quorum. Do we have any correspondence to be read into the record?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So good morning to everyone. And I want to take this opportunity to welcome back our colleague, Senator Marvin Blyden. We're very happy that you're back. When I saw you on, what day it was? I get mixed up with the weekends now. 4th of July, I gave you a big hug because I was very happy to see you. So please take care of yourself, and that's for all of us. We all need to take care of ourselves as we do this work for the people. This morning, we have the fine people of the Virgin Islands Bureau of Internal Revenue. So we're looking forward to hearing from them, but I'm going to ask the Madam Clerk to please read today's agenda into the record. But before we go, I have to acknowledge the fact that we have 2 non-committee members here with us. Our Senator Carla Joseph, who I always forget that she's not a committee member because she's always here, so thank you for being here. And Senator Diane T. Capehart, thank you for being here. The work of the Finance Committee, particularly the budget process, is very important. I'm unable to see if we have any colleagues in the St. Croix district, because my screen is off and I can't see that far, but I'm not seeing anyone for now, but as I see them, I will acknowledge that they're here. So, Madam Clerk, can you kindly read the agenda, today's agenda into the record? And before you go, we also have our summer student. Come, you have to come, please, Ms. Deja Hodge. She will be working in the media. We need to highlight our summer student. Does she have to buy lunch? We can't see her. Media, come in front. Yes. Yeah, our summer student, Ms. Deja Hodge. She is about to be a senior in high school, and we welcome her to experience the work of the legislature. The work is not only about our legislative policy, but we do a lot of work behind the scenes with regards to the financial matters of this government. So, Ms. Hodge, we hope that your experience here will be a great one, and thank you. All right, and welcome. Okay. We also see the presence. This must be an exciting day. What is this? Senator Milton Potter, non-committee member, thank you for being here. Madam Clerk, please read today's agenda into the record.
The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance will meet on Thursday, July 6, 2023, at 9 a.m. in the Earl B. Attlee Legislative Hall to receive testimony on the proposed fiscal year 2024 executive budget for the government of the Virgin Islands of the United States. Block 1, Virgin Islands Bureau of Internal Revenue. Invited testifier, Mr. Joel A. Lee, CPA, CGMA, CFE, Director, Virgin Islands Bureau of Internal Revenue. Block 2, VI Economic Development Authority. Invited testifier, Mr. Mark Biggs, Chief Executive Officer, VI Economic Development Authority. Block 3, VI Department of Labor, invited testifier, Mr. Gary Molloy, Commissioner, Department of Labor. Block 4, Legal Services of the Virgin Islands, invited testifier, Ms. Shelby King Gaddy, Esquire, Executive Director, Legal Services of the Virgin Islands. That ends the reading of the agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So this morning, like I said earlier, we have the Virgin Islands Bureau of Internal Revenue. They are here to defend their 2024 budget. I'm going to ask the testifiers to please place your name and title on the record, and we're going to begin with our Director, Director Lee. You may proceed.
Good morning. I'm Joel A. Lee, Director of the Bureau of Internal Revenue.
And
Good morning, Letitia Smith, Deputy Director of the Bureau of Internal Revenue.
okay.
Good morning. Tavis DeWint, Chief of Computer Operations, Bureau of Internal Revenue.
Good
Could
morning.
you repeat that
Tam-
name again?
Tavis DeWint.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Tammy Smalls, Chief Counsel.
Good morning, Sharima Hughes, Chief Financial Officer.
Good morning, Ophelia Hector, Human Resources Director.
Thank you. And I see that we have Miss Letitia Smith. You look very familiar. Are you related to Dylan?
That is my mom.
Yes. I'm very proud of you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Wonderful. That's awesome. Okay, Director Lee, you may proceed with your testimony. And do you have a copy of the post-audit report?
Yes.
Oh, you may proceed.
Greetings, Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, Chairwoman of Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, and the other honorable committee members. Greeting to the honorable members of the 35th Legislature present, as well as the listening and viewing audience. My name is Joel A. Lee, and I am the Director of the Virgin Islands Bureau of Internal Revenue. Here with me today are members of my management team, Ms. Letitia Smith, Deputy Director of Operations, Ms. Sharima Hughes, Chief Financial Officer, Attorney Tamara Smalls, Chief Counsel, Ms. Ophelia Hector, Director of Human Resources, and Mr. Tavis DeWint, Chief of Information Technology. We are here today to present the Bureau's proposed fiscal year 2024 budget of $13,818,313, which is fully funded from the general fund. The fiscal year 2024 budget represents a decrease of 6% from the Bureau's fiscal year 2023 revised budget of $14,333,921. The Bureau's fiscal year 2023 budget was...
One second, Director Lee. Media, can you please turn up the mic of the testifier? And you could come closer to the mic as well. Thank you.
The Bureau's fiscal year 2023 budget was increased in March by $758,790 to fund the negotiated wage increases. At the time of the budget preparation, this amount had not been finalized, so the Bureau did not include this amount in personnel costs. Therefore, we are requesting that the fiscal year 2024 personnel costs be increased by the same amount, which is comprised of $578,567 for personnel and $180,223 for fringe benefits. Based on the Bureau's budget as presented in the budget book, the fiscal year 2024 budget request is comprised almost entirely of personnel costs. $6,628,998 for personnel, $3,618,685 for related fringe benefits, for a total of $10,247,683, with the remaining attributed to supplies of $321,200, other services and charges of $2,679,430, utilities of $380,000, and capital expenditures of $190,000. Personnel services, fiscal year 2024 requests of $6,628,998 for personnel services funds a total of 157 positions. 105 of those positions are on St. Thomas, 50 on St. Croix, and 2 on St. John. For this fiscal year, we had 2 new hires, 2 promotions, 8 resignations, and 6 retirements. Included in the total funded positions are 33 vacancies. We currently have 2 fellows, 1 on each island. Fringe benefits. The related fringe benefits cost for personnel is $3,618,685. This amount covers Social Security tax, Medicare tax, the employee's contribution to the government employee retirement system, and the employee's share of the group health insurance premiums and workers' compensation. Supplies. The supplies amount of $321,000 is comprised of day-to-day office and operating supplies, repair and maintenance supplies, small tools and minor equipment, and data processing software. Other services and charges. Operational costs for fiscal year 2024 are budgeted at $2,679,430. The major expenses in this category include repairs and maintenance. Repairs and maintenance of $310,000 is comprised of IT maintenance support, elevator maintenance, vehicle maintenance, and the maintenance of the Bureau's machines and equipment to include our postage meters. Rental of land and buildings. The rental obligations cover 4 rentals on the island of St. Thomas and 2 rentals on the island of St. Croix for a total cost of $831,665 for fiscal year 2024. The sum of $654,383 is allocated for the main office in St. Thomas, which is located at East End Plaza in Red Hook. This office is comprised of 21,800 square feet of space. The Niski Center rent is $51,463, which is comprised of 2,300 square feet of space. $97,380 cover the cost of the Fortress storage locations, which is 9,200 square feet of off-site storage, and $12,000 covers the cost of the new excise tax office located at the Sandfield, which is comprised of 418 square feet of space. On St. Croix, $4,440 is allocated to the cost of Sun Self-Storage, which is used for off-site storage, and is 250 square feet. and $12,000 covers the cost of the new excise tax location at the Molasses Pier, comprising of approximately 360 square feet of space. It is important to note that there is no rent due for our main St. Croix office, as we are housed in a government building. Machine rentals of $144,290 covers the cost of the leases of the Bureau's copiers and printers and the rental of the postage machines. Professional services of $492,580 includes janitorial services, annual upgrades and maintenance to the Bureau's income and excise tax system, and costs for extermination. This category has been increased significantly in the amount of $340,000 to accommodate the anticipated maintenance and upgrade costs of our online tax filing platform for gross receipts and income taxes. Security services. The security services expenditures of $160,000 covers armored transportation services and on-site security for the Bureau's properties. Communications. Our communication expense of $310,000 includes postage for mailing tax bills and other correspondence to taxpayers, as well as payments for our dedicated computer and telephone lines, as well as internet services. Training, advertising, printing, and travel. The expenses for training of the staff, travel and cash advances, advertising, and the printing of envelopes are as follows. Travel and cash advances are budgeted at $175,000. Advertising is budgeted at $15,000, and printing costs are budgeted at $20,000. The noted increase in training and travel costs is due to the requirement for off-island travel to meet the training needs of the staff. This will allow for the increase of their knowledge base and provides an opportunity for advancement, which mirrors the IRS's regulations for promotion and retention. Other forms of remote learning have not been offered by the IRS, and we have been unsuccessful in securing trainers to come to the territory. Other services not otherwise categorized. Other services of $20,000 not otherwise categorized will cover various contingency costs associated with the new excise location at Crown Bay Seaport and to retrofit the Niski Center office to create a more dedicated customer services center and the resources needed to maintain these additional services. This is the same amount requested last year because we have not been able to occupy the premises as yet. Currently, we are awaiting completion of the premises, which is overseen by the VI Port Authority. Utilities. The allocation to the Bureau for Utilities is $380,000 for each fiscal year, based on a historical average. Although not directly paid by the Bureau, it is reflected since it is an important operational cost that does get incurred. Capital projects. Our capital expenditure total is $190,000. The primary reason for this one-time increase is to relocate and expand the excise tax office to the Crown Bay Seaport. The Bureau secured offices at that location and will use the additional funds to retrofit the offices so that taxpayers who prefer to clear shipments and clear customs in one location can do so, as was done many years ago. This move will then allow for the Niski Center office to be retrofitted to serve as a customer service hub, utilizing that current footprint to provide collections, audit, and taxpayer services to taxpayers in the town area. We recognize the hardship that some taxpayers face having to traverse all the way to the East End during business hours, and this expansion of our services at Niski will allow for the Bureau to respond to the needs of our taxpayers in a more convenient location. This cost will also include operating equipment and supplies for both locations. So for fiscal year 2022-2023 accomplishments, income tax refunds. Last fiscal year, we paid refunds to 70,768 taxpayers in the amount of $123,195,632.18. Included in the refund payments are recovery rebate credits of $8,555,942.95 and child tax credit of $238,346. $238,346. So far this fiscal year, the Bureau has processed and transmitted to the Department of Finance $24,343,324 million of refunds to a total of 7,592 taxpayers. Included in the refund payments are recovery rebate credits of $2,418,555.93, child tax credits of $461,401, and the earned income tax credit, which is now reimbursable by the IRS in the amount of $1,982,478. As of today, the Bureau has $67,908,072 of refunds awaiting payment. This number does not include refunds that are in audit, in error status, or require further analysis. Revenue collections. I'm happy to state that we continue to achieve record revenue collections despite the many challenges faced over the last 4.5 years. Collection for fiscal year 2022 total $898.9 million, which represents $834.3 million for the general fund and $63.7 million for the special fund. And I provide a chart below, but as everyone know, we post this information to our website for the public's perusal. As it relates to the area of hotel room tax, we acknowledge the new law that requires online platforms to collect hotel room tax from the guests. We are facing challenges in meeting this mandate as there is no jurisdictional authority to require these persons not present in the Virgin Islands to engage in the agreement in the Virgin Islands. As a final reminder, it is the guest who is responsible for the payment of the hotel room tax, not the hotel nor the online platform. The hotel and online platform are considered third-party custodians as they are asked to collect the tax on behalf of the government and remit the tax to the Bureau. Key performance indicators. At the time the fiscal year 2024 budget was uploaded, the Bureau did not have its key performance indicators readily available. Therefore, we provide the data for your review on the specific KPIs indicated in the budget book. Noted accomplishments. Despite a challenging year, I am happy to point out some notable accomplishments during this fiscal year. This past March, the Bureau had a soft launch of the online gross receipt tax platform. Thus far, approximately 239 returns have been filed and paid using this online system. The Bureau is currently beta testing its online income tax return filing system, which we hope to have ready for tax year 2023 filing season. To date this fiscal year, the Bureau processed U.S. claims returns, which were then sent to the Internal Revenue Service, resulting in a cover over of $7.8 million of taxes for Virgin Island residents. As a reminder, this cover over mechanism represents withholding payments of Virgin Island residents paid by U.S. mainland employers. This year, the Bureau conducted the annual Taxpayers Assistance Program, and we were able to assist 627 residents in the filing of their tax returns. New telecheck machines were deployed and are being used by the Bureau, minimizing the number of return checks we receive. 3 new customer service agents were hired last fiscal year in order to meet the growing demand of telephone calls we receive. As such, we have seen a reduction in complaints about the phone service and hope to continue this trend by also being available and responsive to the tax-paying community. The Bureau continues to face some systematic challenges, many of which you have heard before. The issue of error returns has been discussed for several budget cycles. The current number of individual error returns is 23,000. The simple explanation is as long as there are tax returns filed, there will be error returns. Error returns stem from some form of oversight by the taxpayer, the omission of a W-2 or a required schedule, an incorrect Social Security number, and simple math errors or data entry errors. As the errors are found, letters are sent out to taxpayers to provide the required information. Sometimes taxpayers simply do not respond. The IRS on the mainland has the same issue, and they rely on the use of notices to communicate with taxpayers about these errors as well. Included in the error returns are also refunds and bills alike. The Bureau must continue to grow to meet the demands of the tax-paying public. As you are aware, we are now seeing taxpayers utilizing creative and complex business structures as well as the use of cryptocurrency. As we recruit our employees, particularly in those audit and collection division, we must ensure that they are given the training resources to examine these complex cases as well as assisting them to be successful in these positions. We have requested training from the Internal Revenue Service for the revenue agents and the revenue officers and are awaiting information about the training for this year. As we begin to rely on the online filing technology, we are aware that we must be able to timely pay for the cost of maintenance and upgrades in order to meet the security demands required, as well as the needs of the taxpayers who will rely heavily on these online tools. Once we fully launch both the gross receipt tax and income tax online services, we must provide the necessary safeguard tools and security needed to protect taxpayers' information. As a final note, we are reaching the end of the useful life of our current tax system and wish to move forward with acquiring the next tax system for Virgin Island tax residents. This will be a huge undertaking as the Bureau's current system was implemented back in year 2000, over 20 years ago. Our IT staff has done an extensive research, and we must begin to explore our options to pursue this huge endeavor. As I conclude, I wish to thank the staff of the Department of Finance for their continued assistance in processing the refund checks. Thank you. Continued prayers and thanks go out to our contractor, Cliff Parker, who has been diligent in his efforts to ensure that the Bureau's tax system remains one of the best there is. Words cannot express the degree of dedication that Mr. Parker has displayed in more than 20 years of work with the Bureau. Finally, I thank the staff of the Bureau. They come to work daily to ensure the taxpayer returns are processed, payments are deposited timely, and collection efforts continue so that the government can meet its financial obligations. Thank you, staff, for all that you do. Madam Chairwoman, this concludes my testimony. My staff and I are now ready to respond to any questions that you and other members of this body may have.
Thank you, Director Lee. In your testimony on page 2, you referenced the fact that your 2023 budget was increased by some $759,000 as a result of negotiated salary increases. And you further added that that was not included in the FY24 ask, correct?
Correct. It was a timing.
Is that, okay, well, I don't really see it as a time in the budget. It's due in May, and this salary increase was done in March, and the Office of Management and Budget is the office that gives you the drawdown for your salary increases. So the staff have received the salary increases?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm further concerned, though. So you asked for an additional 700 or 800, but you're still short in your, when we compare our personnel services from FY 2023, it's some $7.8 million. And in FY 2024, it's some 6.2 with the, what is it, an additional 8. So that's like 7.4 around. So you're still short. I mean, based on the variance that we have 1.2, but you're still short like another $300,000. My concern is, how do we, as a government, submit a budget for an agency that is responsible for major revenue generation in the territory, collections, and submit? This is the first budget I see with such a major reduction. So please provide, I don't know if you know, perhaps it's an error?
I can tell you what that anomaly is. A number of our employees have since retired this year and have moved on. So when we budget for the upcoming fiscal year 24, it's at the half vacancy rate. So it's not the full rate that we are reflecting now, because those positions are legitimately still empty as far as, our budgeting purposes for fiscal year 2024.
So these positions that are currently vacant, are they vacant at the starting salary?
Half.
Right, but half of the starting
Yes.
salary. And the reason why I ask the question is because that we all know that for many years you've come before this institution and you're challenged with attracting individuals to
Yes.
the internal revenue. And we have shared with you that there should be some conversation with OCB as it relates to some sort of a stipulation to, at minimum, get the employees in at a higher level in order to ensure that you're able to attract the professionals that's necessary to do the work here in the Virgin Islands for the IRB. So have any of that been done?
Yes. So, because of the latest negotiations were in play, we really couldn't do anything because my understanding is the union wanted to make sure that was addressed before they entertain anything additional. Now that has since been addressed. Going forward, we're going to reopen the conversation again and see if it's possible, once again with the union's
It is
cooperation.
possible. So you see, so we've been having this. I've been in this institution, and I'm gonna just move on to my colleagues. But I've been in this institution this is my 5th year, and we've been having this conversation as long as I have sat here, and I'm certain it's been happening prior to me being here. I just don't think that that's good enough. If we are serious about, because what we do is just for the community, we build our budget based on the majority of the revenues that's collected by the Bureau of Internal Revenue. That's how we build our budget. So if we are not supporting the internal revenue in a meaningful way, then I don't think that we are doing our jobs. None of us. So we need to really take a true look-see. Again, we've had this, it seems like I almost feel as I'm having deja vu, literally, I'm seriously, because we talk about this over and over. And when you come down to the legislature, and of course, I know that you're not the final say, so don't misunderstand my delivery. So I know that you're not the final say in all of what comes down to the legislature, but we have to figure out how serious we are about collecting our revenues here in the Virgin Islands. And, over and over, I just don't see that we are serious about it. So you can respond.
I understand. And if you recall, last year, we did secure additional funding by this body. And once again, when time came for me to move it forward, as I said before, there was an intent to make sure this collective bargaining situation was finalized before that was addressed. And as you know, that was somewhat recent. So now we'll try again.
We can't be the only ones advocating for the revenue collections. The seriousness about the revenue collections needs to be coming from the executive branch and up to the legislature. That's just our reality. Did I have a point of inquiry? Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's in line with the chairwoman's inquiry regarding personnel. I noted on the same page under personnel services that compared to last year in your testimony, Director Lee, you had a total of 153 positions, personnel, that was being funded for the fiscal year 2023 budget. And your personnel services amount was $6.8 million. However, this year you've had an increase of 4 persons were added based on what you're testifying here. At 157 persons have been hired, and you have seen a drop actually in your fiscal year 2024 to 6.6 million. So 6.8 for fiscal 2023, where you had more employees, to 6.3 where you had less employees rather, to 6.6, where you have more employees. So I just want to understand how you are looking and working with your ask. Is it because also you are...
Well,
If
that,
you could-
that 157 does not represent full employees that we have on hand. That's those positions.
Those are the
We
positions
have
you're...
less than that, correct. That's which
Well,
is
how
why.
much employees do you have on hand? That's the question.
124.
124. And
Okay,
last,
Senator Joseph.
thank you.
Your
Thank
point
you.
of inquiry is, well, you can ask your other questions during
Thank you.
your opportunity to speak. Okay, so we're going to allow the other senators to ask their questions. Colleagues, we're going to go to a 2-minute round. Senator, you ain't look up? I'm kidding. We're going to go to a 4-minute round. Senator Marvin Blaine, you're recognized for your 4 minutes. Are you trying to make the room lighter?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, viewing, listening audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning, Director Lee, and your supporting team there with you. And thank you so much for your testimony. Before I begin, I want to honestly thank the public, the people of the Virgin Islands for their prayers. You know, I'm truly grateful, and it is much appreciated. Thank you to the employees also. I wanted to go back to personnel services and, of course, on what my colleague mentioned in terms of, every year during the budget process, we know the Internal Revenues Bureau, is responsible for most of the collections that we collect in the government. And it's critical that they are fully staffed and all of the critical positions are filled. And in your testimony, you mentioned you have 33 vacancies. Is that
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes.
And you also mentioned in terms of training, etc. But what's the plan? Honestly, what's going on in the Bureau in terms of dealing with that situation where they come to your vacancies? I know, which is good news. You just had an increase for the employees, which is great news. What the plan, though, to honestly address those vacancies and fill those positions so we can really have a true picture of the potential of the Bureau?
The thing is, we seem to be a training ground of sorts for newly graduated, up-and-coming accountants. Once they get the experience that they need, it's no secret the profession is, it's a little lucrative because of the demand. And quite frankly, the private industry way surpasses the government rates. It is what it is. I've been in private industry most of my career. So we are trying to do the training because in order for retention, they have to be trained according to IRS standards, which will then allow them to grow in their positions. We have not been successful getting trainers down here, which is why we increased our travel budget to now send folks up there. And that's the plan. Because while we get someone here, they don't necessarily stay because the growth restrictions are as such, we follow IRS guidelines. So, but the plan is to send folks away to get trained so they can kind of develop their career.
Okay, very well. I hope to see improvement in that area. Let's go to the post-audit report on the federal funds. And when it comes to your online local tax project, you were slated $675,000 for technical assistance program.
1 minute.
And basically, it expires September of next year. But you still do not have a sub-recipient. Why is that?
Say that last piece
A
again.
sub-recipient.
What do you mean, sub-recipient?
It says no sub-recipient, no.
Well, we're using that funds in-house to fund the development of the online project.
30
So
seconds.
We have a contractor who's working on our tax filing online portal as we speak.
Okay, very well. And the Homeland Security grant for the period ending from September of 2020 to August of this year, grant amount is 50,000. How much have been expended thus far? And what is it for?
I'm going to pass that on to my CFO,
Time's done.
Sharima Hughes.
Sharima Hughes, Chief Financial Officer. To date, a total of $46,500 has been expended for that grant.
Okay, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
And thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blayden. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your. Senator Carrion is also a member of the committee. Please mark him as present. He is in the St. Croix committee room. Senator. Please recognize the mic of Senator Fonseca.
Madam Chair, thank you, Madam Chair. Pleasant good morning to the listening audience and Vice President Blyden. So glad to see you back. I too join with all my colleagues and welcoming you back to the institution. I'm so excited today because we have the IRB. And this is where the money comes in our community. $899 million was collected last year. This year is projected to be $914 million. See money day, Papa, $915 million. But I notice here that there's $67 million of refunds still awaiting. So can you explain that to me, how you could be collecting $900 million and you ain't pay $67 million? Can you give me a quick explanation for that?
Well, a quick explanation is, whereas although we collect the money, we don't spend it. We don't see what the needs across the government are. So when the funds are available to be spent, we get told, process X number of $1 million worth of refunds, and we generate that list and we send it down for payment.
Okay, thank you. I understand that, yes. You collect it, but you don't spend it. I see. That's why you're thanking the Department of Finance for processing the refund checks. Thank you, Finance. Please continue processing those checks. I want to go quickly to the rent because I noticed that on St. Thomas in particular, your total rent is $831,665. But on St. Thomas, your rent is 99% of your total rent is paid from St. Thomas. On St. Croix, you're only paying $16,400 in rent, but you're $825,000. So I calculated the Red Hook, and it comes to $30 a square foot. Is $30 a square foot a decent rate in the market? What's a decent rate for rent?
Yeah, for that location it is. Just a side note, I am a real estate agent, and that's for that location, that's fair.
Yeah. Okay, one quick question since we're talking about Red Hook. Is the management, the owners in Red Hook have anything to do with the one gentleman, Epstein? Is he a part owner? Was he ever a part owner?
First Bank is our landlord.
First Bank is a landlord. Okay, good. I want to go quick now to page 13, where you talked about the new customer service agents, and then on page 2, where you mentioned that you have 2 new hires.
1 minute.
You have 2 new hires, but 12 people, 14 have left, so you've lost 12 employees. You have a total of 33 vacancies. You discussed that, it's a training ground for tax people, and that is very correct. I being an accountant, I have several friends that actually started out at the IRB, and then they transitioned. So that is definitely correct. I know a few accountant friends that transition. But you have 33 vacancies. What are you doing to fill those vacancies?
So the plan is, once we get recruits in, we are going to be aggressive with the training and retention. That's how it works. to follow your point of us being a training ground for folks and they're moving on because they can't grow, we have to now provide a mechanism for that growth, which we are confident
Time.
in.
Okay, Madam Chair, can I allow to finish my question? Okay, so folks, I want to just break down the numbers here. So, you know, this is actually very good for our community because if you break it down by person, they are collecting $915 million. If you figure we have 88,000 people in the population, the IRS is collecting $12,216 per person. So things are not bad in the VI. Things are actually good. There's money and there's vacant positions, and the director just indicated what you need to do. So folks, let's get those IRB jobs finished. Let's get this tax revenue being collected because this is a big deal. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. So let's just talk very quickly about your delinquent taxes. What does that number look like right now?
Good day, Senator. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've been going back about 5 years. Well, as I said before, when I've been in front of this body, there's been a significant drop of pre-hurricane and post-hurricane. The pre-hurricane balances that exist are mostly uncollectible. Just businesses have shuttered, people have simply moved away, and the efforts that have
Give me the number.
about 200 million, and that's
So we got 200 million pre,
no, that's after the hurricane. Between
post,
now, correct?
post 2017.
Yes,
So you got $2 million, $200 million. Did you say uncollectible?
outstanding.
Outstanding.
Correct.
But you made reference to uncollectible. So post 2017, 200 million, correct?
Correct.
Pre 2017, what was that number?
That I don't have.
Okay, so what we do? Just read them out of the books? What do we do?
No,
What we don't have
it sits, but the efforts of collections have been towards the more current.
Okay, so good. So let's talk about the efforts of collections. So before we get to the efforts of collections, we know that we eliminated the tax clearance letter,
Correct.
and we have $200 million on the street. So let's balance this. The elimination of the tax clearance letter, how has that impacted your ability to?
Well, that was always a good mechanism because businesses could not get their license renewed.
So we ain't being
without
political
it.
today. We try and make sure that we help you. So the
Yeah.
question is, how has the elimination of the tax clearance letter impacted delinquent
Our
tax
collections,
collections?
it has, the reality is, negatively affected us because that was a mechanism that we used.
And I asked a question because I noted that the chief executive was very excited when he made the announcement that, you know, the tax clearance letters are no longer necessary. But if we have post 2017, pre 2017, that
Post.
No. I know Isaiah.
Okay.
If we have pre-2017 that you can't give me a number for, and the last time we had the conversation was about $350 million. I remember, right?
Yes.
And now, pre-2017, we're having a $200 million conversation. What are we doing? What are we doing?
Yeah, we're doing our normal collection processes.
Yeah, you're doing your normal collection process, but we have an issue here where we've said, hey, you guys have been doing a really good job of paying your taxes, so you know what? You don't need the pre-clearance letter anymore. Let me ask the attorney. Yeah, I'm serious because this is a real issue. Talk to me. Talk to me about what does that say for a decision that we made well, we have not even leveled out ourselves as it relates to our tax collections in the territory. Because everybody's always saying, I need my tax money, I need my tax money. But if we look at it, we having, I'm going to reduce the number a little bit. We have like $500 million on the street. Some of it is uncollectible.
Good morning, Tammy Smalls. Two things. So the tax clearance letter is eliminated for people that go through DLCA for their licenses, right? But there are other entities where the law still requires them to receive a tax clearance letter. So you have the taxi cab commission, you have nurses, you have daycare centers. There's still some people that still come to us for tax clearance letters. But just to give you a joke, I went to pick up some food this weekend, and somebody saw me, and they asked me, oh, can you help me? I didn't pay my taxes last year, and I need to renew my business license, so what can I do? Can I come in and get my tax clearance letter? And I paused, and I said, actually, you don't need to see me anymore. Mm-hmm. And that guy's face lit up. He called his people on the phone. He tell them to go get him his license. And I knew I had to come in and say, make sure you go after this person because they need a payment plan. So yes, it was a very good, quick way for them to come in compliance. Right. Even if they did it once a year and they didn't come back until the next year, it did work.
Right, so.
Which is what the intent was when it was created, I'm sure.
So you're seeing delinquencies as a result of it?
We're seeing them at a slower pace. So we would see them once a year because they would have to come in before they go get the business license renewed. So now that they don't have to come in to get a business license renewed, we're seeing it at a later time because now we have to do more to...
So remind us who created that?
Who created the legislation?
Yeah. No, not who, but the legislature in its infinite wisdom. I mean,
yes.
We got to keep it real.
Several years ago, yes.
We have to keep it real. The legislature in its infinite wisdom decided that tax clearance were no longer necessary. So now that, how many years this is?
I think it was implemented 2 years ago.
No.
It was, the legislation was passed, but we took a while to implement.
Yeah, but so it was passed in 2021?
And it was Senator Barnes.
2022, around there, right? So now that you've had an opportunity to actually see it in motion, what is your ask of this institution? I mean, listen, nothing is wrong with correcting yourself.
Yeah.
If we've seen it as a challenge, we got to fix it. What is your ask?
My ask is to be able to send my trainees to expand their knowledge base so that they can acquire the tools.
So you are not interested in seeing us correct?
Well, it's a catch-22 because I want to see businesses do what they do, and I know the reality as an accountant you used to prepare in private industry. There's ups and downs that happen, and if you don't get that license, it affects your bank account ability, it affects insurance. So there's a whole domino effect without getting that license. And if someone owes $500, there's a trade-off. And I guess we individually make that trade-off, our agency. But I don't want someone to not get a license because they are afraid and they don't want to even open up the IRB letter because they're thinking it's
you know, you really need to be a politician, you know. There's a point of inquiry from Senator Francis, but I have to disagree with you, and I'm disagreeing with you for several reasons. The responsibility of our government is to provide government services, and daily we hear about the complaints that services are not being provided to our citizenry. Daily we hear the complaints that our workers are not being paid adequately. Daily, we hear about our infrastructure not being addressed adequately. The only way we can address these things is by tax collections. That's it. So when you say one, you have to say two. We have to decide whether or not we're good with not providing government services and allowing that to continue, or we hold feet to the fire. They come in, then you pay it in increments, if you will. But
Understood.
you got to do something. Senator Francis, and then we're going to go to the next senator.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to everyone. I just wanted to ask you directly in respect to the discussion here today, is there an alternate safety net that could be put in place? Of course, we want business to thrive. We want business to be responsible, but is there, and we also need revenues because, again, that provides services to our community. Is there an alternate safety net mechanism that could be put in place to address the issue of making sure that individuals pay their due taxes?
Maybe what could help, and my attorney is next to me, we may, instead of every year, maybe every 2 years or every 3 years. So that way, that gives the folks time to, because a year goes by rather quickly, and, sometimes it takes multiple years to kind of catch yourself.
Senator Francis, I guess you get one off on me. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good morning once again to the people of the Virgin Islands. Certainly welcome back to my Vice President, Senator Blyden, and also want to publicly convey my condolences again for the death of Delbert Phipps Jr. in our community. I want to thank you, Director, for your testimony and recognize that, in fact, you are one of our major revenue collector here in the territory, and we appreciate the work that you do in that vein. I wanted to ask you, though, in respect to your KPIs. I know when I read the post-audit report, I saw that there were no KPI mentioned in terms of improvement or any changes there. And I know in your testimony you mentioned the fact that you have provided a listing of that. Is there someone ultimately responsible for gauging, guiding, and monitoring your KPIs?
Yeah, we've assigned that task to our deputy, Ms. Letitia Smith, who's sitting next to me.
Very well. And in that vein, or in that space, are you satisfied with the level of your KPIs and working towards making sure that there's compliance?
Just to be fair, she's somewhat new to this role, so she.
So who was monitoring it before she got there?
Well, we had a gap. Our former deputy retired some time ago, and there was a window of time that we were trying to get.
How important is KPI to your agency?
It's important. I mean, obviously, it provides a good guideline of where things should be, where we need to go.
Can I get a commitment that, in fact, moving forward, that you'll be monitoring these KPIs and making sure that
absolutely. Now we have someone who's going to run with it.
Good. Let's move on from there. In respect to revenue collection, is there any barriers, anything that you glean that could be done differently within the government of the Virgin Islands for us to be able to collect revenues?
Government as a whole, I think once we get the training we need, because the reality is tax returns have become very sophisticated more now than they've ever been. I've seen returns multiple, like thick as a ream of paper. And we really need to keep up with the standard. We mirror the IRS, but we don't have the mirror protocols and benefits that they do. Their per employee, not rate, but as far as how they budget, it's twice what we on our end. And I'm not talking salary, I'm just talking resources. So if the IRS assigns $1 to an employee to resource, we unfortunately, it's only 50 cents.
Okay, real quickly, my time is running. In regards to payments, do you allow for online payments to IRB, BIR?
For gross receipts, yes, we've implemented that with our online.
In all forms of payment.
Well, credit card. We're going to try to implement check, ACH, but when we get our online system with the tax returns, that will include filing.
What is the rate of deposit and checks right now? How often do you deposit checks that's paid to the agency?
Well, daily.
30 seconds.
And any bounce checks? How are you tracking bounce checks?
Yeah, I mean, we do get bounce checks. Last fiscal year, we had about 2 million. We were able to recapture about 1.1.
About 2 million?
Yeah.
You said that so cavalierly. That's a lot of money, right?
Yeah, but you know, our agency collects almost close to $1 billion. So from a percentage-wise, it's good. I mean, that's like, you know, if you collect $1, 1 cent bounces. I mean, it is real money, but because we have tools at our disposal, we're able to recapture 1.1. And now that we're using telecheck, that number shrinks.
Madam Chair, may I just wrap up with two follow-up? In respect to the collections and the $200 million that you perhaps have on the street, is there any discussion being broached in terms of sending this to a collection agency? What is the next step in that process?
Yeah, I mean, the problem with that is it's taxpayers' information. God forbid, and nobody wants their information with an agency who possibly could sell it to somebody and ends up, you know, in a foreign country, and then credit card charges are being charged. So it's always a touchy, you know, we definitely try to protect taxpayer information. We're required to. So introducing someone from the outside is sometimes problematic.
Okay. And my last question on this particular round, I saw in your utilities that under your expenditures for FY22 was $6,732. However, you're recommending an increase of $380,000 for utilities. What's happening there?
Yeah, so our utility costs on average as a whole is the 380. We don't, you know, because of the single fund mechanism that gets paid outside of us, but we have our own little costs through our landlord that we do have to pay. So that's what that issue is. I don't want to not include the 380 because that's a real cost to somebody, to the government. So I don't want to say it doesn't exist. It's paid for. It's our share. Whether it doesn't, we don't cut the check or however the single fund works. It's our share of cost to operate.
So this is the 380 that goes to WAPA as this legislative body required, at least that it be enumerated.
That once again, that single fund check gets paid on our behalf
All
to
right.
WAPA.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you for your response, Director Lee.
Thank you, Senator Francis. It gets paid on your behalf, but the bills go directly to your office, correct?
The bills go to us?
Sherry Mahuse, Chief Financial Officer. Yes, the bills come directly to our office.
And you submit the payment request to the Department of Finance?
To the Department of Finance.
So you do have some accounting of what's being charged back to the Bureau of Internal Revenue?
Yes.
And do you guys do audits to make sure that what the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority is charging? Because I know that a lot of departments have gotten very cavalier about checking their utility bills. But while it's in a single pay account, that was only to facilitate timely payment, but there's still a responsibility of the respective agencies to actually check their bills to make sure that they're not being overcharged or whatever it is, or they have accounts that are no longer in existence that you're still being paid, that you're still being charged for. So is that occurring in your department?
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right. Let me go to the next senator. I'll come back. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pleasant good morning to my colleagues. I definitely am happy also to see our Vice President, Senator Marvin Blyden, back with us. It's good to have you home, and welcome back, and may God continue to strengthen you as we proceed with this entire year and throughout. I wanted to also say a pleasant good day to our listening and viewing audience, and of course thank the hardworking men and women of the Internal Revenue Bureau for all that you do to collect monies for our government. We definitely depend on you for our services and support services and to carry out the business of the government. So anything that this body and this institution can do to definitely enhance the work you do and improve it, we should be ready to do that. I do have some questions relative to the actual amount of vacancies that you have. I noted that you said 33 vacancies. How many of those vacancies are actually going towards collections? So persons staffing up, persons, your personnel for collection? Because I still have a concern regarding how much you're asking for in your personnel services, because it's much lower than the fiscal year 2023 ask.
Yes, I'll pass that on to my Human Resources Director, Ms. Ophelia Hector.
Ms. Hector?
Ophelia Hector, Human Resource Director. Senator, within those 33 vacancies that we have, at least 10 of those positions are collection positions.
And Director, is it your sense that that's sufficient to be able to collect the amount of monies that are on the streets, the 200 million, maybe over 500 million that is on the streets that we need to collect from individuals?
Yeah, that will be a good start.
It'd be a good start. Okay, now let's look at, you mentioned that you have, your tax system is going to need to be updated.
Correct.
Have you gotten a sense of how much that's going to cost? Or is that also included in your ask?
No, Director, Bureau of Internal Revenue, Jolie. No, that we recognize that we are walking towards a cliff with that problem. And my IT, Mr. Tavis DeWin, can expand on our plan for that.
Good morning, Senator. Tavis DeWin, Chief of Computer Operations. Yes, so we have been in talks with several vendors in terms of getting our tax system in place. But in terms of keeping the fairness of the environment, because it's going to be a bidding process, we can't state a total amount that we have in mind right now.
Okay, I understand, because you don't want persons to be privy of how much we're looking at for your budget, but you have been in talks. When do you see that you're going to have a finalization on those discussions and be able to move forward with putting a new system in place? What's your projected timeline? Can you discuss that?
Yes, we can. So we have had several...
30 seconds.
We have had several quotes that came in, but we can't put anything through until we get that. So ultimately, we're trying to go through a 5-year period.
Stop. You have several quotes that you put in, but you can't...
No, we haven't put in. That the vendors put in already.
Oh, you received quotes from vendors.
Yes,
okay.
But we can't go through with the RFP process as yet.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. I have another question regarding the capital projects. I noted that last year, when the first time we got two budgets, Madam Chair, may I have just one final question, and this is it. We got capital projects for fiscal year 2023. It was proposed at 100,000, and for 2024, which is the year we're considering, is proposed. It was proposed at 90,000. However, your ask is 190,000 for fiscal year 2024, compared to what was in the budget, which was 90,000. You didn't indicate, and in there you had asked that it was to retrofit the Niski Center office. Is that still being what you've done, or how much have you spent from that?
We haven't.
You haven't worked and done anything?
Which is why we're asking for it again. We are waiting for Port Authority to open up the excise offices at the landfill, the Sandfill, and at Molasses Pier. So then once we move out there, then we can do what we need to do with the Niski.
Okay, because that's a concern that you haven't spent. And my final question is, there a cost for renting the Crown Bay facility?
Yeah, it's 12,000.
12,000. Okay, thank you so much, Madam Chair. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. So let's go back to Senator Joseph's discussion earlier about the system, and you indicated that the system is about to be off the cliff, if you will, correct?
Yes.
So, as long as you've sat in this position, how many times do you recall having this conversation with this institution?
Well, this, I mean,
How many times?
I think I've mentioned it, but now we're putting.
No, so we've talked about this as long as I can remember. And we've asked you for the costs. We've asked you for specific information. The last time you were here for the 2022 budget, the discussion was that the system would be difficult. You did say that it would be difficult for whatever reasons. I can't recall everything, but you made specific concerns about implementing or putting a new system in place, but you were working with a particular vendor and you were putting the information out to bid. We having the same conversation today again?
With two separate things.
Okay, help me to understand.
So the thing that we're actually in process that I've been discussing is the actual online filing of tax return. So that process has been bidded and awarded, and that's being built as we speak. We're actually testing that beta.
No.
Well,
I understand that part. I'm talking about the actual system. So now you are at the system change discussion.
Correct.
We even had a conversation about how is it going to be funded and whether or not there were available federal dollars. And as I talk about it more, it was in the millions of dollars.
Yes.
So have you received the federal dollars or dollars to in fact replace the system that we have now?
To follow up on, I'll let my IT discuss. You can repeat what you said.
Yes, just to be clear, there are two separate parts of our system. The front-end system, which includes the online filing, such as gross receipts, excise, and our new income tax system that's coming online. Now, the back-end system, that's what we're trying to get now to keep pace with what we're doing now on the front end. So that's what we're looking funding for now.
So let's order this properly. So the current, what do you currently have in place, or what are you currently building?
So currently what we have in place right now is a front-end system that's based on a Microsoft.NET framework, based on it also has a SQL backbone system in place.
Mm-hmm. All of that stuff, I don't know nothing about SQL. I'm asking you specifically what it is to do for us.
So the front-end system, that's for collection purposes.
Okay, so where are we with the front-end system that's for collection purposes?
So right now we're in the beta testing phase of the income tax system. Gross receipts is already online. Excise tax is already online.
You slow down a little bit. So you're in the testing phase of the collection system.
Correct.
And when do you intend to complete the testing phase?
Well, we're trying to get it online for tax year 2023. But we're actually hoping that we can get something up to like a soft launch for October of this year to get the late filers for 2022.
So that system is a system that's being currently built, and you intend, your intention is to roll it out in time for the 2023 tax year.
That's correct.
Okay. And what is the cost of that system, and how is that system being funded?
Currently, right now, it's funded from a grant that we have in place. It's about $200,000 that we're using. We have some reserve funding in place to keep us in line for bandwidth improvements, storage improvements, processing improvements.
So that system is only costing us $200,000.
Currently, right now.
And it intends to serve this entire community, the entire U.S. Virgin Islands, as far as online submission of your
tax system. That's correct. Tax filing. Sorry.
Tax filing. Mm-hmm. That's accurate?
That's correct.
It's being built from scratch, so that's why we're doing the beta testing now to make sure the volume.
Okay. And then the next system.
That would be our back-end system. So that in terms runs our end-of-day processes, which in terms marries the front-end transactions to the back-end accounts, goes ahead and does our audits, see if anybody has late filings, and goes ahead and prints notices for those filers.
And that system will be aligned with
the front end
Department
system.
of Licensing and Consumer Affairs?
No. Well, we can go in and review that information. If DLCA would like to get connected to that system, they have to go through and make sure they have the proper publication 1075 compliance and FedRAMP compliance.
Okay, but this is our problem. Our problem is not if DLCA would like to. It is how do we marry our systems to ensure that those who are conducting business, particularly in the Virgin Islands, that they you in fact have the ability to see that information real time as you build a new system. If you're building a system, we need to build a system that works for us holistically. Now we got to double back and go back now and say, hey, licensing, such and such is so and so. No, let's marry the systems. That's why we always find ourselves in these issues, because we don't work together. So, Director Lee, we had this conversation before. Yeah, we've been talking about this for a minute. So why you building a system independent and licensing ain't part of the conversation? Is it that that's something that we think should be that really shouldn't be?
Yeah, that's something we'd have to open up discussions. Right now, we are just really focusing on getting us squared away. Once we're squared away, then we could really entertain those. I don't want to, once the system's in place, then we can adapt to it. But I don't want to.
Why we don't go down this road, though? Why we don't do this?
May I just clarify?
Why do we work in silos? Why do we do what we do? Then when you finish building a system, then we have another issue with licensing. In order for us to be successful, we have to, these departments and agencies are under the executive branch. Are working together? This is not a new conversation. I have to move on to the next senator, but this isn't a new conversation. Why are we building a system and a system that we're building it in a silo when we know that we just come from talking about the fact that businesses are now not paying their taxes because of a decision that we made here, right? So then we gotta look at the whole picture. Then we gotta start saying, okay, if we're building a system, we gotta marry the information so your people could be able to work effectively and efficiently. I think efficiency is the key here. You wanted to say something?
Yes,
sir?
I just want to clarify that the system does have the ability to export that information on request. So it goes into having conversation with the other agencies.
All right, buddy. We have an on-request conversation. Attorney Smalls.
Good morning, Attorney Smalls. Just to clarify, the way the DLCA system worked, we had access to the DLCA system. So our employees would log on to the DLCA system every day and do approvals there. So the red light would be on their system. They would not have access to the taxpayers' information. We would have access to their system.
Yeah, but if we build in a system where we are not marrying the system, no, you're asking your staff to go
you're
to
not
two
authorized
systems.
you won't be authorized to have taxpayers' information shared with employees who are not part of the Bureau of Internal Revenue.
No, that's not what I'm suggesting. I'm talking about from your end.
Yeah.
I'm not suggesting that at all. I'm talking about from your end. Why is it that you are not making sure that whatever you're building, your employees now have the opportunity to do one-stop shopping? What's happening is you're building a system and they still now have to go into two systems in order to be successful.
Yeah, we would always have to be a part of DLCA system to do the approval on that end if the law is changed. But the current system where we do tax clearance letters is part of the Bureau system. We generate that from our
Understood.
system. Okay.
Understood. I'm just saying if we're building new systems, we need to build systems that are efficient, that works across the agencies. That's basically what I'm saying.
Okay.
All right. I don't know when we're going to get it. It's just, I don't understand why we operate in silos the way that we do. And I know that everybody wants to be successful in their department and agency, but in fact, in order for you to be successful, the work that you do is hinged on another department. So we all have to be successful. That's basically my concern here. Senator Capehart, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, testifiers. And a special morning to my colleague, Senator Blyden. Welcome back. and condolences to VIPD, the family and friends of Officer Phipps. I thought it was important to attend these budget meetings going forward. And as I sit here and I read the testimony before us today, one thing really stands out every time I think about IRB is in this world of modern technology, I wanted to ask particularly, do you have a security operations team? And I'm not talking about security outside to guard your building. I am talking about safeguard tools, as you mentioned on page 15, that once we fully launch both the GRT and the income tax line services, we must provide necessary safeguard tools and security needed to protect our taxpayer information. So my question to you is, do you have an intrusion protection system, IPS, or intrusion detection system, IDS? And as you know, in your field, that these systems detect or senses anyone who is trying to come into your system, hack your system. Please tell me what security measures you have in place.
I'm going to pass that on to our IT, but please be aware, I'm not comfortable. He's going to tell you what he's telling you, but if we tell people our security, then it allows them to bypass
Well, just
it.
make me feel good that we covered.
Definitely. Good morning, Senator. Tavis Diwen, Chief of Computer Operations.
Thank you.
Yes, the Bureau of Internal Revenue has had, and we already have that updated, an intrusion protection policy and system. That is part of our firewall system. We have both internal and external safeguard measures to do that. Our intrusion detection system, we have that as well. We get daily reports as well as monthly reports. We are obligated by IRS Publication 1075 guidelines to monitor that weekly.
My question is, do you run this internally or you have someone who monitors this like externally? Company?
That's run internally, right?
Internally, good. So you mentioned training, Commissioner. Do you train your staff or just a particular few individuals attend training over and over?
1 minute.
Well, we have not had training. That's the issue. So we have not been successful getting trainers down here for quite some time. So my ask for, which is why my travel is higher than normal, is to be able to send folks to the mainland to go through IRS training.
Okay, so how many revenue officers do you have?
Ms. Hector?
And agents?
30 seconds.
Currently, we have a total of 7 revenue officers.
That's territory-wide?
Territory-wide.
St. Thomas, can you tell me the number?
St. Thomas, we have 4. In St. Croix, we have 3.
And what's the difference between officers and agents?
The agents are the one who actually verifies the information on tax returns, and the officers are the ones that actually collect delinquent accounts.
Madam Chair, if I may conclude. So because there are a lot of individuals that have businesses and they don't do what they want to do to us. So you go to a business, all the individuals.
Well, we don't regulate that. What we can do is audit them. Audit them is demand their bank account information, but quite frankly, if they keep the cash, they need the mattress. That's challenging.
That they don't accept cards, but they open, and who walks with cash?
That's in place. Businesses that over 50 that generate sales of over 50,000 to include receiving credit cards and other means of payment, not just cash. So there's a lot of place, and DLC actually regulates that.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh boy. Now that we're talking about the revenue officers, thank you, Senator Capehart, for bringing that up. You have a total of 7, you said?
Yes, Senator.
And how many vacant revenue officers do you have?
9.
So you have 9. Please recognize the mic of the testifiers. So you have 7 on board, 4 in St. Thomas, 3 on St. Croix,
9 vacant.
9 vacant.
Will be a total of 16.
So you got 16.
Yes,
how,
Senator.
how long have the 9 been vacant?
Those 9 vacancy arise, I would say, in December, excuse me.
So this year?
Yes.
So they were individuals who were up for retirement, or they just resigned?
Yes, Senator. We have those who resigned, and we also had retired.
Okay, so how many of them retired?
1.
Versus, so 1 is a retiree, and the other 7?
The other 3. 2 retirees, I'm sorry, yes, 2 retirees. 1 was earlier in the year in February, and the other 3 resigned.
Okay, they resigned. What's their reason for leaving?
Better opportunities, higher paid.
Better opportunities abroad or better opportunities
Here in the Virgin Islands? 2 of those individuals are now members of the Fellows Program.
Yeah. So they're members of the Fellows Program directly. Did you advocate for them to come back to IRB?
Yes, so some will be coming.
We're working against ourselves. This is, we're working against ourselves. So these were new graduates, basically.
Yes.
They saw a different opportunity within our very same government. What's the salary of the, what's the salary of the, what is it, revenue officers? Yes.
41,634 in comparison to 55,000.
41,000, and that's the starting salary?
41,634, yes.
And that's a new with the salary increases?
Yes, that was
And these
negotiated.
individuals are, what is their required training?
Those employees, I should say, candidates must possess an accounting degree.
They must possess an accounting
degree, yes.
And their starting salary is
Business
41.
administration, concentration in accounting, or finance.
And we just completed the union negotiations.
Yes, Senator.
So how we plan to attract anybody in this day and age to these new positions at 41? What is it, 41?
41,634.
634.
Yes, Senator.
How? We looking for continuity.
So once we attract them, the plan is to maintain them. Yeah, with the training so they can grow in their positions. The problem is without the training, they can't grow. So
Yeah, but you got to first attract them.
Correct.
And how do you
correct.
intend to attract them?
You know, the good thing is, once again, IRB is a great training ground for a budding accountant. So I definitely see the
Director
value.
Lee, no disrespect, but here it is, right? It could be a good training ground, all it want to be. That's all it's going to be.
Understood.
So you have to take it to the next level.
Yep.
It can't be only a training ground. It has to be a place where people come to work and they want to stay for various reasons. And I mean, money is not the only motivator. It shouldn't be the only motivator. But 41,634 for a government that's collecting, what's your annual, how much do you collect on an annual basis?
About 800 million.
800 million in
something.
general fund money,
Yep.
right? And we paying them 41,000. And we expect them, these folks are people who hit the ground.
Yes.
They're on the ground, they're in they're in the community dealing with the revenue collections, correct?
Correct.
So we talked about this before. How are we going to deal with this? We talk about a stipulation since 2019, and we have not moved in an iota on this. So, I mean...
So once again, now that we are finished with these negotiations, I will open up the discussion again, and hopefully I'll get progress, because you guys did give us the funding last time, and I did my part, but...
We can't keep giving the funding if we ain't generating the revenues.
Understood.
That's our concern.
Yeah.
So we're giving and we're giving and we're giving, but we have to see where there's improvement in the generation of the revenues. So can you say that you've seen improvement in increase in your collections?
Yes, I mean, yes.
How?
Well, we have included a task force element, and that group has been going out seeking new undocumented liabilities.
So what does that look like, though? Do you see new meaning what? Do you have numbers? Do you have data that's tied to what the success of this?
No, I do not have that data with me.
Yeah, so then how are you measuring it?
Well, we attack who we attack, and we get significant payments, and so I know who we're dealing with.
Director Lee, so what gets monitored and what gets measured gets done. If you're measuring it, I'm not sure how you know whether or not you're successful. If you attack one person, two entities that might be a large revenue, that's a large outstanding debt, that's a large revenue generator, that don't necessarily mean that you're successful because you've only touched one or
Understood.
two. So how are you collecting that? How are you measuring that? That should be part of your KPIs.
Yeah, well, that's, as we were saying earlier, now that we have someone who's going to kind of run with that, we'll be able to provide that information.
I realize this is our 5th year in office, and we still haven't known that we have. Whoa. Yeah, this is a little challenging for us. I mean, at least for me. I'm having a really hard time with understanding. I mean, I know there's a lot of moving targets, but I don't know that we could be great at every single thing, but the generating of the revenues is a major part of your responsibility. So
Understood.
hopefully next year when you come back, we won't be having the same conversation. I pray. Senator James, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
One, two. Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair. I, too, want to express my sincere condolences to the family and friends of Detective Phipps, and I'm happy that the men and women in blue were able to hold that individual and have them in custody, and we will see how that goes. Ms. Director Joel Lee, you mentioning that you have over 23,000 errors in tax filing?
Yes, sir.
So when it comes to the tax error correction examiner and the data entry repair operator, I'm assuming that there is an overload right there, they're overwhelmed.
Oh, yeah. I mean, as long as returns keep coming in, there are going to be errors.
How hard it is to train someone to be a tax error correction examiner?
No, that's not entirely the issue. We have staff. The issue is when we mail notices out, because the error collection process requires input from the taxpayer. If they don't respond, we're kind of stuck. We can't put a social security number that we don't know if they put a wrong one, if they, make an error in their math, you know what I mean? Simple errors we can kind of adjust, but if someone fails to put a dependent or put a dependent, and we need their input.
So my question to you, I heard about IT and the list goes on. When the governor first came in, he beat up his chest and he said he wants to be the first digital governor. So all that sounds good because I am a millennial and I believe in that as well. But as far as an email address, most individuals, they have a phone in their hands. Some people like myself, I don't know when last I checked the mail. I don't really check the mail like that. I know most of the time it's bills. So as far as being able to have a system where an email can be sent, letting you know, okay, these are the errors. You don't have that in place?
We're not allowed.
No?
It's against the law according
It's
to the
against the law?
IRS. Yeah, because I'll let Ms. Smith.
Media?
Good morning, Letitia Smith,
But
Deputy Director.
before you respond, sensitive information can be redacted, no? Or just an email saying, please call IRB, there's an issue?
Correct, because based on the IRS regulations, our first point of contact has to be a notice to the taxpayers. The issue that we have right now, we do have a voluminous amount of return notices based on the actual addresses the taxpayers are placing on the income tax returns.
So answer my question once again. There's no way you can say, please call IRB?
Unless they have their telephone number on the income tax return, we could call them, but we do have a lot of taxpayers who do not include their telephone numbers as well on the income tax return. So our first point of contact is the notice.
So can we make it mandatory? Or
no, we can't because we follow IRS regulations. So we do follow with that initial notice.
Oh, no, so that need to be revisited. That's nonsense if you ask me. Because a simple notice saying, please call IRB, it doesn't have to mention what the information.
We send a letter with the issues.
Well, here
to
I'm
them.
saying we're living in a digitized world. I myself do not check the post office box. So I guess we will have to have our delegate to Congress lobby them, find out some way. I don't know. But it needs to change because as this population starts to evolve, my generation,
30 seconds.
we don't want an email.
The IRS and the states have the same issue.
Okay, they have the same issue. Because I remember when I was living in Florida, you know, I could have just logged in online, type in my information. I could know the status of my tax refund. And I hope and pray, I really hope and pray, even if you have to send people all the way from Japan or China to help us. Because at some point, we really have to digitize this government. And as far as the taxes specifically from the construction activities in the U.S. Virgin Islands, have you been paying attention to the numbers? How is it looking?
Yeah, it's been good. I mean,
what is good?
Strong. You know, that's one of our strongest industries in the territory that we collect on. There's no secret when you drive around, you see a lot of activity. So we're, you know, those.
Do you have those numbers here with you today as far as the construction activities? Because I'm monitoring the conversation. Governor Bryan said time after time he's depending on the construction boom to help us with our economy. So do you have those numbers?
Yeah, I do, and they're actually also posted on our website. They are a part of the top 10 industries of collections. So that's, yes.
Madam Chair, with your indulgence, if I could just ask one last question. As far as the rum revenues, how have we been doing? Have you seen any?
We don't deal with that at all.
You don't see?
That goes straight to PFA? The rum cover over, is that what you mean?
No, not the rum cover, but as far as like, you stand corrected, yes. But the taxes and whatever, you don't have taxes that come as a benefit of that? Sales tax? Excise tax?
Yeah, we have that information.
But specifically for the rum, you have those numbers?
We don't have that detail broken down. I mean, I can get that.
So through the chair, I'd like to request that information to make sure that we are paying attention to the numbers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The senator is referencing the sin tax.
Yeah, it's a part of excise.
So you don't have a...
we have the excise total, but we don't have it broken down.
Boy.
I mean, we have it internally. We can provide it, but we do not have it on our website.
Okay, so we're going to need to get it's important because remember that legislation was passed when in somewhere about 2016.
Understood.
Right? Somewhere about 2016, that legislation was passed. So it's time for us to really look at it and review it to determine whether or not it's truly benefiting.
It is a benefit, I
the
can tell
Virgin
you.
Islands, but we need to see it. We pass laws, but we have to actually look back and determine whether or not it's working.
Problem.
Yeah, so if you could send that to us, that's an important part of our discussion. You have a point of inquiry?
What period?
Recognize Senator James's mic for a point of inquiry.
I just want to make sure that those two things are sent to the chair, specifically the numbers for the construction activities.
Yep. That's on our website.
I hear so, but we are asking for it.
I mean, I have it now.
Send it to the chair.
Okay.
You have it, so provide it. What's the construction numbers?
And the rum revenues.
I don't have the breakdown excise. I do have the gross receipts of the...
Gross receipts. Let's hear it.
Let's see. So for fiscal year 2022,
Speak into the mic.
sorry, for fiscal year 2022, it was 354 million. Fiscal year 2021, it was 229 million.
Okay, what about 20? Okay, so 23. Okay.
518 million.
Okay, give me the 21 number again.
229 million.
And thus far for FY23.
I have to give you that one.
Okay, and that would be up to what month when you give it?
May.
All right, so of course you'll have that information when we get back to our exit
Yes.
budget discussion. Okay. So let's go back to the excise tax. So you have an excise tax office, correct?
Correct.
And how many employees do you have in that office? In each district?
We have 7 excise tax officers.
And how many in each district?
4 in St. Thomas, 3 in St. Croix.
And do you have vacancies?
1,
In what district?
St. Thomas.
So you have one, so it should, and when did that vacancy occur?
I'm back in 2019.
Okay, so why hasn't that been filled?
That position have been advertised. That's one of our positions that are on continuous.
What's the title?
Excise tax officer.
What's the salary?
No, the salary is $35,122. Previously, it was $30,519.
And what's the requirement?
One must have high school diploma. A little experiences at the ports. Let me just say for the record, bless you. Say for the record, Senator, we work diligently with the Division of Personnel, and what we have done is we have restructured the requirements basically for the excise tax officers. So we should be seeing more candidates once we
You only need
advertise.
One. You only need one, but this is a question. I mean, you only have one vacancy. The question now is, what is your true need? Because that office, everything coming into everything we got on here, everything we're drinking here, everything we eat here, literally, just about, comes through. Am I correct?
Correct.
So we got 7, 4, 5, 6, 7, potentially 8 employees. Is that sufficient? Because I'll tell you, I've been talking to the brokers. I can just be straight up with you. They feel that the territory is losing money because the excise tax office does not have enough employees. What is our priority? We have to determine what our priorities are. And we need the executive branch departments, and particularly a department like yours, which is a major revenue generator, to help us so for us, it's not only about passing a balanced budget. We need to be passing a budget that's able to provide services to our people, to our citizenry. So the work that we do is not just about, okay, so this is what we collect, this is what we got, this is it. We have to ramp up the discussion about ensuring that we are doing everything in our power to generate every single dollar that belongs to the people of the Virgin Islands. So the question I have is, as it relates to the excise tax office, have you looked at the excise tax office, and have you made a determination as to what is the true need for the excise tax office? And is it that the salary of the employees or the starting salary is impacting your ability to hire individuals in the office? So, we can't just be sending down budgets and talking about we sending down budget for 24 and 25, and we really don't have no purpose and plan. So that one ain't for you. We don't. We just can't do it. We need to know when we pass a budget that our Bureau of Internal Revenue is properly staffed up and is properly funded. All the other fluff, we're going to leave it out. All the other travel and all those exciting things that people do, we got to leave them out. We need to focus on where we are generating our revenues in order to provide proper services. We hear the complaints every day. They blame us as legislators. But we have to now put it back on where it squarely belongs. So tell me, what's your ideal number of employees for the Office of Excise Tax?
Senator, we are currently doing a classification study with all of our employees and our needs, and we definitely realize, in fact, that we are going to try to request funding so we can put an additional 3 to 4 excise tax officers.
Miss Hector, you know I love you. But lad, it can't be no, how much employees you need? We don't need no tax study commission for this. We need to know how many employees you need.
3.
So you
three more with the 1 current vacancy. So,
okay, so
5.
send us, because I know I ain't supposed to come down here and ask for nothing. But our job is to make sure we're generating the revenue. So please provide this committee with the information as it relates to the need,
we thank you.
the associated costs, and the associated fringe benefits. I think there was a point of inquiry. Senator Fonseca, you recognize your point of inquiry.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. In following up in that line of questions with goods coming in, labor coming in. Just say, for example, they have 2 companies, one named Vina and one named Labor C. They coming in here, they laying cables, right? The employees work a full year in St. Thomas. We are on a mirror federal tax system. They earn $100,000, but they employed in another island. They pay the taxes to the Virgin Islands. How do we collect those taxes? The employee comes from off-island company. They're laying cables here. They worked a full year. They made $100,000. Is that tax revenue for the Virgin Islands, or let's say Puerto Rico? Does that go to that company? How do we collect those?
Good morning, Senator Letitia Smith, Deputy Director. We collect those revenues based on the withholdings. The taxpayer.
But they working for a company in Puerto Rico. They're getting the check from Puerto Rico, and they're paying. It's automatically deducted. Do you contact the company? How do you recoup those?
If the company works for Puerto Rico?
No. 2 employees. One works for Vina and one works for Labor D. They're laying cables in the Virgin Islands. They make $100,000 salary. They live and work in Puerto Rico, except that 1 year they are in the Virgin Islands. How do we collect those taxes?
Yeah, anybody who works in the VI is required to get what we call a W-2 VI, which means you have to file those withholding taxes.
So the company is notified that they have to do that? Okay, thank you.
Francis, you want a point of information? Oh. Thank you, Senator. Senator Potter, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to everyone. Good morning to the Director Lee and the executive team of the IRB, and a special good morning to my colleague and friend, Senator Blyden. Welcome back, sir. My first question, well, I'm going to piggyback off of what the finance chair just mentioned regarding excise tax. And I wanted to ask you, do we have a person in the St. John excise tax?
There's no ports over there.
So there's no need for anyone in the St. John?
And, part of the requirement for excise, customs need our seal of approval before they release anything. So there's not money that's left on the table, per se, because they're not going to be able to clear their goods from customs unless customs get their satisfaction from us.
Okay.
So now the brokers may have to wait maybe longer because of the lack of staff,
Right.
but there's no money that's not being collected.
So there's no need for a St. John, in your view,
there's
a
no
St. John
ports
excise tax?
there, exactly.
Okay. I wanted to ask you about what we pay for rent at the IRB as well as in the government in general. I know you mentioned $800,000+ annually, I believe, just in St. Thomas alone. And, that number really, and you said that you're paying a fair market value, you believe, out at Red Hook.
Yes.
But I know historically over the last several decades, we've mentioned the need for us to have a government entity where we could have consolidated government agencies sort of under one roof. As a key member of the government's financial team, Director Lee, is the time for us to start thinking along the lines of a government building? Is that something that you guys talk about and discuss?
Yeah, well, I'm fortunate because on St. Croix, I share a building with finance and lieutenant governor. So we have that one-stop shop element.
Right.
So, the reality is cost to build out something is higher now than it's ever been. So that to make that transition, that's above my world. I mean, I'm a beneficiary of the one-stop shop because on St. Croix we do have
And
it.
it's St. Croix division.
So.
But if you just add it up, just from a basic math perspective, if you add it up, not just you,
Yes.
but you're talking about other government agencies,
Yep.
I would guess that we're probably spending tens of millions of dollars annually in rent. So if that is something that we are doing, at some point I'm thinking that it would be prudent for us to think futuristically in terms of at some point we begin the process of deciding that this is a direction that would be fiscally prudent for us to go in. And we start the process. I know we have billions of dollars, federal dollars that, is now available to us. I would think that would be a no-brainer as far as just...
It is up for discussion. Absolutely it is.
30
It
seconds.
comes up all the time.
Okay. Regarding the income tax filing, I know you guys have done some work on finally making it a reality where we can go online and file our taxes. When do you see that implementation taking place?
Definitely, we go by calendar year. So right now we're in calendar year 2023. So we want to be able to receive 2023 tax returns online. We're not going to spend too much effort going backwards at this point because those filing dates have since gone. But we are trying to be sure for 2023, the VI residents can file online.
You said trying, you're hedging a little bit.
Well, no,
what,
I mean,
what could prevent this from being a reality next
we're
year?
very close. I don't see any because we're so far ahead. We're actually beta testing it now. So we actually it's in place. Once again, if everyone uses it at one time, God forbid the system crashes, those are unknowns. But, we'll try to do our best to make sure. But we are actually testing it right now.
The testing phases.
So.
Okay. Thank you very much. Maybe I could slip in one more quick question. With regards to, thank you. With regards to your excise tax division, and are we seeing how many folks, and I'll ask Ms. Hector, my good friend, how many people are at that retirement eligible age? Is that something that we're looking at for some of these critical positions? How many people are at that threshold where they could retire, and what would happen should the lion's share of our excise tax staff who do the heavy lifting were to leave?
Senator, within the excise tax section, and I would say at least 3.
Wow.
And it would be years of service is what I would say.
Right.
Not necessarily that they would have the actual age, but years of
Based on
service.
years of service.
Yes.
With respect to the new building, the new excise tax building that you're at Crown Bay, I know you're working with Viper. What are they saying as far as completion date, moving date? When
We
you guys have
would
discussion?
have been in there already. So, once again, I don't know what they're encountering on their end. All we just need is the date of going. But, we thought we'd have been in there already. So I guess as soon as we can, we're ready to.
So that's not something you're aggressively asking, Dow, like what's going on here? What's the hold up? What's the obstacle? When is this thing?
We have, but, that's not stopping us from processing excise. That is a more convenience to the taxpayer. And just, customs is also going to be a part of that. So whatever synergy they need to work out to make sure all the players are good, they may be good for us, but they may not be ready for customs. And I don't know, customs may have their own internal issues that we don't know about.
You can't minimize convenience of the taxpayers.
Yeah.
Senator
either.
Potter.
So thank you very much, Madam Chair. For
You want to wrap up? You can wrap up. You can
I
wrap
don't want
up.
to take advantage of your generosity. That's fine. Thank you very much.
It's
Thank
okay. I think the conversation is a good conversation, and it's important that we have it. And of course, we know that the time that we have allotted, because we have other colleagues, isn't enough. And of course, the chair like to chat. We're going to debate that, right? So, let's talk quickly about payroll collections and garnishments.
Okay.
So tell me what that looks like. What's that system that you have?
Somebody owes and they don't respond to our notices.
You can say the mic.
Somebody owes us, they don't respond to our notices within a certain date. We have every right to send a letter to their employer to garnish, and we expect the employer to cooperate. If they don't, we can get it straight from the employer's bank account. Either way.
So, agreed. 1,000 agreed. Are you aware that you have challenges with individuals getting their liens released once they've made good on their payments?
I'm not aware. Once somebody's paid off, I personally am aggressive because a lot of times they're paying it off because they want to sell property, move property. So
but what a system is you have in place that says Donna owed, she had a lien, she had a garnishment, if you will. So it's a lien garnishment. She had a garnishment. She's paid it off. What happens?
So
At what point does that garnishment stop? I could ask the attorney, because we've gotten several complaints with individuals whose checks are still being garnished, and who's paid off their outstanding, their tax obligation, if you will, for a particular year, and they still have liens on their property, because the assumption is that that individual will not pay the following year, or they may fall into the same situation. We have that going on. I'm going to share it with you. It's happening right in the Bureau.
Yeah,
Are you aware?
I am not aware of that.
Are you aware, Attorney Smalls? No, I'm not. So you've not gotten any complaints with regards to that?
No, I have not.
Okay. But you are aware that the timely removal of the... And that's why I'm asking about the system. What system do you have in place to ensure... Because I understand a month might go by, but weeks and weeks and years, in some instances, is an issue. I've had an older lady, she's 80-something years old right now, and her husband passed many years ago. She paid it off, and it was still, just up to last year, the year before, she was still being hit.
So what's supposed to happen, once we get that last garnishment payment and it gets applied and we see it pays off the account, at that moment, a domino should happen.
It's not happening in all instances, so I'm asking, what you would call it like a post-audit. What post-audit function do you have in place to ensure that at some point that's being checked? And if, we all make errors, so that happens.
Correct.
And then we correct ourselves.
Correct. The agent assigned is supposed to do that follow-up. That's what's supposed to happen.
So you see what you just said, the agent assigned. The agent assigned has a supervisor?
Yes.
So then the supervisor, that should be part of their responsibility.
Understood.
Because if I assign to it, if I ain't get to it, I ain't get to it. But again, what gets monitored gets done. So if no one is monitoring it to make sure that, look, we got to check to make sure that we're not, garnishing. I mean, people need their money, right?
Understood.
We're not garnishing checks where liens have been paid, satisfied. if we don't have a system in place where that's being looked at, then it gonna just.
Now that I'm aware that it's happening, I'm going to make sure that I stay on top of that.
I will share with you some information that I have, but that's something that we really need to address. Okay, Senator Carrion. Carrion, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
To you, my colleagues, testifiers, and the viewing and listening audience, I too want to join in welcoming back our colleague, Senator Blyden. It's so great to see you. May God continue to give you good health. And join in the condolences to the VIPD family and the family of Detective Phibbs. We join them in our prayers also. Director, good morning to you and your team. I want to thank you for the testimony you have provided this morning. I do have a few questions. One, starting by, we're seeing in your testimony, you mentioned that the FY 2024 budget represents a decrease of 6% to the Bureau compared to the one for FY 23. How do you feel about that? How do you feel about that decrease, and what do you attribute that decrease to?
Well, the decrease is a mathematical issue. Currently, for this fiscal year, when we started the year off, we didn't have as much vacancies. So since this year has started, we've had retirements and folks moving on. So at budget time, when we indicated those vacancies, just a practice, we budget them at 50%, which is why in 2024, fiscal year 24, they're less, as if they were fully, unvacant, so to speak. So it's really just a mathematical thing. It's not a decrease in funding or whatever. It's just because we have a vacant position, it's being budgeted at 50%. And once we get that filled, it's going to go back up.
Well, thank you for clarifying that. Now, speaking about vacancy, I am very concerned when I look at within your testimony, you're saying that for this fiscal year, you had 2 new hires, 2 promotions, but 8 resignations and 6 retirement. So when you look at the rate, we're losing more than when we're gaining. What is the strategy in place to ensure that retention is maintained, but also what are we doing aggressively in the recruiting process? Because as my colleagues mentioned, of course, you hold an important role in the revenue generating within our territory and government. So what's the status and then what's the plan?
So to answer your first question at retention, so in our shop, in order to grow, you have to get IRS approved training to then move up to the next level. Unfortunately, we have not been able to get that from IRS to come down here. I have since increased my travel budget so I can send folks away so they can then, pass training so then they can elevate in their career. That's my retention plan, but without an opportunity to grow, I'm kind of stuck, and then they grow on their own by moving on. The second issue is how do we aggressively bring someone in? As we've been discussing earlier, we're just going to have to look at the salaries. I know that we were waiting for this recent collective bargaining agreement to be finalized, and it's now finalized, so I'm hoping that I can entertain the conversation and get a better reception.
And so then that increase for the salaries for your employees, that will be retroactive to the beginning of FY 2023, correct?
I'm not sure about that. Once again, that's a discussion I have to have with the union and collective bargaining and how much that's going to cost.
Okay. Regards to your outstanding payments, what's the reason for those payments that are outstanding if they were budgeted within FY20?
Funding ability. Are you talking about refunds? I assume you're talking about refunds?
No, your vendors.
We have minimal vendor outstanding. We've done everything in our power to process the payments. So I guess when the check gets cut, they'll be made whole. But we always are pretty much on top of our outstanding vendor payments.
And you spoke about the 20-year-old system that you have in place and the new one that is necessary. Do you have approximately estimated cost of what that would be?
Yes, we are in discussion and we have some quotes. We're not going to put the quotes out there because we're still entertaining quotes, so we don't want to give any potential vendor any bar guidelines to kind of go by.
So is that included in this budget?
No, because we're not there yet. We don't even have an RFE in place, but we are putting teeth to this situation by starting with understanding what our needs are and how much that potentially is going to cost.
And last question, Madam Chair, if I may. With regards to, I know you mentioned your testimony, the challenges that you're facing with fulfilling the law that speaks about hotel occupancy tax, and of course, you know, that's a baby of mine. My question to you is, what initiative, if any, your division along with tourism have made so far? Because I know you expressed the challenges that you believe you might face, but have the department agency made any attempt, if any?
Yes.
And to whom? So if you could provide some details, that would be good.
We've reached out to pretty much all of those vendors, and we have gotten no response.
Thank you for sharing that information. All right, I'll talk to you. We'll speak off. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. So the previous speaker touched on the fact that you've lost how many employees in this fiscal year? Since October 2022. Is it 13, 14, or 14?
8 resignations, 6 retirements.
Yeah, about 13, 14.
8 resignations and what?
6 retirements.
So that's 14 employees, right?
Yes.
And of those 14 employees, how many of them were replaced?
Currently, right now, Senator, none are replaced at this particular time.
None.
But
go ahead.
Let me just indicate that we have 2 new, we have a promotion, and we have the chief financial officer, and promotion, we have the deputy director.
So we fill those spots internally?
Wait, when you could tell, one at a time.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just sorry, boss. You want to go ahead, boss?
No,
You can go ahead. The deputy director, that position was filled internally, and the chief financial officer, that's a rehire. She was once one of our task force financial officers.
Okay, so you have 14 positions that you have not replaced in this fiscal year. Those positions are currently advertised?
No, Senator. I should say yes. We have the continuous listing with the revenue officers.
What's a continuous listing?
That's a list that the Division of Personnel actually assists departments like ours to recruit candidates because our positions are hard to fill.
Okay.
So they work with us.
Okay, so from the Internal Revenue proper, BIR, Bureau of Internal Revenue proper, what are you doing? Do you send out your own advertisement? Hey, we're hiring. These are some vacant positions. What are you doing to help yourself?
Well, technically, Senator, we can't really put our blast like that, as the Division of Personnel is the recruitment hub for our pretty territory.
Who said that? Who said that?
Well,
listen, we keep this conversation that we have in here. We've been having it every single year. You have enough funding in your budget. Put ads out asking, this is what you have available. they could go to personnel, but I don't see no ads. Y'all are saying that you have this continuous list. If we go on personnel website now, we gonna see it?
Yes, Senator.
Well, we go to career fairs and we're aggressive on a more face-to-face basis, but we will.
Are you interested in filling your positions?
Absolutely.
Yes, Senator.
So they have this saying, right, that God help those who help themselves. So you have to put out your information. You are not prohibited from doing that. I don't know of any policy or any law that prohibits you from doing that. If you're trying to bring people on board, sometimes you have to be rogue. They're gonna just do this. You have to do what you have to do to get your positions filled. You are a major revenue generator. Your success is hinged on the energy that you push forward to get what you need to get done. So I don't know. But let me just ask you before I go to the last speaker. You still have employees on telework?
Inspector, I think we have 2.
Currently.
2, yeah.
Currently 2.
Why? Because I heard the governor made a very profound statement that he is not allowing any of his employees to be on telework and everybody should be back to work.
Medical. And
So for
just to be
medical-
clear, those roles absolutely do not require
What type of employees are they?
withholding and excise. Both roles does not require to be in the office because of the nature of what they do. Our excise platform is an online already.
So that person works on the back end?
Yes.
And HR, do you conduct exit interviews?
Yes, Senator.
So what has been the overarching reason why you have such a mass exodus of individuals leaving, 14 in just this year alone and the years?
Well, Senator, those who retired, the years of service, and those who resigned, I was able to indicate that better opportunities was theirs, basically. Increase in pay, better opportunities.
And people are just moving back to the States or
And then we
moving to
have,
the States.
yes, relocating.
You have any, have you ever had like a criminal investigator or any type of position like that?
We did, but that's one of those extremely hard to fill because you're marrying an accountant with law enforcement and finding someone who wants to do both. Usually an accountant just wants to stay accounting. They don't necessarily want to carry a weapon.
But have you advertised for that position?
We have.
Senator, that position has actually been out of the budget since 2010, at least 2010. However, it's one of those positions, as the director would like to see come forward, to actually assist with enforcing or taxpayers to pay their outstanding tax obligations. As the director was indicating, that's one of our positions that we would actually have to have that particular candidate train with the police officers.
Yeah, but you don't have it in your budget, and
But
you
we
ain't
don't
send it down
have
as a
it.
need. You ain't testify and say you need it. I mean, like, so the purpose of this meeting is to understand what your needs are and how we can help to facilitate and assist you with what you need, and to ensure that you're successful, and in turn we are able to be successful. We have the necessary funding, so we are able to provide a budget that meets the needs of the citizens. So.
We thank
I
you.
just hear like what I'm hearing
We're
is
going to include that in our wish list to you as well, Senator.
what I'm hearing is that we're doing a dance here today. We're dancing, and naturally, I guess that's what we do because of, I guess, your directive when you come down here. But if internal revenue ain't no joke, that's not a department that we could take lightly. So you shouldn't be waiting for personnel to decide whether or not they're going to advertise your positions. You got to start putting stuff out there to get these positions filled. And has there been any look at reevaluating the requirements for some of these positions to determine, so we can't get these filled, and why we can't get them filled, and how do we make the adjustments to make sure that we are able to attract individuals who are trainable to these positions.
And you're right, Senator. But we're tied to IRS's mandates, so I hear what you're saying. But maybe we can create positions that.
How are we doing a shaking our head?
Yeah, I mean, it's an issue we're having. Me as an accountant, it's hard to recruit folks here. Period.
So you have a task force, right? You made mention to the task force.
Yes.
So tell me, how many members you have on the task force?
3.
And have you seen any increase in your collection since they've been appointed? And how long have they been appointed?
How long have they been appointed? Well, I was a part of the task force when I worked for the Bureau prior. So, yes, and the task force case, they go, I like to think, monies that are not sitting on our balances. So we go and we do what we do to ask folks who never file, who we don't even know exist. They go out and canvass in the evenings, on weekends, non-traditional times. But yes.
How do you mean you don't know they exist? What kind of folks are you talking about?
Like, there are a number of folks in the community who just don't file. So we don't know how much they're owing.
You talking about businesses or individuals?
Businesses, primarily businesses.
We're really having a conversation after we just talked about the fact. You see the problem? So we know this. We know that we have a challenge with businesses. We're building a new system, and we're trying to make sure that folks talking to each other.
Yeah, but not all of them even have a license. They're totally off the grid because they work in unusual hours.
And guess who knows that? The Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, they're aware of a lot of these businesses who don't have licenses and who are operating in areas that they shouldn't be, in neighborhoods, I mean, all over the place. They know.
Yeah.
When you call them about it, they're having this gun-shy approach to addressing the issues. I mean,
yeah, so we are, we're not interested necessarily, I don't want to say in their business life, we're interested in revenue.
So you have 3 members on the task force. How much funds have you collected in?
As I said earlier, I did not bring that quantity with me.
Okay, so you need to share that with us. We need to hear what your 2021 numbers are.
Okay.
I mean, your 2022 and what you've collected thus far in 2023. Okay? Because again, what gets monitored gets done, and your KPI should be that should be a part of your KPIs as far as your progress that's being made. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all of you listening and present. Senator Bladen, welcome back. My condolences also go out to the Phipps family. Director, welcome to you and your team. First of all, thank you for what you guys do. It's hard work. It could all be better. Now, the best part of your 2024 budget for me is where it says the Bureau's FY23 budget was increased in March by $758,790 to fund negotiated wages. Okay, now, like you just say, you're a man of numbers. This is what threw me off. Fiscal year 2024 budget presentation, Bureau of Internal Revenue, June 20th, 2023. That's your one now. Fiscal year 2022-23 budget presentation, Bureau of Internal Revenue, July 13th, 2022. I have your last year presentation, cut and paste. But I had to look at the numbers. And where I say that you had, this year you have 157 employees.
No. That's positions. Not all
157 positions, excuse me. You had 153 positions a year ago. 105 this year on St. Thomas, 50 St. Croix, 2 St. John. A year ago, 101 St. Thomas, 50 St. Thomas, 50 St. Croix, 2 St. John. For the fiscal year, this year, you had 2 new hires, 2 promotions, 8 resignations, 6 retirements. A year ago, so with that, 2 new hires, you had 10 new hires last year, 12. You had 16 promotions last year, you got 2 this year, 18. 3 resignations, 8 resignations this year, 11. 6 retirements last year, 3 retirements this year, 9. Include 33 positions, 33 vacancies this year, 18 vacancies last year. So is it 18 from 13? We got 15 vacancies more?
Yes.
Okay. And then you have the 2 fellows. And then the fringe. So then you have your request for personal services, the position 6,000,006. And last year, the request was 6,000,008. So I'm just saying, so when you add in $758,790 in wage increases, how many people got wage increases?
All of the union.
Yeah, how much people is that? Out of the 157?
97.
97 people get wage increases. And the numbers virtually don't really change much.
No, well, what happened is the vacancy.
30 seconds.
The 33 vacancies are taken into account in the 24 fiscal year proposed budget, and they are at half. So they were reduced. So they're not full-time as was the current.
I got that because it was 50% last year to 50% this year. So what I'm saying is all your numbers the same. You cut and paste your numbers. All you do, right. So with you doing that, and you add in 758,000 for wage increases, and your numbers basically ain't changing. Well, you're not going to get back to it, but I just wanted to wrap up with a couple of things. One, for the task force, you say you had 3 individuals. Anthony Levette, Brandon Balwant, Vanessa Swanson, Joseph Bramble, and Rubina Neves are part of that task force?
Vanessa's no longer there.
Okay, so are the other names a part of the task force?
Anthony isn't.
Okay, so Brandon Balwant, Vanessa Swanson.
Vanessa's no longer there. So
okay, so all these people are part of who are gone, who are collecting revenues.
Correct.
Okay, so
they're not gone. Anthony was never a task force member. He has a specific role.
Okay, because I wanted to know their salaries as to why, you know, their return on investment. I'm paying you all this money to collect. You say you got 3 people. They probably making more money than you have out. Maybe not. Hopefully. And then in wrapping up, you have a rat infestation on St. Croix. How much did you spend for that, or how much you need to clear that up?
Well, we sealed the holes, and I'll be honest with you, I'm actually in St. Croix, and how I personally have dealt with the problem is I stop eating at my desk and leaving food around. I clean up.
Yeah, but you asked no different numbers in supplies.
Yeah, no, we've already paid for that this year.
That was paid for?
Yeah, we sealed up all of the whole building and any potential areas. But at the end of the day...
That was my wrap-up. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Senator Kepa, do you have a point of inquiry?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Can you please? Thank you. I wanted to ask this question because I can relate to this question. So how many audits do you conduct in a year, and particularly business audits? I'm not talking just about the earned income tax credit for the struggling people, because I could remember that every time I file for the earned income tax credit, a struggling mom, I ain't talking about just the struggling people. I'm talking about business audits. Can you tell me how many audits you perform in a year? Can you please recognize the testifier's mic? Go ahead and speak. Let's see.
Good morning, Letitia Smith, Deputy Director. Last fiscal year, we conducted 109 business audits.
And how many do you have earned income tax credit audits?
I would have to get that number to you. The earned income tax audits are office audits, and we conducted 672 thus far.
672?
72, correct.
Wow. Just one other question, if I may, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask, with technology, does IRB utilize direct deposit for income tax refunds?
It's in place, and that's through Department of Finance.
So when you say in place, like you have, give me a timeline.
Well, no, we don't. We
Yes,
send
we do.
the file. Yeah, I mean it's in place. People have gotten direct deposits, but we don't actually put the money in their account. We send the information to finance, and they actually make the deposits themselves.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. I'll ask this question offline of the attorney and the. Have you all received salary increases, senior leadership?
I have not gotten mine. Yeah.
What about you, Attorney Smalls?
When did I? When?
Senator, none of the exempt employees.
I ain't asking about the exempt
Oh, I'm
employees. I'm
sorry.
talking about the.
Yes, I did. I think last fiscal year, 2 fiscal years ago.
So you didn't. You didn't. Yeah, you
Oh.
did when we made noise about it.
Yeah.
Yes. So you didn't. All right. Okay. I'll get the information I need. We're about to wrap up, but I need to finalize the question around. I see that you have a reduction in your supplies category from fiscal year 23 to 24 to 28,800, a reduction of $29,000. Is that something that you can live with? And the other one is under the other services and charges category, you have a significant increase of 610,000, 611,000. That's a 30% increase.
That's to accommodate the electronic platforms that we're moving forward.
That's an electronic platform.
Yeah, the online filing.
So how I say I know the number?
No, we don't. That's just an estimate. Once again, it's being built from scratch.
So you're estimating that it's going to cost us 610,000?
Yes.
And that's across this fiscal year, 22 and 23, or is it just fiscal year 23? 4. Is it across 23
4.
and 24? It's just 24.
4 because we want to be able to file calendar year taxes with this year and next year. So yes, 24. It'll be in fiscal year.
Speaking of me, you're confusing me.
So
I'm trying to understand when this money will be spent.
in fiscal year 24.
So you're saying that the back-end system that was discussed earlier, this helps to support what you're doing?
That's more for front end.
Yeah, but I tell me that the front-end system costs
Yeah,
200,000.
to build, but then there's a maintenance element that we don't know yet.
How you don't know?
Because it's still beta testing. It's not fully functional as yet. It's a work in progress.
So the system is 2K, 200K,
That's the difference.
and you're seeing an increase of 600?
Yes.
So you're
To maintain.
anticipated it's going to cost you $600,000 a year to maintain?
Yes. Because we'll have the volume of tax returns coming in, and we expect that to increase as everyone
That
hopefully
seems very
starts
odd. That the cost for the system is $2, but the cost to maintain it is $6. That's like buying a cheap printer, and you're paying the cheap printer. You're paying an exorbitant amount of
For the
money
ink.
for the ink.
Yeah, I mean,
I look at it's good.
yeah.
Okay.
And a big portion of that is we're incorporating our current system, so it's not like it's a hybrid of what we have currently versus a brand new something coming in.
All right. I'm convinced. So you're going to need to give us something before we close the cycle so we could have a better understanding of where we're funding this or where you're proposing and where we're funding it. I know that I want to say 2 fiscal years ago, that would be fiscal year 2022. You came for an appropriation transfer, and we gave you an appropriation transfer for lots of furniture and a lot of different items for your offices. Were those things purchased?
Yes.
Purchased. Okay, colleagues, do you have one last burning question? Because we're about to wrap this up. Senator Blyden, you recognize. Recognize the mic of Senator Blyden, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. If I'm Director Lee, in your testimony, you spoke to the excise tax office at Niski Center, and I think there was a price tag of $20,000. But you talked about a time frame, and that's on Port Authority. But do you have discussion in terms of communication? When is the time frame to be
once again, we expect it to be in there already. They're doing a marrying of agencies to include customs and what have you. So they're trying to get everyone on the same page. We may be fine, Port Authority may be fine. I don't know if customs needs an additional something. So we don't know that. I know, once again, we were supposed to already be in, so I would have to believe it's the sister agencies that are working their kinks out because of safety and security and whatnot.
Okay, thank you for your responses. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Senator Joseph, you have a burning question?
I just wanted to get the earned income, how much they paid out.
Income tax, I think I have a number.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to get from you, because it wasn't here in your report, how much did you pay out for fiscal year 2023 in the earned income taxes?
Yeah, it's on page 9.
I only saw the recovery rebate. Okay, I see it. And the earned income tax amount thus far is $1 million. How much do you have overall to pay out? That's what I wanted to get at for fiscal year. That's how much you have paid out, but how much do you anticipate or you have already closed and you know that you're going to be paid? Or what is that full amount?
I'll have to get that to you.
Okay. Thank you so much, and just send it to the chair.
Okay.
Thank you. Senator Francis Jr. Recognize the mic of Senator Francis, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Director, in respect to, I see that your rental is a little bit over $800,000 on an annual basis. Do you intend at any point to try to obtain your own building, build out your own building? I would imagine for the last 5 years, you have spent over $4 million in rental. Is that anything that you're looking to do in the future?
Yes, like for St. Croix, the good news is we don't actually pay rent. And what you're talking about is St. Thomas. The lease is a 5-year lease. It's a 3-year commitment with a 2-year option. All I know is right now that's what I'm tied to. And at that point, I guess, the government on a whole has been entertaining collaborating and getting shared space with the different agencies. So that talks has been happening. Me personally, I'm locked into a lease for 3 years. And the build-out cost for any big project right now is astronomical. So just my background in real estate, I could tell you when we get to that point, I can imagine the build-out costs versus rent, even though 800 is a lot.
So how long have you been in that particular lease out at Red Hook?
Well, I inherited that lease.
Understood. But how long have the BIR been involved in that lease,
We've been there since 2010.
2010. do the calculation.
I is an English major.
Oh, you got CPA next to you.
I is an English major, actually.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time. Yeah, we need to pay attention to those things.
Anybody else? Senator DeGraff, one burning question. We're going to wrap up. We have folks from EDA here.
Yes, 1, 2. Yes, I don't know if it was already asked, but the wage increases that were given, was there any retro applied?
Yes.
And did they receive the retro monies?
Senator, the employees have not received the retroactive funds yet. What I'm currently doing is pulling all the data so I can actually have that completed, let's say in August for the team.
From how far back?
October 1st, 2022.
Okay, thanks. We'll follow up on that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, colleagues. I don't know, Senator Carrion, do you have one last burning question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In regards to the outstanding in taxes, delinquent taxes, there's 200 million you mentioned, I guess, for the past 5 years. Do you have a plan in place for a collection on these outstanding balances?
Yeah, we have a program that we follow, and once we get additional staff, we can just expand the collection efforts. But we have a strategy that we follow by IRS standards to go after those things. And it requires sending notices, waiting for response or no response, and then taking it to the next level.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, so Director, we're going to give you an opportunity to close. Based on the discussions that we have today, I just have to ask this question. Do you have a strategic plan to address some of the challenges that you're experiencing?
As far as hiring, collection, all of the above.
Strategic plan to address the challenges that you have. You have challenges with collections. You have challenges with staffing.
Well,
you have challenges. So a major part of your work is, yes, to ensure that, you follow because you're quick to tell us that the internal revenue laws, etc. But there's some things here on the ground that we need to make sure that strategically that's occurring. So in order to do that, you have to develop a plan with your team and chip away at it.
Well, one of the things that you had mentioned that's unquantifiable is the task force. You asked how much they collect. The thing is, once a presence of one business they make a business, the business next door will run in to get correct. So we won't know exactly how much that business next door thing, because they came in on their own. So strategically, we're trying to be more of a presence in the public. Is where
You and I
it
need to have a
starts.
conversation. I cannot agree with you on that. So while I hear what you're saying, it's the people that you touch. So the question was tied to who you touch. Yeah, I understand that if they see you here, folks are going to start to say, well, they're here, so let me come in. But of the people that you touch is what the question was really related to. But again, the question really wasn't that for this last. It's, do you have a clear strategic plan around your action items as to how you're going to go about addressing some of what was discussed today? I think it's critical that we understand, because these conversations are not new. They're very old conversations. That's it.
Understood.
Okay? We're going to allow you to close. 30 seconds.
I want to thank this body for once again hearing us and entertaining our budget needs requirement. Thank you for my team who's here with me today. We continue to do what we can with what we have. I'm glad that you guys are open to funding us some more, as long as we can justify it. But once again, we just thank you, and we appreciate this time.
Thank you, and just know that we are open to funding you, providing that, there is some plan and something yeah, that the investment is there and we can actually see it. It just can't be that we're working on it. We're working on it. So we do see the folks from the EDA, and we are definitely excited to hear from them this afternoon. So the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is hereby recessed for 10 minutes.
He just grabbed.
Hey!
The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you please read the item in block number 2?
Block 2, VI Economic Development Authority. Invited testifier, Mr. Wayne Biggs, Chief Executive Officer, VI Economic Development Authority. Madam Chair, that ends the reading of Block 2.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So this afternoon, we'll hear from the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority family. And of course, we're looking forward to hearing the exciting things that's happening at EDA. And we're going to ask our testifiers to please put your name and title on the record. We're going to start with the Executive Director.
Yes, Wayne.
Please recognize the mic of the testifiers. And that's the Chief Executive Officer. Let me make sure I say it the right way.
Either way is fine.
Okay.
Wayne Biggs Jr., Chief Executive Officer of the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority.
Kelly Thompson Webb, Chief Financial Officer.
Tracy Lynch.
Please recognize the mics.
Tracy Lynch Bola, General Counsel.
Thank you. Mr. Biggs, you have testimony this afternoon?
Yes, we do.
You may proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Donna Fred Gregory, members of the Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance, other members of the 35th Legislature, the legislative staff, the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority team, and the viewing and listening audience. I am Wayne Biggs Jr., Chief Executive Officer of the U.S. Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority, and I'll refer to us as the USVI EDA throughout my speech. With me today are executive team members Kelly Thompson Webb, Chief Financial Officer, and Tracy Bola Esquire, General Counsel. I'm also joined in chambers today by the following USVI EDA team members: Nadine Marchena Ken, Managing Director, Enterprise Zone Commission; Monique T. Samuel, Managing Director, Economic Development Bank; Mark Finch, Managing Director, Physical Plant; Selena Morris, Director, Marketing; Kaylee Richardson, Director, Human Resources; Kusa Holloway Christian, Incubator Program Manager; Joy Penn, Senior Compliance Officer; and Tatiana Bertrand, Budget and Financial Analyst. If necessary, they are available to respond to any inquiries you may have. Not here with us today is Margarita Benjamin, Managing Director, Economic Development. I'd also like to indicate that we have two other individuals here that are here as observers as part of our mentorship, development, and succession planning. Kenesha Gums, Loan Collection Officer, and David Stevenson, Senior Loan Officer. Before I start my testimony, I would like to offer condolences to the family of Officer Delbert Phipps and the entire VIPD team on behalf of my team. I would also like to apologize to this committee and the Post-Audit Division for our untimely submission of documents. The USVI EDA functions and organizational structure. As the leading economic development organization in the territory, the USVI EDA takes a holistic approach to economic development. The authority employs a wide range of economic and community development tools to foster investment, grow and support small businesses, create and retain jobs, revitalize distressed towns and neighborhoods, and provide affordable commercial space, all with the aim of improving the quality of life and place for the residents of the U.S. Virgin Islands. An umbrella entity, the authority unifies the functions of its four main divisions. One, the Economic Development Bank for the United States Virgin Islands, known as the EDB, which provides equity infusion to help new and existing small businesses grow into mainstream commercial banking customers. Housed within the EDB is the Incubator Program, which was designed to provide management, training, and technical assistance to startups so they can develop into full-fledged businesses. Two, the Virgin Islands Economic Development Commission, known as the EDC, is charged with promoting the growth, development, and diversification of the territory's economy by administering incentive programs to attract business investment. The EDC is comprised of the Applications Department, which is the main point of contact for businesses seeking to apply for EDC benefits, and the Compliance Division, which monitors and provides customer care services to beneficiaries in ensuring that these businesses comply with the terms and conditions of their agreements and other requirements of law. Three, the Enterprise Zone Commission, known as the EZC, uses tax incentive programs and other community development tools to revitalize distressed areas that were once economically and socially vibrant towns and neighborhoods. The EDC is also responsible for administering the South Shore Trade Zone Program. Four, the Economic Development Park Corporation, known as the EDPC, is a public corporation that acquires and operates industrial parks in the territory. Currently, the EDPC has two industrial parks, one on St. Croix and the other on St. Thomas, and owns the Fleming Building in Frederiksted, which houses our main office location on St. Croix. Though these entities have distinct identities and mandates, they all work in tandem to promote the territory as a premier business destination and foster a more robust economy. USVI EDA's administrative departments support the activities of the four main divisions. These departments include Administration and Finance, Legal, Human Resources, Marketing, and the Executive Office of the Chief Executive Officer and the Assistant Chief Executive Officer. The authority's overall strategy and operations fall under the guidance of a 7-member board. Presently, USVI EDA's governing board has 6 members and 1 vacancy, and that vacancy being a private individual from the St. Thomas Island. Budget requests, financial management, and expenditures. The authority operates on a budget that is driven by key performance indicators and strategic objectives, effectively utilizing its resources to achieve organizational mandates and territorial goals. USVI EDA's appropriation in fiscal year 2023 is $6,613,000. During the first half of this fiscal year, an impressive 63% of the USVI EDA's KPIs across all departments and divisions had a completion rate of 50% or higher, and 33% of the KPIs had already been met or are near completion. Looking ahead to fiscal year 2024, the authority remains steadfast in its commitment to performance management and accountability, with an appropriation request of $6,613,000, which mirrors the amount appropriated in the fiscal year 2023. I will now present select components of the budget and discuss how they align with the objectives in fiscal year 2023 and 2024. Personnel services. The fiscal year 2024 budget allocates $3,210,696 for personnel services, funding a total of 47 full-time positions, encompassing filled positions, existing vacancies, and 2 new positions. These positions are distributed as follows: 29 on the St. Thomas-St. John District and 18 on the St. Croix District. They are divided into 2 categories, classified and unclassified, comprising a total of 33 classified positions and 14 unclassified positions. As part of this year's budget, we have added 2 new positions. The first position is the Director of State Small Business Credit Initiative, who will be responsible for overseeing the territory's SSBCI program and ensuring strict compliance with all federal guidelines and regulations. The second position, an EDC Compliance Officer, will assist the EDC Compliance Unit with managing its growing EDC beneficiary portfolio. The additions are aimed at enhancing our program oversight and ensuring adherence to local and federal regulations. All USVI EDA positions will be funded through the General Fund, with the exception of the Director of SSBCI, which will be fully financed by the SSBCI grant from the U.S. Department of Treasury. In fiscal year 2023 to date, USVI EDA has onboarded 3 new hires, bringing the total employee count to 34 team members, with 20 in the St. Thomas St. John District and 14 in the St. Croix District. Not included in this count are 3 employees of the EDPC, which operates as a fully autonomous entity. The EDPC does not receive any financial support from the USVI EDA. Its operations are funded by rent revenues generated from its 3 commercial and warehouse properties. Currently, there are a total of 13 vacancies within the authority. Candidates have been selected for 4 of those vacancies and are in various stages of negotiation of the onboarding process. We are also onboarding an additional employee for the EDPC. Despite this encouraging development, USVI EDA continues to encounter the challenges that many other agencies and private organizations face to recruit talent. Our team continues to strategize and discuss innovative ways to minimize the impact of these vacancies. To attract talent, USVI EDA participates in job fairs, posts vacancy announcements on the USVI EDA website, the Department of Labor's Views website, the UVI alumni database, advertises in print and digital newspapers, and utilizes online recruitment tools such as Indeed. In fact, USVI EDA is in the early planning stages to host our own job fair to promote opportunities at our agency and feature jobs that our clients may have available before the end of this calendar year. Before the end of the fiscal year, USVI EDA will begin negotiations on its collective bargaining agreement with the United Steelworkers Local Union 8249. It is important to note that the authority is current on all negotiated salary increases. Retention, training, development, and succession planning are prioritized at USVI EDA. In fiscal year 2024, USVI EDA will implement a mentorship program to prepare current team members to assume leadership positions as they become available. USVI EDA has already started to revise and update job descriptions to align with the agency's strategic goals and ensure that they accurately reflect each position's key responsibility, skills, and competencies, which will help optimize workforce planning and employee development efforts. This is in preparation for the completion of a compensation study in fiscal year 2024 to align job responsibilities with market trends, attract and retain top talent, motivate employees, and maintain a fair and equitable pay structure throughout the organization. Professional services. At times, it is necessary to contract professional service to accomplish our mandates. The authority has achieved many notable goals this year and will intensify the pace next fiscal year, which falls directly in line with our fiscal year 2024 budget theme of reinforcing the foundation for economic growth and prosperity. In fiscal year 2024, in fiscal year 2024, we anticipate an approximate budget increase of $153,715 for professional services, from $901,835 in fiscal year 2023 to a projected $1,055,550. This is primarily attributed to 1, engaging a consultant to execute a global marketing campaign to showcase the territory's unique attributes and the USVI EDA's incentive programs to attract new investments. This will include the development of a foreign direct investment plan and strategy, as well as a full agency rebranding of messaging, taglines, logo, and websites to revitalize USVI EDA's identity and positioning. 2, conducting a community impact study of the charitable giving by beneficiaries of the EDC tax incentive program to provide a measure of how the Virgin Islands Board of Education, the schools and educational programs, and the nonprofit community may have directly benefited from companies that choose to invest in the territory. 3, updating the economic impact study not only for the EDC tax incentive program, but of all other programs and initiatives within the USVI EDA to comprehensively measure the collective economic benefits generated by all USVI EDA's units. By undertaking this comprehensive study, the USVI EDA will be provided with a more holistic understanding of its economic contribution to the territory. The previous economic impact study was completed in June 2019. The previous economic impact study, was completed in June 2019. The result of the study reflected that for the period 2013 to 2015, the Virgin Islands Economic Development Commission tax incentive program attributed to the creation and retention of 19,308 full-time equivalent jobs, $1 billion in wages and salaries, $9,700,000 in charitable contributions, $309 million in taxes and duties paid to the local treasury, and $1.5 billion in territory-wide economic output. By understanding the full scope of USVI EDA's impact, we can make more informed decisions and allocate resources more effectively to further enhance the economic growth and prosperity of the territory. 4, procuring consultants to assist the USVI EDA Compliance Department with reviewing past periods and complex compliance cases. In light of the passage of Act 8559, it is imperative that USVI EDA takes proactive measures to ensure the integrity of the EDC program. By engaging these consultants, we aim to bolster the unit's capability and enhance our ability to monitor and enforce compliance effectively. The decision to hire these consultants is a strategic investment in our commitment to upholding the highest standards of accountability and compliance. Capital outlay. The anticipated expenditure for capital outlay is $30,000. This will be used to purchase new servers and networking hardware to enhance and harden our existing on-premise IT infrastructure. Advertising and promotion. In fiscal year 2023, USVI EDA budgeted $512,500 for marketing. This funding is expended on advertising and promotion, event sponsorship, and attendance at trade shows, conferences, and missions to promote the territory to potential investors, resulting in engagements with approximately 100 potential leads. Major events this fiscal year included the SETI USVI New York Archipelago Summit in New York, New York, the Sea Trade Cruise Conference 2023 in Miami, Florida, that we attended along with the Department of Tourism and the Virgin Islands Port Authority, the Global Summit of Women in Dubai, the United Arab Emirates, the Select USA Investment Summit in National Harbor that we partnered with the RT Park, the Caribbean Hotel and Investment Summit in Miami, Florida, and that is also known as CRIS, where we partnered with the Department of Tourism, and the USVI Digital Health Summit and Business Reception that we partnered with the Department of Health just recently. Before the end of the fiscal year 2023, the authority will represent the territory at another major conference, the 26th Annual International African American Hotel Ownership and Investment Summit, hosted by the National Association of Black Hotel Owners, Operators, and Developers, and that's also known as NABHOD. And we'll partner with the Department of Tourism at that conference. To date, this fiscal year, marketing efforts have resulted in 26 leads classified as hot projects or investors with strong interest, which represent approximately $180,500,000 in potential investment. In fiscal year 2024, $200,814 of the advertising and promotion budget will be repurposed to professional services to support the recently executed contract with an international marketing firm, OCO Global Limited, to launch the global marketing campaign. In addition to the full rebrand and development of an FDI strategy, as discussed earlier, it is anticipated that the initiative will provide us with a comprehensive competitor and benchmark analysis to help define an impactful marketing blueprint, assist the authority with strategically identifying more trade shows and conferences to attend to increase our exposure among potential investors and site selectors, and facilitate meetings with strong leads who have an interest in investing in the Vision 2040 target industry sectors and the South Shore Trade Zone. Grant management and special programs. The authority has several programs and projects that are funded through federal grants and special appropriations. USVI EDA is also the agency entrusted with administering federally funded programs for our partner government agencies due to our proven track record of efficiency and accountability. Currently, USVI EDA is managing just under $100 million in grant funding for the execution of its own programs and those of sister government agencies. These include the VI Slice Moderate Income Home Ownership Program, known as VI Slice, officially launched in October 2022 to assist with increasing the territory's home ownership rate. VI Slice is made possible through $20 million in funding from the American Rescue Plan Act, known as ARPA, and a partnership between USVI EDA, the Office of the Governor, and the Office of Disaster Recovery, known as ODR. VI Slice provides gap financing to eligible residents to either buy or build their first home. Current participating lender institutions in the territory include Capital Mortgage of Texas, First Bank, Merchants Commercial Bank, Oriental Bank, and the U.S. Department of Agriculture, Rural Development. We're also talking continuously with Flagstar Bank of Texas, with Banco Popular, and with the Bank of St. Croix in reference to joining the program. In fiscal year 2023 to date, there is one recipient of VI Slice assistance on the island of St. Croix, and there are 3 applications in the pipeline awaiting a decision pending clarification from the lenders. USVI EDA, through its lending arm, the EDB, will continue to administer VI Slice through fiscal year 2024 or until all funds are expended. SSBCI 2.0. In fiscal year 2023, due in large part to the success of SSBCI 1.0, the territory was awarded more than $57.8 million in the second round of SSBCI funding, more than 4 times the amount awarded in SSBCI 1. SSBCI 2.0 is funded by ARPA, and the territory will have 10 years to expend the monies. SSBCI 2.0 products are more expansive than SSBCI 1.0 and include loan participation, loan guarantee, collateral support, and payment, performance, and surety bonding. On February 1, 2023, USVI EDA received the first of 3 tranches in the amount of $18,907,301. As we onboard the new director of SSBCI in the latter half of fiscal year 2023, USVI EDA will continue to work with the local banks to promote SSBCI 2.0. The authority has also contracted with a loan service provider that has access to over 22 lenders outside the territory so that we can aggressively assist as many small businesses as possible with accessing these funds. To date, ADB has approved one SSBCI guarantee in the amount of $1 million on a lender's loan of $2 million. 2 loans will be presented to the board for consideration at the July 11, 2023 board meeting. 1 loan remains in the pipeline pending additional information. USVI EDA continues to pursue funding for the technical assistance portion of SSBCI 2.0, and that is a $500,000 grant, and our application is under consideration right now by the U.S. Department of Treasury. The State Trade and Export Promotion Grant, known as STEP. The EZC is managing over $168,000 from the U.S. Small Business Administration to help increase exporting activities of small business owners and introduce current small business exporters to new foreign buyers. In the third quarter of fiscal year 2023, 20 applications were received for the new STEP cycle, and they are currently under review by our staff. Many of the STEP clients also participate in the Made in the USVI pop-up shop and kiosk initiative, a collaboration between the Enterprise Zone Commission and the Virgin Islands Council of the Arts, VICA. The kiosk is located in the Vendors Plaza on St. Thomas and sells Made in the U.S. Virgin Islands products year-round. Because summer is a historically slow season, and in response to feedback from the Made in the USVI vendors, EZC and VICA launched the Summertime Sunset Sip and Shop events to encourage residents to support these local small businesses. The events will be held every other Friday and will feature products in a different category. The next Sunset Sip and Shop event will be held on July 14, 2023, and will feature art products. I would like to encourage the members of this body and the listening audience to attend the Sunset Sip and Shop events, where you can support local businesses, socialize, and win quality locally made products. Technical Assistance Program, known as TAP. The authority was awarded $500,000 in funding from the U.S. Department of Interior, Office of Insular Affairs, to assist with the renovation of the former J. Antonio Jarvis School in the Garden Street Upstreet Enterprise Zone. The Jarvis School project will be the future site of the Virgin Islands Museum, Civic and Cultural Center, one of 4 major anchor projects planned for each of the territory's enterprise zones. Excuse me. Abandoned Property Elimination and Community Business Acceleration Program. This is federally funded by the U.S. Department of Interior, Office of Insular Affairs, in the amount of $250,000. The program matches estate planning attorneys with families facing multiple ownership or probate issues. The Enterprise Zone Commission is working with 8 families to create pilot solutions to resolve the overwhelming process of seeking clear title. Also made possible by this grant in fiscal year 2023 was the Multimedia Estate Planning Conference held on May 25th, 2023 at both campuses of the University of Virgin Islands in collaboration with ARP Virgin Islands. This event was live streamed on Zoom and Facebook and aired on radio and television simultaneously. The South Shore Trade Zone Program. USVI ADA was appropriated $1 million to promote the South Shore Trade Zone Program. Funding has been obligated to launch a major marketing campaign to promote the opportunities within the South Shore Trade Zone by contracting with an international marketing firm to create industry-specific collateral material and target potential investors to attend roundtables in St. Croix. The authority is negotiating with a firm to create the final rules and regulations. Additionally, the authority is preparing the contract to conduct a study on the feasibility of having a shipyard as an anchor activity in a South Shore Trade Zone. I am excited to report that the EZC is in discussions with the first 2 potential trade zone applicants. The Small Business Innovation Grant. In fiscal year 2022, the Office of the Governor launched the Small Business Innovation Grant and designated the USVI EDA as the subrecipient of $4 million in ARPA funds to disperse the grant awards. Following an application period, 336 businesses were approved for grant funding once they met federal granting requirements. USVI EDA's collaboration with the Office of the Governor and the Virgin Islands Small Business Development Center, VISBDC, led to our Administration and Finance Department dispersing $3,946,040 in grant funding to 319 awardees to date. There is $27,000 remaining to be dispersed to 11 awardees. And part of the issue we're having in reference to moving this last 27,000 is you have to have a SAMS registration, and we're having issues with those businesses getting their SAMS registration. So as soon as they get their SAMS registration, we will disperse those funds to them. EDPC hurricane repair projects. The Federal Emergency Agency, FEMA, has obligated over $16 million to assist with hurricane repairs of EDC-owned properties. Following a competitive bidding process, the contractor Apex Construction, Inc. was selected to complete Phase 1 of the hurricane repairs on St. Thomas. This includes roof repairs, the installation of an automated gate entrance, and the hardening of other structural issues. On St. Croix, an invitation for bid, IFB, was advertised to solicit proposals from qualified contractors to perform emergency roof repairs on Building 2 of the William D. Roebuck Industrial Park. The invitation for bid deadline is today, July 6, 2023 at 4 p.m. A public bid opening will be held shortly thereafter. Following the bid review process by an evaluation committee and board approval, it is anticipated that these repairs will commence before the end of fiscal year 2023. An IFB for the William D. Roebuck Industrial Park perimeter fence repair project is currently under FEMA's environmental review. EDPC's third property, the Fleming Building in Frederickstead, is a historic building that has received approval from the Historic Preservation Commission for repairs. An IFB is being drafted for this repair project. The EDPC team is in regular communication with FEMA, ODR, and the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency, VITEMA, to push these projects forward. In addition to the grant money USVI EDA already manages, we continue to seek additional funding to advance more of our projects and initiatives. These include grant applications submitted to the Community Development Black Grant Disaster Recovery, CDBG-DR, Neighborhood Revitalization Program for assistance with a collaborative initiative between EZC, EDB, and the Incubator Program to provide technical assistance and entrepreneurial training to eligible small businesses to build economic resilience and reduce losses from future natural disasters, and the revitalization of a 10-block area in each of the 4 enterprise zones, referred to as 4x10 Rejuvenation Project, to address residential and commercial edifices that needs repair, rehabilitation, facade improvement, landscapes, streetscapes, and related infrastructure. The authority will continue to seek federal funding opportunities, support other initiatives such as the Marcelli Agro and Food Technology Center. I would like to close this year's budget testimony on a high note and recognize the efforts of our administration and finance team for their diligence, prudence, and accountability, as well as the larger USVI EDA team for adhering to the authority's financial policies. This has earned our agency its 13th consecutive unmodified audit report. This is no small feat, as it takes a sound understanding of accounting principles and enforcement of policies to achieve. The overall success of the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority is due to the contributions of an innovative, progressive, and dedicated team of professionals. I thank the USVI EDA Governing Board for the guidance and the entire USVI EDA team for their diligence in executing the agency's goals and finding new ways to improve the quality of life in the U.S. Virgin Islands. The USVI EDA team is also grateful for the support of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and that of the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr. and his administration. I look forward to continued collaboration in the future, and I thank you. My team and I await your questions. I would like to also indicate that we did not make it a part of the budget presentation, but we did submit some additional information in reference to the summaries of the projects that we've been doing at the authority. We understood that this was going to be a different type of budget here. We talk more a little bit about numbers and not necessarily the things that we've accomplished, but we think I'm very proud of the team, and so we submitted that on a different cover, and I've asked Ms. Russell to share that with the members of the legislature after our budget hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Biggs. So, of course, a agency like EDA, and any agency, so while it may be a budget hearing, there are those of us that believe that we should be tying our resources to our productivity. So we are very interested in the information that you indicate that you have shared with my office, so I will ask my office to please make sure that it distributes the information as soon as possible. In your testimony, you made reference to Act number 8559, and that measure was passed in the 34th legislature. And I kind of honed in on it because you made a comment and you said, and I might misquote you because I don't remember what page you were on, but basically you were basically saying that because of Act 8559, the EDA now have to be a lot more diligent with their compliance, or something to that effect, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I know there was some, page 10 of 20, that's right, Dan. So I know that we did have extensive discussion around this particular piece of legislation back in the 34th legislature. And my ask of you is there any section of this legislation, have you implemented it, first of all, one?
Yeah, the entire act has been implemented. As soon as law becomes law, when it's signed by the governor or in the event of a veto, it's overridden by the legislature, we implement law as soon as we thereafter.
You're one of the few, so thank you for that. But we always have to be fair in as we move forward with any legislation that we move and is enacted. Is there anything in Act 8559 that continues to cause you pause?
I won't say there's anything that continues to cause us pause.
To cause you pause, not continue, but cause you pause.
Yeah, but there is some technical amendments we need to do that we're working on to get to your office just to clean up one area. And I will say one area, for instance, if you look at the act, where it refers to extensions as a result of investment, the law now reads that if you make a $1 million investment, you get 5 years. If you make a $2 million investment, you get the same 5 years. You know, I think before it was 10, and I think that's somewhere was translated incorrectly. So there's some technical amendments that we will get to you. What we were referring to in this Act 8559, as you know, and we worked, you're correct, closely with your team, is the fact that our fine structure, we could go back 3 years, and now the Act brings us up to the current year. So we have to be more diligent in making sure that we get compliance reports out in the current year. Timely, yeah. So that's what I was referring to in this.
Okay, good. And I know that's what you were referring to. So it makes me beg the question, does it require you to now have more technical type staff on board to ensure that you are in compliance with the legislation?
Yeah, one of our new positions we did is a new compliance officer to augment that staff, and we're also bringing on some compliance consultants on a short-term basis just to get caught up with our backlog. So we're doing everything that we can to move forward. So our complement of compliance officers at the end of this will be 6 compliance officers and 1 senior. And we think based on the portfolio we have right now, that will be sufficient. But as the portfolio continues to grow, we will have to continue to expand our compliance because we don't want the compliance to have more than 10 to 12 cases that they're working on at any one time.
Right, because that leaves room for errors. Yeah. Absolutely. Okay, so I just, as the sponsor of this legislation, I want to make sure that we're not creating any unnecessary challenges, issues for the EDA. And I agree with you that there is a need for a technical amendment. Now, you sent, I think, since 2019, we've been having discussions with you with regards to changes to the EDA law in particular, and additions, etc. You've made 3 proposals. This was one. Some of what's in here was one. And then you have 2 more. But we haven't heard back from you regarding the other 2.
Yeah.
We need to figure out how to move those. If those legislations are important to helping the EDA move forward, we can't rest on our laurels on them. We really need to get them moving. I'm prepared to make whatever amendments or technical, at this point is amendments, but they should have been technical at the time, to address the challenges that you shared that we have in this particular act, because I agree with you. One that's, what is it? $1 million for 5 and $1 million for
$2
what?
million for 5 also.
Yeah, we can't do that. So that's a challenge. We can't, the program has to benefit us as Virgin Islanders as well. So we have to make sure that we make the amendment. So we could do that as a non-germane amendment in our next session. So some of the things, we don't have to wait until we have a whole bill to deal with if it's something that really is impacting your program.
Yeah,
okay?
what we were doing is we were looking at really the law holistically, and we're actually formulating it, and we will share that and happy to move it forward in reference. So it kind of reads cleanly also. There are stuff that applies to the ADC program that are not codified, for instance, because they were tacked on to an act somewhere along the way. Such as the $2,500 that you paid Department of Labor. If you look for that in law, you won't find that anywhere. It's just tacked on to an act, but it's not codified in law. So all of those things, we're looking at it holistically. So when we bring the package to you, it's one clean package, and an investor reading the package can read it cleanly and thoroughly.
Okay, so is that something that we could see in the 35th legislature?
Yeah, we anticipate that within the next 60 to 90 days, we'll have that to you.
Okay, Mr. President here, so he here anyway. So
yeah,
please,
we'll
let's make
get
sure that we
to
get that done. All right, colleagues, we're going to go to a 4-minute round, and we're going to start with Senator Marvin Blyden. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. Mr. Biggs and your supporting team there with you, and thank you so much for that testimony. I must say I appreciate the effort that your agency is making in terms of being aggressive and going out there, to conferences, dealing with your marketing strategy, etc. And I see the return on investment based on your testimony. You spoke to 25 leads and $118.5 million in potential investment in the territory. I believe that that's attributed to the effort you made. But let me ask you though, because we know that small businesses in the territory is the engine that drives any economy. And in a post-audit report, it spoke to the Small Business Innovation Grant Challenge, and it's showing that there was an amount of $4.2 million, and it expires in December of this year, but the balance as of March 31st was $175,000. Is that correct? Or talk to me about that, please.
Let me explain in reference to the grant, and the post auditor is right. The full grant was $4.2 million, but $200,000 were for administrative services for us to administer the grant. So the actual grant amount is about $400,000, And as indicated in testimony, we have about $27,000 remaining that we have to distribute to 11 entities. Now, the issue in reference, as I indicated, is that part of the grant requirement is you have to have a SAMS registration. And they need to do that through the federal government. And we do have some difficulties at times because SAMS, the addresses that we use sometimes don't match up with SAMS. So we're working on those. In addition, we found that a couple of those businesses are closed and no longer interested in the grant monies. They closed shortly after they applied for the grant. So again, we got out the bulk of that money and we only have about $27,000 left in grant funding to distribute.
Okay, well, good to hear that. And you also spoke in your testimony on page 9 of 20, the Economic Development Commission Tax Incentive Program, which basically did a study, and it spoke to the creation and retention of 19,308 full-time jobs, $1 billion in wages and salaries, $9.7 million in charitable contributions, $309 million in taxes and duties paid to the local treasury, and $1.5 billion in territory-wide economic output. That was done between 2013 and 2015. Those numbers speaks volumes, in my opinion. Do you see us doing a study anytime soon in respect to see exactly where we're at right now?
Yeah, part of our fiscal year 2024 is to create an impact study. Now, these numbers are only EDC company.
Correct.
So we want to not only do EDC, but we also want to do the EDB, the Enterprise Zone, and EDPC to get
30
not
seconds.
only the EDC's contribution, but the entire USVI EDA. So we anticipate conducting that study in fiscal year 2024, and that'll bring us from 2016 through 2021. We're always lagging a year behind because of tax years and because of the extensions that are granted. So that'll be for those periods to bring us pretty much current where we're at. So we anticipate doing that study. And that study last time was done by UVI and a company out of New York called Appleseed Analytics that does those type of impact studies.
But I look forward to seeing that study, Madam Chair. If I may close. Okay, thank you. The foreign direct investment plan and strategy. Can you speak briefly to that, exactly what it will look like and what it does for our territory?
Yeah, I mean, we don't get a lot of what we call foreign direct investment, and foreign direct investment is usually investment from outside the United States. There's a lot of money floating around in foreign entities that are looking to invest, and we think, particularly with the trade zone, where we're trying to create an industry for transshipment. We're looking at the shipyard. We're also hoping to create light manufacturing and assembly, that there's good foreign investment that can be basically invested into those areas. So we have we've done a contract with a global marketing company called OCO that's going to help us to develop a strategy to attract that investment here, but also is going to look at rebranding the entire USVI EDA, including up-to-date logos, taglines, all of that sort of stuff. So it's the first time in years that we've actually reached out and said we need to refresh ourselves and our image. And it's something that we think is timely now because of the money that is available and the fact that we have a new area that we think is prime for investment.
Thank you so much for your responses, and thank you so much, Madam Chair, for your time.
Thank you, Senator Blayden. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present. Director, are the KPIs that you mentioned, are they tied to wage increases for your employees?
They're not necessarily tied to wage increases. They're tied to our objectives as the authority, what we're trying to achieve. But we are a union shop. We do have a collective bargaining agreement, and we are currently in that collective bargaining agreement. And as a matter of fact, I think it's August 28th, we'll start negotiations on a new CBA with the union.
August 28, 2023?
2023,
this year?
yes.
Okay. Okay, great. Good to hear. And how much of your personnel does that cover? Unionized?
We have 33 classified employees.
And
we budget for 33 classified employees.
Okay.
Out of 47, so the majority of employees. Now, let me just say, I mean, when wages increases are granted to our classified employees. We also grant them to our non-classified employees. Not necessarily the same amounts, but we do grant wage increases at the same time.
Okay, and I think that's fair to keep the priority. Okay, that's good. I just was making sure the Army have behind it, they hear it on the record. Now, you mentioned about the return on investment that EDA brings to the territory. Do you have an economist? How do you come to your numbers in terms of what you put into the territory?
Yeah, what we do is for the EDC side, we review all the annual reports that they have to turn into us, including the tax returns, that we have a stamped copy of the tax returns, and we look at the wages that are paid and all that sort of stuff. So we gather the information from all our beneficiaries, and we put it in what we call our own internal CBI. And then, as I indicated, UVI did the study of the impact of the EDC on the territory based on the statistical information we had, and working with a company that does this type of thing that's called Appleseed. Yeah.
Oh, okay, and are the fees that we charge near the top of what we should be charging, or is there room for increasing fees to generate revenue?
We've looked at increasing fees. Our fees are structured by legislation. Under Act 8559, we did increase some fees, so I think our fees are pretty good for now. But it's always something that we're looking at. Of course, as inflation changes and the dollar value changes, we always look at fees and how we can augment our fee structure to match the current market.
Okay, great. And then the facilities that your employees work in the territory, what state are they in? Maintenance?
On St. Thomas, we rent from Niski Center. I mean, I would say our offices are pretty nice. I wouldn't say they're perfect. We are hoping, as phase 2 of our repair project, that we're going to build our own building up at the industrial park. So we already have the funding set aside and everything for that. We already have the drawings, but it's part of the phase 2 FEMA repairs. Okay. During the hurricane, we were given what was called a replacement. So we're given replacement cost, and we decided to repair the facilities and then build an additional facility. We're doing another what's called a 428 program that allows you to do that. So we'll have new office space probably within the next 24 months here on St. Thomas. On St. Croix, we're housed primarily in the Fleming building in Frederickstead. That also will be going through a facelift. We've already gotten the approval from the Historic Preservation Committee in reference to the approvals. FEMA is now looking at a cost alignment because their loss amount was substantially less than what would be required to bring it back up to the pre-disaster condition. And so again, within the next 24 months, we think we'll have pretty good facilities. But that being said, just recently, we did an air quality test in the office. The last 2 weeks, and the air quality in the office came back as better than air quality outside. So we continue to try to create an environment where we have a good working environment. Okay. So I wouldn't say it's perfect, but I would say it's fairly nice.
I was going to ask about mold, but that's great to hear that the air quality is that good. And finally, in regards to VI Slice program, again, I recommend everyone I see to the VI Slice program. I'm still hearing issues regarding the VI Slice program. Could you break down any issues that were brought to your attention, and what could we do to address it? Because, like I said, I'm spreading the word too, but people are giving me feedback of issues.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are some issues in regard to VI Slice, and we're trying to address some of those issues. One is we say that you need a minimum investment of $5,000, and that is true. But if your ratios don't match, then you may need to invest more than the $5,000. So we're trying to change that language and get people to understand that there are ratios that have to be met, because a lot of these loans are sold in the secondary market from our commercial lenders or our private mortgage entities. So there's certain ratios that have to be met. So I think we're going to tweak the messaging to have a little better understanding. And also, we're also looking at what we call the combined loan-to-value ratio. We've gotten some advice from the lenders who are participating that if we increase that somewhat, a couple of the federal programs, we have it at 95%. A couple of the federal programs go to as high as 105%. And so we're looking at that now, and we'll probably have a decision on that within the next week in reference to how do we modify that and get it up to that level if we can, based on our spend plan, do that. And I think that may help a little bit also because, again, everything is driven by ratio. So because we say your minimum investment is 5,000. Everybody said, well, I got 5,000, I could do it. You still have to meet all the other ratios to qualify for the loans.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to you and your team. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and pleasant good afternoon to the testifiers, Mr. Wayne Biggs and the whole crew. This EDC program, is ought to be commended for what it does for the community. The results are obvious. I wanted to particularly highlight some issues here, because we just had before us the Bureau of Internal Revenue was before us. And there, it's so interesting to note the glaring differences, because their personnel costs was $6,628,998 for 157 employees. But the EDC is $3,210,696 for 47 employees. What it does is, if you break down the average cost for IRB employees, they are being paid $42,000, which the EDC is being paid $68,000. So your employees on the average are paid 62% more than the IRB. And of course, the IRB was here before us with their 33 vacancies. So I think Director Lee of the IRB, if I was an accountant and the IRB, I go into the EDC, I get a 62% increase. So IRB, you put on notice, this is probably why you have so many vacancies, because EDC and a good performing agency is 62% more. Okay, I want to go into this VI Slice program on page 12, right? Because I noticed that First Bank is on board, Merchants Bank, Oriental Bank, USDA, Rural Development. But still, you only have one recipient and 3 applications in the pipeline. And this is such a good program because you get the ability to become a homeowner. So tell me, what is it that we have to do differently with the Slice program? Because I'm amazed to find out there's only been one recipient so far.
I think there's a couple issues. I mean, I mentioned some of them when I was talking to Senator DeGraff a few moments ago. I think one of the bigger issues also that we didn't talk about is not so much the Slice program, but it's the inventory that's available and the cost of inventory that's available of housing also. And many of these banks, although the program allows for a fixer-upper, the only entities that are really doing construction loans right now is Merchants Bank and the U.S. Department of Agriculture Urban Renewal. So there's only 2 entities that are doing construction. So you can't even buy a fixer-upper at a reduced cost and then fix it in that realm. But again, I think one of the bigger issues also is just the ratios and having people meet the ratios, and that's why we're looking at the combined loan-to-value ratio, and we probably will make a modification in that to have more people be eligible under that.
Yeah. You see, this is why I advocate that the GERS need to reinstate those land loans and the personal loans, because I heard you made mention to them needing the 5,000. You see, it sounds like the people, from what I've gathered, the people are interested in getting the homes, and some of them qualify, they have the credit score, but they need that little extra $5,000-$10,000. And this is where the GERS come in, That's how I was able to get my home. And a lot of other people were able to get their home by the GERS making available these, $5,000-$10,000, because this is a nice program. One quick point here. You said that the program is going to continue until 2024 or until funds are expended?
Yeah, I said the program will continue through 2024 or until funds are expended. We have the $20 million. There's no deadline in reference to when the actual $20 millions or usually in grants, there's an expiration date. There's no expiration date on the $20 million. So as soon as the $20 million is lent out, the program, as far as funding goes, is expired because we don't have any more funding unless we're able to find another funding source. But we still have to administer the program for 10 years after, because there's a 10-year requirement that you have to live in the home for 10 years. So the funding requirement and the program requirement are kind of a little different You follow me?
Yeah, Madam Chair, can I just finish the question? Yes. Okay, so you got one recipient, you have a $20 million pool. So how much is now obligated? That is less than 1%, right?
Yeah, I mean, this force, I mean, I don't want to give out necessarily the numbers, but we have over $19 million still in the pool. So we have lots of money to lend.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. So let me just get clearly on the elements that make up your operational budget. So, of course, you generate revenues. And you noted that you, in generating your revenues, you generate revenues from application and processing fees, interest income, transfers from the EDC Industrial Promotion Fund, and other revenues. So in total, on average, how much revenues do you generate outside of the general fund annually? What was the aggregate number over, I mean, you could give me what you saw in 22?
Roughly about 500,000 annually, roughly.
So annually, outside of your general fund appropriations, you generate about 500,000.
That supports the operating budget.
That supports the okay, so then help me then. How much do you generate in total that does not support the operating budget?
We have the EDC Industrial Promotion Fund. This year we generated roughly 400,000. The way the transfer from the promotion fund works is every year, depending on the revenue, we transfer a certain amount to supplement the operating budget.
Is that by law? I need to make sure I clear on that because I
Yes.
don't know all the law. So by law, there's a certain percentage?
No, it's not a certain percentage. By law, we can use funds that's generated from the EDC Industrial Promotion Fund to assist with the operations of the Economic Development Commission.
Okay, so who makes that decision as you build your budget?
The board. We receive authorization from the board to transfer a certain amount.
Okay, so the amount that was transferred this year in 2022 was how much?
We did not transfer an amount in 2022. What we do is the funding could only be used for EDC. So at the end of the fiscal year, we do an assessment, and based on the need, then we transfer accordingly.
So if you have a shortfall, then you
exactly to supplement.
All right. So
just for clarity, Senator, if I may, I just want to say the Industrial Promotion Fund is made up of fines and fees that we charge as a result of compliance or late notices that the EDC customers submit. As a result of Act 8559, we anticipate that that's going to go down significantly as we're doing more one-year compliance reviews. People will become more compliant, and therefore we will have less fees. So there'll be a lot more self-compliance as a result of that, which is a good thing for us. We want self-compliance, but we don't anticipate that we'll have the same funding sources that we've had in the past as a result of the smaller window to charge fines.
And how long have you implemented 8559?
From the time the law went into effect.
So that's a year.
A little under a year, I think.
A little under a year. So
a little under a year.
You should have some idea. I guess by this year, you'll have a
the end of this
idea.
fiscal year, we'll have some sort of idea, hopefully. But definitely by the end of fiscal year 2024, we'll have a good feel because we'll have some averages that we can
So
run.
we basically use the non-compliance to generate revenues for the program.
Right.
So then we fostered non-compliance to generate revenues.
No, we didn't foster non-compliance
Yeah,
to
we
generate
did.
revenues. No, we didn't do that. I will say that the EDC, when it was transferred from the IDC to the EDC, there's always been a backlog of compliance. We just have never been able to catch up. But we do compliance. But what we may have done is we may have done a 5-year cycle, because we have 5 years of compliance needed to be done on that entity. Now we're doing a 1-year cycle to make sure we're current with the current year cycle. So
I see.
we approach it a little differently.
But I don't want to give my original train of thought. So Basically, the government allotment is about 5.6 million.
For general operations.
General operations, right?
So, yeah. In total is 6,613,000.
But for general operations.
Yes.
So the bulk of your operational dollars comes from the general fund.
Correct.
And the question that I have is, we have to get to this place. We have to look at this program. This program is touted to generate how much money on an annual basis? Based on the current...
It depends on taxpayers and hundreds of millions of dollars
right.
going to the
That's my
the
point.
treasury,
So
yeah.
it's hundreds of millions of dollars. I'm going somewhere. I believe that this program has been around for how long?
Since 1972, it started as the IDC and moved into the EDC in 2002.
When did we move?
2002.
2002. So that's 21 years. Right? About 21 years. So I believe, and if my thought process is off, just share with me why, that this program should be a more self-sustaining program by now. And it may not be a self-sustaining program because of how the legislation is written.
Right.
So we have to seek ways to make it a self-sustaining program, because this program generates hundreds of millions of dollars for this territory. So we should be looking at it to become a self-sustaining program, to move it off of the general fund so we can be able to provide services. For me, it's all about how do we ensure that we are able to provide services to our citizenry. And programs like these, we start them out, but then at some point we got to wean them off.
Senator, I like your train of thought, and I will tell you why it's difficult to wean the EDC off. Our customer base, unlike other normal entities' customer base, pays taxes, so we generate taxes for the general fund. So if you're going to give me a percentage of the taxes we generate, I could be weaned off very quickly. Give me 10% of the taxes that are generated by the companies that we bring, that are EDC clients, and we will be weaned off the general fund. But again, I mean, we charge small fees to get them here, and then the bulk of the money is paid in taxes, and that goes directly into the general fund. So we don't see the bulk of the money that we bring into the territory as a result. We're not like, I'll take a Viper, that you bring in a plane and there's landing fees and you get to keep the landing fees. We bring in a company, they pay $1 million in taxes, we don't see any other $1 million, with the exception of what the legislature appropriates for us for operations. So there's different in reference to how the fee structure is. So I'll take 10% of the money that we generate, and I will be happy to be weaned off of the general fund that way.
Okay, I just think that it's something that we need to take a deeper dive and look at. So I'm not thinking that you need to figure out how to be self-sustaining. I think that, you know, based on the fees that's collected, etc. I mean, your ask is $6 million. That's a drop in the bucket based on how much money you generate annually. That's for the territory. That's what I meant. Yeah. So that's something that we probably need to take some time to really look at and see how we can. I mean, you have projects and you use federal funds, and then, you know, when those federal funds isn't enough to cover them, then what next?
Then our projects stop until we're able to find some additional funding.
That's my point.
And that's why I say if I was getting a percentage of the taxes, I think some of the things that we would like to do, we would be able to do more easily without necessarily looking for funding. Because what we're seeing with federal grants also is that they may give you one grant cycle and then you can't come back to them for the same grant the next cycle. You have to do something different or something a little more. So, I mean, we have 4 anchor projects, for instance, that we would like to create and get moving that we think will help the economy here, but we're looking for federal grants for that. We have projects that we want to do in the South Shore Trade Zone. We want to build a spec building. We want to build some refrigerated space in reference for storage of refrigerated warehouse. You know, those type of things that we think can move industry. We have to take the chance on something, but we don't have the funding to take the chance. So we look for federal grants. We turn to the US EDA, we turn to the USDA, and a variety of programs. We want to create some makerspace in St. Croix. Again, we're looking to a federal grant to create makerspace. All of those things that we think can help. We're looking for funding to do that outside the appropriation that we get for operations.
Well, thank you for your response. I think that, I don't really like to use the word summits, and I prefer to use the word think tanks. But I think that we haven't had a real think tank discussion around, how, these economic development opportunities align, and some of the things that we need to do to ensure that they, in fact, align and we are able to generate the revenues as best possible so we could support some of what you just said. So, I think it's time for us to begin to, again, to have that discussion, that seat at the table, that tabletop, if you will, to kind of start to marry up and align things. I just see that things are sort of misaligned. And it's not necessarily with your department alone. It's just overall in the conversation, you're just hearing the misalignment as to how we're not aligning things. So while we're doing a lot of work, we have a lot of silos. So while you need money for this particular purpose, we're funding that, but that's something that really benefits the territory, like the South Sierra Zone, and I'm sure that the next speaker is going to jump on it. Senator Novell Francis, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Check 1, 2. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to the fine folks from the EDA and EDC. Thank you for your testimony. I wanted to ask you along that same line, though, have there been a SWOT analysis in terms to make a determination of where we at in terms of our EDC tax incentive programs?
Well, that's part of the start in reference to getting an impact analysis done. And we're working in reference to the impact analysis. Part of it will be identifying where we may have weaknesses, where we may have leakage, that sort of stuff. Combined with the OCA contract we're doing for global marketing that will look and position us against our competitors and everything else, we'll be able to have that data that we need to really create a good SWOT analysis in reference to the territory. And I want to make it clear, it's not a EDC SWOT analysis. It's going to be more a territory and what a territory needs to do to remain competitive in the marketplace.
So if we're having a conversation with the GVI in respect to what the EDC companies bring in to the territory on an annual basis, for FY 22-23, for example, what would that number look like?
I could give you probably the number for 2021 and going back. That's what we're using for analysis. But I don't have that with me now. But again, it's going to be hundreds of millions of dollars, as I indicated in testimony for that 4-year period that was done previously with the impact analysis. Not only is there taxes
that was from your perspective, correct?
That analysis was done by UVI and Appleseed, a company that does these type of reviews. So we always go to an outside entity so the outside entity can audit us with clean eyes. So we don't do our own analysis internally in that manner. This is an outside entity that's looking at us from the outside and seeing what we're generating.
Very well. I want to say that I am not pleased, in my opinion, with the VI Slice program. I thought that we would have seen this further ahead. Again, we continue to see leakage of our population, our middle sector population specifically, and where these individuals are leaving this territory because their inability to be able to own a home. They go elsewhere, Boston, New York, all these other areas, and they get a house in no time. And I thought that the VI Slice would have been able to have a conversation today, some 6 months later, than to just say that there's one executed application and 3 in the pipeline. That's just my feeling. I thought that would have been further ahead and be able to stop the leakage that we're seeing here. Because those are our children. Those are the people that we depend on, to be able to, again, transcend, be home as we age out, to be here to support us, and we're not seeing that. So that's very troubling to me, and I'm hoping that we're able to make some inroads on that. In respect to delinquencies from your tenants, I didn't really see a listing of any of your delinquencies or all of your leases and tenants up to date.
I think one tenant is behind. Actually, let me say 2 tenants are sort of behind, but one of them we do have an agreement that we do credits against. They're going to pay for roof repairs, and so we're doing credits against that. But one tenant is somewhat behind on our billing out of all the tenants we have.
Very well. And in respect to the solar initiative, where are we with that? There's anything happening in respect to solar initiative and driving down the cost of energy to our tenants?
We're working on that. Part of our solar initiative is once we get the okay from FEMA, we're still fighting with FEMA for repair to the buildings. Part of it to put new roofs on all the buildings. And once the new roofs are on, building number 2 will be the first entity that will have solar on it. And then we'll integrate all the other buildings as we go along in reference to creating a microgrid within the park. So that's still in our plans. But again, FEMA is holding us up in reference to the repairs to those buildings.
And 2 real quick questions before we move, before I complete this round. Do you have any adjudication, any judgment or anything against the EDA? Any lawsuits are pending?
No pending lawsuits that I'm aware of. No litigation
No
that we're
judgments
involved in. No judgments.
on that?
No, I mean, of course, from time to time we go in litigation in reference to borrowers that we may have. But I mean, as far as entities suing the agency or the authority, there's no litigation that we're involved in right now.
What about vendor payments? Are you up to date with most, if not all of your vendors' payments, or at least there's a payment plan?
I will say we're probably up to date with all our vendor payments. We have moved to ACH, where we prefer to pay people electronically, and we're trying to get all of our vendors on ACH. Because we are the authority, although we usually get a net 30, we try to pay within 10 days. We understand the need to support small businesses here in the territory.
And I don't believe we're going to have a next round, so I'd just like to ask you, what about this budget? What about this that presents some challenges for you, that give you reason for pause, that keep you up at night? Can you speak to any challenges that in submitting this budget that you're fearful of?
I think one of the challenges we have is workforce. I mean, definitely we would love to fill all our vacancies. We do have technical positions that we have difficulty filling, particularly on our compliance side. Even an attorney, we're having difficulty filling an attorney position. And we're losing employees. I know Senator Fonseca did a little average there between us and IRB, but we've actually lost employees to the Housing Finance Authority because of their CDBG and the money that they're using. They're able to pay higher salaries than we are. So if we had more money, I would love to be able to pay our employees at a level that we can keep them and maintain them. And I think that's really why we want to do that compensation study. We want to make sure that we're paying people well and that we're able to keep the people that we've trained in special areas. We don't want to train them and have them move over to somebody else because they're able to find better salaries elsewhere. So those are some of the things. It's just reference personal costs. We're going into our CBA negotiations next month, as I indicate, and we'd love to pay our people as fairly as possible.
What union are your employees under?
Steelworkers, what's the long title? It's union, I think I gave you the local, but it's Steelworkers.
Steelworkers, okay. So everybody's under the Steelworkers?
Yes, we have only one union we have within the EDA.
Okay, and I see that you have about 12 vacancies. Is that accurate?
Yeah, roughly.
I think it's 12. I mean, I think it's actually 13, but one is a federally funded position, so it's not included in that. So, but that's roughly accurate.
And the salaries that you have here in your vacancies are funded at?
We have a step chart that we use, and it's 1 to 40 as a part of the union agreement.
No, that's not what I'm asking. Is it funded at 50%, 100%?
100%.
So you're saying that a facility, what's a
facility
application analyst?
Application analyst takes in the EDC applications and they review the applications and make recommendations based on the applications that we receive. We do cost-benefit analysis, we do a review, a background check, a variety of different things we do, and then they do the write-up that makes the recommendation to the board.
And what's the response? What's the requirement to fill such a position?
We look for, usually a bachelor's degree, usually accounting or some sort of business area, some sort of financial area in regard to that. And if there's years of experience versus degree, we look at that also. So
this is where my confusion comes in. And this has zero to do with you, okay? So we have a UVI Fellows Program, a GVI Fellows Program. And the salary for the GVI Fellows Program is $55,000, right? The requirement is basically graduates they have the business background, accounting, etc. But then we have the starting salaries of individuals who are coming into our government. These are similar graduates who coming into our government, who are encouraging rather to come into our government with salaries that's less than the 55. The program is a great program, but the program seems to be kind of bumping up on the success and the ability of departments to hire professionals in the accounting, business type arena. I started to not understand how we come up with this. I mean, I don't expect you to answer. I just amazed.
No, I will just answer by saying when Senator Francis asked me what were some of my headaches, those are the type of things that we run up against.
Yeah, because we keep hearing it over and over that, when we look at this, that's why I asked you about what's the requirement to serve as a compliance officer one. Tell me.
You need to have some kind of financial degree. You're reviewing the annual reports that the EDC companies submit, and you're reviewing and doing analysis, looking at the tax returns, and then making a recommendation based on that. So all of those positions are analytical positions, and that's why we have a lot of trouble filling them.
Yeah, because now we have a program that's bumping up against the salaries that you are offering. So we ain't taking your job. We go into the GVI Fellows program. Yeah, this is a challenge. I think that this needs to be revisited. I think even if they offer a salary and then at the end of the program they give them a stipend, not a stipend, what do you call it, a bonus or honorarium or whatever you want to call it, incentive. But this is creating a problem because I think how long you could be on a UVI Fellows program? I keep calling UVI, GVI.
GVI.
I think I'm not sure. I think it's 2 years. So that's kind of stalls you from any opportunity for 2 years. And then when that 2-year window ends, I'm at 55, so you offer me 49. So folks are going to start moving away from us again. So we got that's why I said I don't necessarily like to talk about summits, but we need to put some kind of think tank together to discuss all of these types of issues that's impacting us tremendously. You're doing your best every day, but this is a big challenge that you have. So. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. A pleasant good day to everyone. And I neglected in my opening remarks earlier this morning to definitely convey and express my deepest condolences to the family and the loved ones of our fallen soldier who died in the line of service, Officer Phipps. Definitely want to convey my heartfelt condolences to his family and their loved one. Now, I know some questions were asked surrounding the Small Business Innovative Grant by one of my colleagues earlier, but I may have missed on my way up to inquire about the range of the grants. How much do they range for, the grants awards?
Yeah, they went from $1,000 to $50,000.
Okay. And I know the question was asked because I did see the disparity of the $4 million in your report and what our post-audit reported as $4.2 million that is allocated for this program.
Yeah, the post-auditor is correct. It's $4.2 million,
okay.
But $200,000 is for administrative expenses on our side.
That's what I presumed.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that we were able to clear that up. Now I wanted to ask you because you've had an opportunity to review or have received a copy of the post-audit report.
Yes.
Okay, good. Now, I looked at one of the areas that has been really a sticking point for us in the Virgin Islands that is under your purview is the Economic Development Bank. And I've been paying key attention to your KPIs. It's on page 19 of 31. And you have a target for fiscal year 2023 of 5%. And explain to me why now, as of March 31st, for the loan delinquency specifically, it's 16%. What is happening there?
Yeah, let me first say currently it's 1%. So let me clear that up. But at the time the post auditors was reviewing, the information we provided was 16%. And it was as a result of coming out of COVID, where we had done some loan restructures and everything, people were catching up on some of the payments. So we are down to 1% now.
As of June 30th?
June 30th, we're down to 1%.
So good.
I'd like to clarify something if I can too, though.
Yes.
We're doing development lending, so we always anticipate that our delinquency rates are going to be a little higher. For instance, we're doing 90% of the startup businesses here in the territory.
What rate? I'm so sorry to interject. What interest rate are you charging?
It depends on the program. It goes from 4% to prime plus 1, depending on the program you're in.
Okay.
But again, development lending is a little different than commercial lending in that we're taking a chance on somebody that has a good idea. We're not a collateral lender, we're a cash flow lender. So if you have a good business plan and a good idea, we're willing to take that chance if your numbers make sense and your plan makes sense to us. Where a commercial bank would not normally do it. For instance, our programs require you to be declined by a commercial bank.
1 minute.
Okay, so you're taking up a lot of my time here, Mr. Biggs. You're okay. So you're saying it's down, so you only have about 1% delinquency rate as of the ending of last month. Now, I wanted to go to page 17 now, and this is under the compliance unit. And, a lot of conversation has gone out regarding EDC compliance and meeting that. And I'm happy to see that you are looking to fill the vacancies within that department. And also, I noted that you're looking to bring in a vendor to also beef up what you're going to be doing, correct?
Multiple vendors, yes.
Multiple. So you've heard and you're acting on the issues there. Now tell us, because you've had a number of compliance reviews completed. It should have been 20 was your KPI target, but you have only done one.
Time.
As of March 31st.
Yeah.
Are we still at the one? What is causing that? Because that doesn't show any type of work being done as far as compliance.
Yeah, well, when we did the KPI, there's two things going on. First of all, technically we have 2 completed, but we have 26 that have been drafted and it's been reviewed by the managers for approval. So there's significance. So this is timing issue. So the time we get to the end of the fiscal year, we would have met that KPI. So it's more a timing issue. In addition, we've been receiving a lot of what we call petitions, where the EDC companies may come in and say, as a result of COVID, we had a temporary, somebody left the island or whatever the case is, so we need a reduction in workers for a period of 3 months from, our assigned 10 to 9. So we've been working on a lot of petitions behind the scene, and we've done 19 of those type petitions that we've approved within this period also. So as we're doing petitions, it's the same person that's doing the compliance report. So they've done petitions, but we don't log that as a KPI, and that's on our era where we need to indicate that as a KPI for next year.
So now you've opened up something else. So that person doesn't have that ability, the compliance doesn't have the ability to just focus on it. They have to do other work also.
Well, that's part of their work. It's part of the customer care to the client and reviewing the compliance issues. So instead of being out of compliance, the company comes to us and asks for reduction so they remain in compliance. So the compliance officer has to address that, and they're also addressing compliance reports for the rest of their portfolio. But like I said, we have 26 drafted compliance reports that are currently being reviewed by the managers for approval.
And finally, how many compliance officers do you have?
We have currently 3 on St. Croix and 1 senior compliance officer in St. Thomas. and we're trying to hire 3 additional for St. Thomas.
And how many EDC companies we have?
About 80 companies right now.
How much?
80.
Yes, so you need to have a really good suit of soldiers to be able to monitor these 80 companies. And just would that be your ask? Is that your ask, that you have only 4 vacancies to be filled? What would be your
No,
ask?
we have about 12 vacancies to be filled, but we have it in our budget, so we've budgeted for those vacancies.
Okay, but for compliance in itself?
I think we're good for now with the
Okay.
6, but
Okay.
as we grow, we need more.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. My time was called.
Thank you. How long these positions been vacant?
One compliance officer has been for about 2 years, and the other is probably about a year. One was promoted internally, and we haven't been able to backfill a position, and the other one left for the Board of Education, and we haven't been able to fill that position either. We're advertising them, and they remain open until filled, but we're having issues in reference to getting the technical expertise that we need for that.
And you will, because your salaries are very low. Your salaries are low. Senator Capehart, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Since 2022.
Hello. Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm going to try to ask some rapid questions because 4 minutes to go by fast. I'm curious to find out your Small Business Innovation Grant. You mentioned 336 businesses were approved. Can you tell me about that process? And I just commend all the incentive programs trying to ask small businesses to open in the town with these incentives. But what I'm getting my feedback from individuals is it takes a very long time. So can you tell me what are some of the challenges that you see that individuals that come and apply for these grants, what's their biggest challenge?
Well, the innovation grant, like I said, the biggest challenge, I think, was the SAMS registration, because all the eligibility was done by the SBDC, and we received the listing to pay these individuals, but every one of them had to prove that they were licensed to conduct business in the territory and that they had the SAMS registration. We even worked with property and procurement with someone we know there to allow that person to assist us in getting SAMS registration. And we did a lot of the background checking for license ourselves internally. So that was the biggest problem, I think, with the grant program, is that SAMS registration requirement. And because it was federal dollars, there was no way around that.
So it doesn't take like a year to determine if you're eligible or not?
No, this grant program is basically all the eligibility was done already. So what we're doing is we're just basically paying out the checks as they come in. The program is over as far as, there's no, the deadline to submit your applications was done months ago.
Okay.
So we're just paying out as people come in with their SAMS registration, we're paying out the funding for that.
Okay. Can you tell me when was the last time that EDA released a strategic plan or even an annual report?
Our annual report, we're actually working on our 2022 annual report now. We fell behind for a couple of years, but 2022 we anticipate should be out before the end of the fiscal year. Again, sometimes we're a little behind in regard to our annual reporting just because of timing, but we anticipate that we'll be up to date by the end of this fiscal year with a current annual report also. So we usually publish those on our website also.
Okay. And just a courtesy to the legislature, if you can please, through the chair, submit that to us, please.
Yeah, we always send a copy to the legislature.
Okay, good thing. You have so many good programs, so I wanted to do a comparison as it relates to the mainland as a competition. Where do we rank in the Virgin Islands among competitors for small business programs, your incubator programs, your investor retention program? Can you tell me how we are doing in the VI?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know of any ranking system that ranks you. I mean, we look at programs and we try to emulate them but tweak them for Virgin Islanders. So when we look at our incubator program, it may be slightly different in reference for that. Our lending programs are driven similar to lending programs for
30
the
seconds.
territory, whether it be local funds or federal funds. Our SSBCI program, for instance, which is the latest one we've gotten, is duplicate to many states. So I would say we're very close with them.
Okay, so why I ask, because I like to see when the Virgin Islands is used as a pilot program to say that we've been doing good, look at what the Virgin Islands is doing. That's what I was trying to see, if we have any of those.
I will say without ranking, if you look at our SSBCI program, the first tranche or the first SBI 1.0, we got about $13 million. This time we've gotten $57 million as a result of how well we did the program. In addition, the Virgin Islands has been selected to be part of the SSBCI working group, again, because how well we administered the program. So although there's no ranking, I would say we're doing pretty good.
Okay. Madam Chair, if I may, page 17, you South Shore Trade and Zone Program. I just wanted to say I attended a ribbon cutting last month for Ocean Point Terminals, which is a ship-to-ship transfer of liquefied natural gas, LNG. And I wanted to know, that the authority negotiate with this investor? Did you have any part of this negotiations?
I'm not aware of us being involved with that particular investor.
Okay. So I too have a transshipment port legislation for ship maintenance, fueling of ships, large ships to small ships. So I'm very excited to know that you are working on this same initiative. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. Senator Potter, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon once again to everyone. A special good afternoon to CEO Biggs and the EDA team. I wanted to just ask you to walk with me for a minute, CEO Biggs, to kind of engage in a that was then, this is now scenario. And I'm looking at the executive summary from an Inspector General's report in 2015. One of the findings was that there was no mechanism in place to require a timely measurement, assessment, and reporting of the overall economic and fiscal impact of the economic development program on the territory's economy. That was then. What is different today, 8 years later?
Well, as indicated, we did conduct our one economic impact study. We're, again, trying to conduct that study. I don't know if the study needs to be conducted every year or every couple years. I mean, I would think every few years is a easier way to do that study and get over a period of time instead of year by year by year. So I think we are keeping that in mind, and we want to know how well we're doing and what our contribution is to the economy. So we are concentrating also in reference to conducting economic impact studies. As indicated also, we want to do the study on charitable contributions in reference to how the community is benefiting from our clients doing charitable contributions. So part of our strategy is to do a lot more studies in the future. So not only for our internal use, but also to provide information to the community so the community understands what we do as an authority.
I just wanted to get a sense for the expectation as far as when they mention a mechanism in place, like how frequently is industry standards for having these updates and reviews so that we can be on top of our game with respect to the effectiveness of the program, So I didn't have a sense from the Inspector General as to what the expectation was.
Let me also say, I mean, part of what we're trying to do too is we're trying to really create a new CBA, and we're trying to create it government-wide. So we're using the same CBA as the Bureau of Economic Research, as UVI. So we're reaching out to them and saying, look, we're going to do updating our study. We want you all to be a part of it. So we're all using the same formulas and everything going forward. So again, part of this year is to update that fiscal year 2023 is to update our internal CBA also that we use.
Got you. You have 47 staff members to really carry out a very important mission. Do you have sufficient bodies, sufficient level of expertise to execute the myriad of programs, very important economic development programs that you are charged with executing? And I know you inherit a lot of them. You inherited Slice also.
But I will say, if we're able to fill the position, the vacancies we have with the technical people we're looking for, yes, at this stage we can. Okay. But as we continue to grow, we have to continue to grow as an authority also. So we're always looking internally to see where we need to grow, what we need to add. So we're always trying to add positions. For instance, SSBCI, we realize that we can't do this on our own with what we have. So we're bringing on a director to concentrate just on that particular program. You know.
Excellent. I wanted to ask you a question about the economic development, the EDC program, and whether or not, just to kind of put myself in your shoes or to give the general public a sense of how you operate, is there a strategic process of trying to attract specific types of businesses to the territory that are in line or in sync with where we would like to go futuristically? I know you are instrumental in putting together the Vision 2040 program, but is there a specific conscientious evaluation when you are evaluating your applications to ensure that, this business is heading in the same direction that we would like to be heading as a territory futuristically?
I would say yes. I mean, I think we do a pretty good job in reference to that. One, you mentioned Vision 2040, and we're concentrating really our efforts in those areas. There are 8 target industries in those areas. We're concentrating on those 8 target industries. We're looking for entities that can add to the economy, that are low polluting, that will fit into VI culture. I mean, there's a variety of different things. If you read Vision 2040 and look at that, we're looking for, and we talk to those entities. So when we talk about hotels, for instance, we're telling people, look, this is one of the things is we want VI-style tourism here. So we need hotels that reflect our culture. We need, different attractions that reflect our culture. As we're trying to build a South Shore trade zone, we're looking for non-polluting assembly entities, particularly entities that can bring components from all over the world, assemble them, add value, and then send them out as made in the U.S. Virgin Islands and made in the USA products. And so we advertise to those entities that there are different markets in the Caribbean, Latin America, Central America, a variety of different things. So yes, we have a cohesive way that we try to attract entities.
Excellent. Madam Chair, one final question, if I may. I wanted to ask you, because I was reading in the paper today that the governor announced this, I guess the launching of his derelict building initiative in the downtown, St. Croix and St. Thomas. And I wanted to know if your agency was playing a role in this initiative in any way, or is that something?
Yeah, we've attended some of the meetings with the governor in reference to crafting the legislation and what we think should be in the legislation. I know they're doing town halls, and this is really being headed up by the governor's office, but he is asking for our input into that bill and, taking our ideas and stuff into consideration also, yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the leeway, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Potter, for that particular question. I just find it very interesting that we would hear of this particular launch when, since 2022, 23, 2021, we've been working here in the legislature. We actually have the bill, so when it comes down, the governor will be preempted, so we look forward to the information. We actually worked with my office actually worked with the governor's office to put language into the legislation that we have. I guess the chief executive decided to move in a different direction. But at the end of the day, the legislation has to come here. So, almost seem a little similar to, I mean, we just like Ranka. We like that kind of thing. We love it. So we'll see what different the Office of the Governor or the Governor's team come up with, but these types of things should happen collectively, and that's why we decided to go to the Governor's office, the Governor's team, to have the discussion, and then today we hear a big headline. Ain't that something? It happens to us all the time. We have to learn, colleagues. Vision 2040. So we had the launching of the Vision 2040, and usually when you have a program or I guess this is a plan. What would you call it? A plan?
Plan.
A plan.
Yeah.
So when you have a plan usually has the need. There's a need to support it via resources, whether it be monetary, in-kind, human resources. So for FY 2024, is there or are there resources, monetary funding resources that's necessary to support Vision 2040, particularly coming out of the EDA?
Yeah, what we've been doing is we've been working with the other sister agencies, for instance, the Department of Labor, in reference to how do we prepare workforce for Vision 2040. We've been working with the Department of Education and curricula. How do you prepare curricula in reference to the itemized entities that are in Vision 2040? But there will be some resources that will be needed. We haven't identified how much resources. There are some needs for the legislature to appoint like a commission. There's a need for the governor to appoint some people to the commission. So we'll be circling back around to the legislature in reference to really moving Vision 20 forward. We've been doing it with our sister agencies, and now I think we're at the point where we need to just really jump in as a territory and move everybody together to make sure we're in sync together.
And how long Vision 2040 been in place?
How long it's been completed?
Mm-hmm.
About a year.
No, man.
A year and a half at the max, somewhere in
It
there.
seems longer than that. It seems a little longer than that.
Come on, yeah. Maybe 2 years maximum, a year and a half.
Yes,
Oh,
about
and I didn't mention, I know the Master Land and Water Use Plan is being tied to Vision 2042, so we're working with them also in reference to that.
Okay. I'm glad you brought that up. So let's go back to the South Shore project. So that legislation was passed, I said 2021, 2022, 21. And you noted in your testimony that you have 2 potential trade zone applicants, right?
Right.
But in order to support or to attract these applicants, do we have a responsibility to build structures in the area, warehouses and the like?
I'm going to say, I don't know if we have the responsibility. I think that would be a way to attract more and quicker, is if we had that spec building built, if we had the warehouses built that they could move in. We're finding that a lot of entities don't want to deal, whether it's here or anywhere else, they don't want to deal with the permitting process and the construction process. They would prefer to come into a building and retrofit the building to their needs than to really have to go from scratch up. We're looking for grants to build a spec building. We're looking for grants to build potentially a refrigerated warehouse in regard to that. So we think if we had those buildings in place, that it will assist us in attracting entities there, yes.
So is there an overarching discussion then with the government, GVI proper, about the possibilities of funding our needs at the South Shore Zone? I mean, we traveled, I want to say in 2020, right before COVID, probably was during COVID, to the city of Rivera. I don't know if you were there.
Mm-hmm.
You were there. Mm-hmm. And they actually showed us what they're doing. And the governor was there. But we come back and we just flatline. We haven't done anything. The city of Rivera was a derelict, blighted community. Black community, blighted. But they did what they had to do to ensure that they brought economic development to that community. And they had to do some investments. They had to make some hard decisions, of course. But they actually showed us the warehouses, et cetera, that they built or were building so they can attract. But every time we hear the conversation, and this has nothing to do with you, because you have to do your part, you don't make the money, right? Meaning you don't make money here. But we keep hearing that you have to go out to get grants to get what you need to get done. We have to, again, we have to determine, establish, whatever that word is, what our priorities are in order for us to truly move economic development forward in the territory. So we know we need to do some upfitting of the South Shore Zone, which was passed in 2021, I think. But we didn't do nothing. So what's that conversation that you're having outside of the, I'm struggling here, I need to get federal grants, EDA, the US EDA, right, is who you're getting grants from?
US EDA and USDA.
USDA.
Also, both.
So if we fall in that bucket, if we're not successful in that year, then the Virgin Islands just keep getting pushed further and further back because we ourselves have not recognized that it's a priority for us. So we need to seek out the funding from within our available resources to get this done. That's my challenge.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure that's your challenge. Don't respond. I want to know that you have your job tomorrow. Senator Carrion, Senator Carrion, recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the Executive Director, the CEO, Biggs and his team. And thank you for your testimony and your report this afternoon. Executive Director, with regards to global marketing campaign, because I believe that the Virgin Islands is one of the best kept secrets when it comes to opportunities available for business and corporation. What is the strategy and how much of your budget are you concentrating for that global marketing campaign?
500,000.
Yeah, the contract for that is about $500,000 that we're doing in that campaign. I mean, and that's where we're going to create the strategy. They're going to help us create that strategy in reference to how do we get out there globally, how do we get the information out. They're going to help us identify trade shows and conferences that we need to attend. And also, as I indicated earlier, they're going to help us identify the type of taglines we need, the type of logos that are most attractive. So it's pretty much a full encompassing contract to really hopefully put us on the map in reference to attracting that investment here to the territory.
Okay, so you're currently exploring that option and you're looking for a firm to assist you in this?
No, we have a firm. We've already contracted with a firm. We're just finalizing that contract, and we're going to start that kickoff hopefully by next week.
We started already.
Yeah. Oh, they're telling me that we actually started already. So, yeah, we've had some discussions, but I mean, as far as I think they're coming down
July, August.
towards the beginning of August, we anticipate that the team will be here to look at the assets here in the territory also.
Okay. Because I saw the list of some of the events where you've been marketing and branding, and truly that needs to really improve and expand the scope because there are major trade shows and corporation events nationally, internationally, and some of them nationally. I think we're missing those opportunities. So I look forward to seeing that fresh marketing strategy to reach out globally. And improve this stuff here, improve everything here in the territory. So you spoke a lot about grants, but you don't have someone within your staff that does grant writing. Is that a position that you're planning to implement?
Right now, we do have a grant writer that we contract with, and we're pretty good in regard to that. So we don't anticipate putting a grant writer on staff at the moment. It's something that we have contemplated and we may contemplate later on. But right now, we're satisfied with the grant writer and the contract that we have in reference to that.
And you do your own internal monitoring, your staff that is assigned to that particular project then does the monitoring for that?
Correct.
Very well. with regards to I see that you have some collection companies. There's some contracts in the section where you have professional services for vendors, but you have two different. How many companies you have doing collections for you?
We have two companies, one in the St. Croix district and one in the St. Thomas St. John district.
Okay, that's the reason why you have two. There is an increase in your professional development requests of a 42%. I was looking here at the post-audit report. What's your strategy? What's the reason for that?
Off-island training.
You want to answer that, Kelly?
Okay.
Yeah.
Right here.
You got it. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Senator Kelly Thompson-Webb, Chief Financial Officer. That's basically to accommodate off-island training for staff, as well as routine training throughout the year.
Okay. CEO, and what about increasing the salary to your staff? When was the last salary increase for your staff?
The last salary increase was October 1, 2022. So we're current with our collective bargaining agreement. Again, we go into collective bargaining at the end of August. I think our first date is actually August 28th that we start negotiating a new collective bargaining agreement. But of course, if I had more money, I can offer more money, and that would help me with retaining staff also.
Okay. Well, that's why you come before us. You got to tell us what do you need, and then we'll make those decisions if they're justifiable. So I won't take more of my time, but continue to doing the good work you're doing with the agency, within your agency, and let's just improve in that marketing strategy so we could get some of these businesses down here in the territory. Well, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Colleagues, let me just ask. Colleagues, we reached to the end of our discussion with EDA. I don't know if we have any burning questions, but let me just ask. So, CEO, you reference three major programs that you focus on, right? I try and find it in your testimony, but I'm having difficulty locating it. Is it 3 or was it 4 that you need funding for? I know that in the 33rd legislature, I start again nervous. I seen 2 other departments. Tell me, peace. We set aside some $2 million for a clean kitchen in the island district of St. Croix. What's the status of that project?
Yeah, we were granted a building that we were looking at by the government one week, and it was removed from us the next week. And we're now negotiating with a family in reference to getting a structure there in Frederickstead so we can complete that clean kitchen. So we're actively negotiating. I'm hoping that we could conclude that within the next 60 to 90 days. It is a family-owned property, so we're gathering all the signatures that need to be done so we can lease that facility so we could move forward with a clean kitchen. So it's still something we're aggressively pursuing. It's one of our anchor projects in the enterprise zone of Frederickstead.
Okay, so tell me your other projects. I remember that one.
Excuse me?
I know that there's a project at
Marcelli?
Marcelli. Well, no. Dover. Next to Dover.
Jarvis.
No. I have, I'm seeing Miss Machina. I still call her Miss. Can you please come to help me out with this? Yeah, there wasn't a project near Dover School that we were looking for funding for.
Marcelli.
Page 15 of your testimony.
Pleasant good afternoon. My name is Nadine Marchena Ken.
Yes.
I'm the Managing Director of the Enterprise Zone Commission. To answer your question, Senator, the Savant Down Street area, the anchor is the Marcelli School, the old Washington School.
Okay, so it's a Marcelli school. And what's the status of that?
We are still looking for funds. The building, the lease has been provided. We're reviewing the lease from the government of the Virgin Islands, central government, property and procurement. And we are looking for funds. We've applied for funds and are awaiting responses.
So what kind of funding you're talking about?
We've requested $5 million. That would get us up and running for the first and second buildings of the facility. The third and fourth areas would need substantially more. Unfortunately, part of it was used for training for fire, and the fire got out of control, so we have to take down, that area needs to be raised before we can utilize the space.
So overall, what is the Marcelli facility? What would it be used for overall?
That would be the Agro and Food Technology Center, as opposed to the St. Croix Agro and Food Innovation Center. Both areas, both zones asked for food and technology as their motivating or accelerating factors for revitalizing those communities.
And where did you, who did you write to secure this $5 million?
We applied to DOI, Department of Interior, and we also submitted a grant request to EDA, US EDA.
So did not submit an ask to the, CBDG-DR program?
We submitted 2 requests to CDBG-DR. One was for training in collaboration with the other units of the EDA. And we also asked for the 4x10 program, which seeks to revitalize the 10 blocks in each of the 4 zones. It would actually touch those areas, but we wanted to, this is an important, impactful program that we thought was also critically important as well.
And the 4x10 ask was, or is?
$10 million.
Per district or overall?
Overall, sir.
So 10 million. Have you received a response?
No, they are processing those applications. They received quite a bit of applications, and they're processing it at this time.
So this was a recent ask?
Yes.
So in all of the CBDG-DR funding that came as a result of the hurricanes of 2017, how much money did you receive for major projects? For economic development, I think that's the question. How much money did you receive for economic development?
Yeah, we received roughly $300,000 for the Vision 2040 plan that we were working on. That's the only thing we've been able to receive from CDBG-DR. In many of the tranches, although there was an economic development area, it was zeroed out, so there wasn't in the plans in reference for economic development. Although we advocated for economic development money to be placed in those plans.
Yeah, that's the challenge that we have. I think that, I know that when these funds dry up, that we should be better for it. We should be able to see or talk about what we use these funds for, the respective programs, the respective economic development programs, and see the fruits of our labor. These monies are going to be done, ended, and we look like we're going to be right back where we started in 2017. This is very concerning. If we look at the Puerto Rico, this set aside millions of dollars for their economic development out of their CDBG-DR dollars. So we have this whole Vision 2040. I tell you, we need to have a think tank. I mean, I am not in favor of summits per se, but we need to call it whatever we want to call it. But at some point, we need to have a real come to Jesus conversation about what are we really doing here? Are we going to be better for these funds that came as a result of the storms of the hurricanes of 2017? I mean, you can apply nobody don't have to answer you, but from our end, we need some answers from a legislative perspective. We have to understand exactly what's happening here, because at the end of the day, when history is written, we are going to go down in the history books as the leaders at that time that did not ensure that we secured these dollars for the future economic development of the territory. Very, very, very concerning. Colleagues, I don't have any other questions for today. We probably need to take this conversation to our Economic Development Committee, but we need to do a deep dive on our EDA here. Not EDA, on our economic development in this territory. Any other burning questions? Senator DeGraff, and then we're going to wrap up. We're right at 2:30.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director, there is a fee to buy into the EDA or EDC program. Is it a set fee for every company, or it fluctuates?
Yeah, there is an application fee, and depending on the category you're in, there's that application fee. Once you're approved, there's an activation fee that you have to pay to activate your contract, your certificate, as we call it. And then every year there's a compliance fee, and you have to pay the compliance fee every year.
Okay, so those are some of the fees I was asking. Do they need to increase?
As I indicated, some of them were increased during Act 8559.
Oh, they were?
So,
Okay.
yeah, recently, yeah.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Any other questions, senators? All right, CEO.
Yeah, first of all, again, I'd like to thank the EDA team for the hard work that they continue to do. We are a small team, but I think we do very important work here for the territory, and I know we work very hard. We would love to see our salaries increase for our teams in regard to that. So that would be the ask. If the legislature was to ask what we would use money for, we would probably use it for salary increases, and depending on the monies that we had, we would use it to create some spec buildings in reference to a warehouse to try to attract a big box entity in a trade zone, and some assembly and manufacturing entities. But we continue to say thank you to the 35th legislature for your continued support of the agency, and we look forward to moving and working with you to move this economy forward. And we're willing to sit down at any time with any legislature and talk about economic development and what we can do cohesively to move the territory forward. So again, thank you, and I want to really thank my team for the hard work that they continue to do on behalf of the territory also.
Well, thank you, and thank you for your team for all that you do. But I really think that we are at the stage where we need to do a deep dive on what we're really doing with these resources that came into the Virgin Islands for economic development that should have been used, at least some of the dollars for economic. You're still begging. You shouldn't be begging, because we have just so much resources. So we have to really get some information on this. I don't think it's for the lack of us asking, it's for the lack of us receiving the information. So I think the squeaky wheel gets the oil, and we really need to start. We need to start really drilling down on this a little further, because every time you talk about applying for loans, grants from the federal government. We have some money here. We need to do better. If there are no further questions, colleagues, the committee stands in recess for 10 minutes. The committee is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you please read Block 3 into the record?
Block 3, VA Department of Labor, invited testifier. Honorable Gary Malloy, Commissioner, Department of Labor. That concludes the reading of Block 3, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good afternoon to the Department of Labor's family. Mr. Commissioner Malloy, please put your name and title on the record, and we're going to ask your team to do so once you're done. You may proceed.
Gary Malloy, Commissioner, Department of Labor.
Good afternoon, Nisha Christian Hendrickson, Assistant Commissioner, Legal Counsel.
Good afternoon, Gene Ford, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Labor.
Gary Halyard, Unemployment Insurance and the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Good afternoon, Kenneth Milligan, Director of Federal Grants.
Good afternoon, Maurice Wells, Director of Business Administration.
Thank you. Do you have anyone online? Oh, no, you have a full house. You bring the whole team today. So thank you. Thank you guys for being here. And we're going to ask Mr. Malloy to proceed with his testimony. You may proceed, Mr. Malloy.
Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Donna Fred Gregory, Chairperson of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, Vice Chair, Novell E. Francis Jr., distinguished senators, ladies and gentlemen listening and viewing, and virtual audiences. I am Gary Malloy, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Labor. I am here today with Attorney Nisha Christian Hendrickson, Assistant Commissioner, Legal Counsel, Mr. Gene Ford, Assistant Commissioner, Mr. Maurice Wells, Director of Business Administration, Mr. Kenneth Milligan, Director of Federal Grants, and Mr. Gary Halyard, Director of Bureau of Labor Statistics and Director of Unemployment Insurance. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today to discuss our fiscal year 2022 budget. The Virgin Islands Department of Labor FY 2024 overall budget amount is $22,667,708. We are requesting $12,729,388 from the general fund within our ceiling from the management and budget. $7,842,135 from the federal grants, $1,904,464 from the government insurance fund, and penalties and interest contributes $191,720. Our FY 2024 federal general fund budget, again, is $12,729,388. Personnel breaks down as follows. Personnel services, $4,066,429. Fringe benefits, $4,194,268. Supplies, $446,902. Other services, $2,791,370. Utility services, $222,418. Capital projects, $1,008,000. Please allow me the time to set forth the width and breadth of Vital scope and mandate along with the resulting financial costs to support the department and various moving parts. Vital derives its authority from Titles 3, 24, 27, and 29 of the Virgin Islands Code. The Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act of 2014, the Occupational Safety and Health Act of 1970, OSHA, and other federal laws which required the development of administrative structures that govern and ensure fair labor standards and protect the people of the Virgin Islands from any threat to health, morals, and general welfare. The department is comprised of the following divisions and units: the Bureau of Labor Statistics, Workforce Development Unit, which includes youth and apprenticeship, Division of Unemployment Insurance, Division of Labor Relations, which includes our compliance unit, Division of Occupational Safety and Health, Division of Workers' Compensation, Division of Hearing and Appeals, Planning, Research and Monitoring, Business Administration, which includes Human Resources, Procurement and Maintenance, Information Technology, and Management Information Systems. VITAL is a service-based regulatory organization. Through these divisions and units, we provide a myriad of diverse services and programs that are interconnected with our workforce development and security systems. The Division of Business Administration, Procurement, Human Resources, and Maintenance are the backbone of the agency. They provide essential support services to the department. Information Technology and Management Information Systems comprise the technical arm of the department that manages our information systems and guides us in the procurement of technical services. The main public-facing divisions are the Bureau of Labor Statistics, Unemployment Insurance, Workers' Compensation, Labor Relations, again including our compliance unit, the Virgin Islands Department of Occupation, Safety and Health, or VIDOSH, and of course, Workforce Development, which includes our youth and apprenticeship. Our personnel, VITAL is currently staffed with 116 employees territory-wide. For FY 2024, of the general fund budget request, a total of $8,260,697 is budgeted to include salaries and fringe benefits, along with the wages for the Summer Youth Work Employment Program. The general fund total reflects 60.057 positions, with the remaining $3,460,690 for mandatory operating costs and $1,008,000 for capital improvement projects. VITAL currently has 21 vacant/new positions. It is important to note that the fringe benefits number is inflated in FY 2024 because included in the cost category are the employer contributions for the entire government of the Virgin Islands of $2.5 million. The total budget for the government insurance fund for FY 2024 is $1,405,043 budgeted for salaries and fringe benefits for 21 positions, with the remaining $499,421 for mandatory operating costs. The total federal budget for FY 2024 is $4,073,898 budgeted for salary and fringe for 53.943 positions, with the remaining $3,768,238 for other mandatory operating costs. VITAL uses these funds to continue servicing the Virgin Islands workforce and community with employment services, unemployment insurance, job placement, workers' compensation insurance, and other services and compliance as mandated by local and federal law. Our focus moving forward is to continue our operations to be more customer-centered through the automation of manual processes and the integration of services in key areas. Our budget reflects this focus and commitment. Our federal grants. Federal grants are an important funding source. They are crucial in providing the resources necessary to fund the myriad of programs that they support. Vital expects to receive $7,842,135 for FY 2024 from federal grants. These monies are earmarked for specific initiatives. The Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Grant, or WIOA, and the Employment Services ES grants in total is $417,113, with the WIOA funding being $2,345,202, and the ES or Employment Services grants totaling $2,071,911. The unemployment insurance grants will provide a total of $2,545,771. The labor force statistics and compensation, safety and health grants will provide $435,747, which the Bureau of Labor Statistics uses to conduct surveys and to compile Virgin Islands employment data. Occupational Safety and Health State Grant will provide $294,205. Lastly, the Jobs for Veterans Grant will provide $149,301, which is used to fund Vital's Disabled Veterans Outreach Program, or DVOP, which provides 2 dedicated coordinators to assist our veterans. Workforce development. The Workforce Development Division offers a variety of employment programs that serve to connect employers and job seekers. Its primary responsibility is to provide job services, training, and employment assistance to people looking for work, as it works with employers to fill vacancies. The goal is to create economic prosperity for individuals, families, and communities. In supporting Governor Bryan's Workforce Development Initiative, Vital builds the territory's talent pipeline through workforce development programs that focus on target industries tied to Vision 2040 and are funded through a combination of local and federal funds. Workforce development is expected to receive $4,417,113 from the WIOA and ES, or Employment Services federal grants, and we are requesting $1,660,617 from the general fund. The general fund monies are utilized for the Summer Youth Work Experience Program and the administrative and operating costs for the youth employment and the youth and apprenticeship. Workforce development includes a relatively wide range of activities, policies, and programs employed by several partners to create, sustain, and retain a viable workforce that can support current and future business and industries. Specifically, training is provided for adult, youth, dislocated workers, individuals with disabilities, and veterans. Work-based learning solutions such as customized training, incumbent worker training, occupational classroom training, on-the-job training, employment services, and federally recognized registered apprenticeships are also provided to meet the demand of the selected targeted industries, to include construction, healthcare, hotel and hospitality, maritime, massage therapy, and pipe fitting. Workforce Development's signature training program in FY 2023 is the Skills for Today program, which is project managed by our partner, ICF. The Skills for Today provides classroom certified instruction, on-the-job training, and soft skills training in a number of areas, as shown in Addendum 1. This program was made possible through a $10 million grant from the Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery, and as a grant recipient partnered with the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. Over 800 job seekers have been trained territory-wide under this 2-year program, which concludes in August of 2023. VITAL, the Virgin Islands Department of Labor, would like to extend the Skills for Today program in FY 2024 so that we may continue to build a sustainable and prosperous workforce. However, additional funding will be needed to do so. Workforce development funds are also used to host job and career fairs. We continue to have success in creating job seekers and employers, in connecting job seekers and employers. 7 career fairs and 13 hiring events were conducted during program year 2022. 839 job seekers attended these events, with 144 employers looking for individuals to work. 137 job seekers were interviewed and hired following these events. Career fairs and hiring events are hosted to assist employers with their recruitment needs. In FY 2024, we expect to host more hiring events, thereby connecting even more employers and job seekers. We had great feedback from the employers who indicated that they had seen several great candidates and will be able to staff up pending interviews. Career fairs and hiring events are hosted to assist employers with their recruitment needs. The youth and apprenticeship programs are subsets of the workforce development, and the staff is funded with federal grants and general fund monies. In FY 2024, we will expand the number of registered apprenticeships and increase our youth program opportunities. Similarly to the adult population, the youth team provides in-house academic and career assessments to determine the services and activities needed for each youth. Individual employment plans and service strategies are developed, and referrals are made to service providers. Youth services may include, but are not limited to, the job preparation skills, resume writing or building, and paid and unpaid work experiences. The youth team serves more than 800 youth in all programming annually via federal and local funding. The general fund finances the Summer Youth Work Experience Program, the largest program in the division. The total number of participants each year is based upon the available funding. Addendum 2 shows the number of youth customers served in FY 2023, FY 2022, FY 2021, FY 2020, FY 2019, and FY 2018 based on the fiscal year as the local funds were allotted by fiscal year. Please note that the FY 2023 numbers are an estimate and subject to change as we are still in the current fiscal year. Figures are based on the number of youth selected to participate. Not everyone selected may participate. The Brian Roach administration is heading an initiative to provide additional support and connection with all graduating high school students territory-wide. This is inclusive of the Governor's Workforce Development Initiative. VITAL is collaborating with the Virgin Islands Department of Education and other partners to educate students about the available resources. Unemployment insurance. Unemployment insurance provides temporary, partial wage replacement to workers temporarily or permanently laid off from their jobs due to no fault of their own. The Unemployment Insurance Division is scheduled to receive $2,545,771 from federal grants and is requesting $473,886 from the general fund, including salary and fringe benefits. As of June 16, 2023, the Virgin Islands Trust Fund has approximately $20,918,796.04 for payment of future claims. The balance on the debt owed on the trust fund loan is currently $89,260,721.44. The average initial filing of claims for FY 2022 was 458, which represented a major decline compared to 1,570 in FY 2021 and 2,935 in FY 2020, respectively. The Unemployment Insurance Division is currently in the process of rolling out the payroll variation tax methodology. This tax change is both necessary and mandated by the U.S. Department of Labor to bring the Virgin Islands program into compliance with federal laws by establishing an experience rating system to equitably distribute insured risk among the Virgin Islands employers. We are in discussions with Government House regarding the legislation to adjust the implementation date and other areas to ensure efficiency. This tax change will take effect on January 1st, 2024, and employers' tax liability under this new system will commence on March 31st, 2024, within 30 days, April 30th, 2024, to file their quarterly reports and pay taxes. The unit is also currently under contract to deploy an employer portal which will allow the filing of employers' quarterly reports online. Our agency will be launching this portal in the first quarter of FY 2024. In addition, we are currently testing security software applications intended to protect against fraudulent claims and cybersecurity breaches on our website. Labor Relations. The Labor Relations Division oversees compliance and labor standards and employee rights and protections, rights to protect and enhance the welfare of the workforce. It is requesting $388,926 from the general fund. All employment discrimination, sexual harassment, plant closings, child labor law violations, meal and rest violations, and wage and hour claims are investigated by the Division of Labor Relations. In FY 2023, $7,512.82 in owed wages was returned to employees. In FY 2024, Labor Relations will increase compliance visits to the business community, become completely paperless, and increase staffing with one compliance officer in both districts. The Planning, Research, and Monitoring Unit safeguards federal and local funding and ensures that programs adhere to federal and local guidelines. They closely monitor the WIOA, or the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act programs, eligible training providers, and various other programs to ensure that clients receive the guaranteed workforce training. Compliance Unit is responsible for developing strategies that, as it relates to Economic Development Commission, or EDC, to determine who is or is not in compliance. This unit works closely with the Compliance Unit of the EDC, as well as all divisions in VITAL, to collect the necessary compliance data in order to generate compliance clearance letters for the employers to either have or asking or seeking EDC benefits. Workers' compensation. Workers' compensation is an insurance program that provides medical disability for work-related injuries and diseases. It is scheduled to receive $1,445,097 from the Government Insurance Fund for personnel, fringe benefits, and other services. In FY 2024, workers' compensation is on track to implement a provider fee schedule agreement, which would standardize the cost of medical care and procedures, as well as decrease the wait time for medical provider payments. We are in discussions with Government House regarding the legislation to review, to revise, and update Title 24, Chapter 11 of the Virgin Islands Code in order to streamline our procedure and processes. Virgin Islands Division of Safety and Health. The Division of Occupational Safety and Health, VIDASH, works to ensure that the public sector employees are provided with safe and healthy workplaces. VIDASH is also tasked with providing training, outreach, and enforcing all workplace standards. VIDASH is scheduled to receive $294,205 in federal grants, $459,367 from Government Insurance Fund, and requesting $151,837 from the General Fund. VIDASH inspectors are certified to investigate workplace hazards. In FY 2024, VIDAL will be on track to resolve issues surrounding inspector certifications, to conduct 55 inspections per year based on having 2 inspectors as mandated by the federal OSHA office. Policy and procedures from the OSHA Training Institute mandates 3 required courses for all newly hired OSHA enforcement inspectors. VIDASH hard-to-fill vacancies in both districts are now staffed with 1 consultant and 2 enforcement officers. One of the enforcement officers is a safety inspector, and the other is an industrial hygienist. They are currently midway through completing the OTI mandatory courses. Administrative and support services. The administration and business divisions are the backbone of the agency, where they provide essential human resources and financial management. Included here are the Office of the Commissioner, Legal Counsel, Public Information Officer, Business Administration, Human Resources, Information Technology, Management Information Systems, Maintenance, and Procurement. Our Hearing and Appeals Division provides due process to claimants and the opportunity to appeal adverse unemployment insurance decisions and adjudicate wrongful discharge cases. As of May 2023, we have conducted 46 wrongful discharge hearings and 20 unemployment insurance appeals. ARPA, Special Legislation, Legislative Federal Aid. The American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, also known as ARPA, is the third round of economic aid relief intended to reverse the economic impact of COVID-19 pandemic by providing economic relief to workers, families, small businesses, and industries. The territory received ARPA monies in an allotment similar to other U.S. states and territories. ARPA created a variety of new programs to address continuing pandemic-related crises and fund recovery efforts. VITAL received ARPA funds allotted by the Office of the Governor through the Office of Management and Budget. We were able to fund the following initiatives. Project 13, temporary staffing services. Hired 10 temporary staff in unemployment insurance through a temp service to process the overwhelming number of claims for pandemic-related benefits dispersed by VITAL. VITAL received $296,115.20, and the program ran from October 1st, 2021 to January 31st, 2023. Project 73, which is UI Temporary Customer Service Representatives. We were able to hire 13 temporary customer service representatives in unemployment insurance to assist with the overwhelming number of customers during the COVID-19 pandemic. VITAL received $500,000, and the program ran from October 1, 2021 to January 31st, 2023. Project 28, LIFT program expansion, expanded the Labor Investing for Tomorrow LIFT program for the summer, from the summer to the fall and spring semesters. The fall and spring semesters ran for 13 weeks. Vital received $500,000, and the program is ongoing. The funding is from May 10th, 2022 to December 31st, 2023. And Project 22, which is the Subsidized Employment Learn and Earn project, provide a wage subsidy for individuals enrolled in the Skills for Today construction cohorts. Skills for Today is a work training program that combines classroom learning certifications with on-the-job training. Vital was awarded $1.5 million. This program is ongoing, and the funding is from July 1, 2022 to June 30th, 2023. The processing of the payments is ongoing, and Vital is requesting an extension to September 30th, 2023 to complete all deliverables. Before I conclude my testimony, I'd like to be able to show a video that shows the, Vital, our reflections, a year in review.
Yeah, we're going to bypass the video.
So rather than going through 2023, we wanted to show a video review. In conclusion, the Virgin Islands Department of Labor continues to administer a system of effective programs and services designed to develop, protect, and support a viable workforce. I would like to personally thank the Brian Roach administration, the Office of Management and Budget team, and most importantly, my Virgin Islands Department of Labor family for their committed efforts on behalf of the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Senators, I humbly and respectfully request that you grant us favorable consideration at the requested level of $12,729,388 for FY 2024. Once again, thank you. My staff and I are ready to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. For clarification, the video that you reference is what?
Just is a reflection of a review of what happened in 2023.
Is that PowerPoint?
No, it's less than it's a 3-minute video. Very short, very impactful.
We are not inclined to listen to a video today, you know. We're doing a status update at Labor. Run the video. It's not that. I'm trying to make sure that, they took the time to prepare it. I was not even aware that there was a video.
Development of our workforce. Join us as we explore key things in the lives of our employees and the community. Our workforce development programs empower individuals to succeed in today's competitive job market. From job readiness workshops to vocational training, we provide resources and support for success. We also organize career fairs, connecting job seekers and employers to create a vibrant workforce that fuels community growth. This year, we held a career fair on St. John for the first time. The Skills for Today program equips individuals with essential skills for today's evolving workforce. Eligible applicants can pursue certifications in fields such as construction, healthcare, IT, cybersecurity, hospitality, and marine services. The Skills for Today program, funded by the Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Project managed by ICF, has trained over 800 participants. Our apprenticeship program prepares workers for in-demand jobs through on-the-job learning and technical instruction. Our youth programs empower the next generation with skills and real-world experience. We invest in our youth through job preparation skills, resume building, and work experiences. Our Summer Youth Work Experience program provides meaningful work experiences for over 800 youth aged 16 to 24. The Labor Investing for Tomorrow, LIFT, program offers work experience and internships to college seniors, graduate students, and recent graduates. LIFT interns gain hands-on experience, participate in workshops and competitions, and connect with former interns. JAG prepares high school students for post-secondary success and the world of work. With Vidal's support, JAG VI has achieved the 5 of 5 State Award, surpassing all performance metrics set by JAG National for graduation and employment. The Brian Roach administration is heading an initiative to provide additional support and connection with all graduating high school students territory-wide. This is inclusive of the Governor's Workforce Development Initiative and Vidal's collaboration with the Virgin Islands Department of Education and other partners to educate students about the available resources. The Virgin Islands Department of Labor is implementing a new tax system to fund unemployment benefits. To prepare for this new tax system, the Virgin Islands Department of Labor is hosting a series of town hall meetings for employers throughout the territory. These town halls aim to provide valuable information regarding the new tax system. During Labor Month in September, we celebrate the workforce with workshops, seminars, and community activities, fostering unity and honoring achievements. We invest in our employees' growth and skill enhancement through training, workshops, and career advancement programs, enhancing morale and performance. Our annual employee recognition event recognizes and honors the dedication of our exceptional employees, expressing gratitude for their hard work. At the Virgin Islands Department of Labor, we believe in investing in a brighter future through our workforce. We support and empower our employees and the community.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. Colleagues, we're going to go to a four-minute round. We have one more department, one more agency to come before us. And we know that Department of Labor is a very important agency. So let's make sure that we are deliberate in our line of questioning as we try to get through this budget. So I'm going to start out with asking, so the government insurance fund, you're asking for 1,000, is it 1.4? How much money this is? $1.4 million?
1.4. It's actually 1.9 in total.
So you're asking for 1.9 from the government insurance fund?
Yes, Senator.
Who manages the government insurance fund?
The government insurance fund is managed by the Department of Finance.
So when you all wrote your budget, you asked for 1.9, knowing that this fund is in the red, some 50. How much million? $50 million? We've been budgeting like this for the past 9 years. In 2021, ending balance, 54 million in the red. 2022, 52 million in the red. 2023, as of March, 49 million in the red. With all the reconciliation, 50 million. We can't budget no money from this. We keep talking about we passing balanced budgets, but we're not. Because, I mean, this is like the second or third one of these I see. But we cannot appropriate one single dime from the government insurance fund. Colleagues, we can't. I won't as the chair of this committee. We've been doing this for the past couple of years, and that's not something that I can do because we are not passing a balanced budget if we appropriate it. I mean, this has nothing to do with you because you are not the budget director. But I just want to make myself abundantly clear that when we see these fund balances in the red and we have a budget that's been submitted by the executive branch that clearly states that they are trying to utilize funds from book balances that are in the red significantly, I can't participate in that. I won't. So we now have another $1.5 million that we need to figure out where we're going to get from in order to ensure that the government insurance fund operations, it's operations, right?
Yes, this is
operations are funded for FY 2024. And this is why, you know, the government of the GVA, send down a 2-year budget. They send down a 2-year budget, touting the fact that, you know, we are prepared to do 2-year budgets. But how are we prepared to do 2-year budgets when we submitting budgets using funds that are in the red and trying to utilize funds from the red balances? How much money was appropriated in FY 2023 from the government insurance fund? How much money were we using from them? Fiscal person?
Mr. Wells?
It was roughly the same, 1.9 million.
Yeah, we spending money that we don't have. So that money coming out of the general fund anyway. This is why when we ask, to Senator DeGraff's point, when we ask, so what are the balances that we have annually as we close our budgets, we could, as a legislature, we could never get an answer. This is where we can't get answers because of these red book balances that we have, and we still have the unmitigated gall to be sending down here to this institution a budget assigned to a book balance that says $50 million in the red. Well, you are busy trying to build back this. How are we going to build it back? How are we going to build it back when we further contributing to the red balance annually? This don't make any sense. Today has been a little frustrating for me with how, when you just look at how we are doing things with our budgets and our dollars, it's just so, it's like we're not in touch with reality. Under page 6 of your testimony, page 6, under the Youth Apprenticeship Program, are subsets of workforce development, and the staff is funded with federal grants and general fund monies. What does that mean? How much general fund monies go towards the Youth Apprenticeship Program?
Director Wells?
Director of Business Administration, Maurice Wells. In regards to everything with youth and apprenticeship, we have youth transition funds that we budget for roughly $400,000 annually. We also utilize $600,000 of the general fund for the summer youth employment, which are the summer jobs for the local youths.
Mm-hmm.
And we also have some staff that are paid from the general fund.
Do you know what's the associated cost for the staffing? Because no, you just say, what you give us here is $1 million, 6 and 4, 10. So approximately, what's that number? You could, when you get a chance, when you find it, you could just give me a signal to give me the information. But so I just want us to be clear that we are not here to add up numbers. You know, doing the add back and adding and saying, you know, 5 million plus 4 million is 9 million. That's not what we do here. That's not what we should be doing. We have to make sure that when we balance this budget, that the areas that we are utilizing the funds from, in fact, we are able to use those funds, and these funds are not in the red. So I want to make sure that we're clear on that. And that's really a conversation that we need to have when the financial team comes back here. You just happen to be one of the departments who, utilizing one of these red balance, fund balance accounts. You have it, Mr. Wells?
Yeah. So for under the apprenticeship and training division, for personnel and fringe is 211,000, and under the youth employment division is 173,000.
So approximately 1.4 $1.4 million is used from the general fund for this. 1.4. Okay, thank you. Colleagues, we're going to go to another 4-minute round, and we have to stick to our 4 minutes. I've been given a lot of leeway today. So let's stick to our 4 minutes, so be very clear on your what you want to ask. So Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioner Malloy and your management team there with you. To your team in the chambers, good afternoon, and those at the office. And thank you so much for your testimony. Let me ask you quickly, in terms of your vacancies, how many vacancies do you have?
We have 15 vacancies of the 21 that we're showing. 15 are vacant, and 6 are new positions.
How many of those vacancies are critical positions?
Could you repeat, Senator?
How many have critical positions?
Critical positions, I deem all critical because
very
they're
well.
tied to the operations.
And what are we doing in respect to retention?
Well, we're doing everything that we can, but the challenge remains. We're competing with other agencies based on salaries, and so. But we're doing everything that we can internally to help to motivate our staff, as well as to keep the work environment as conducive as possible.
And in a post-audit report on a professional service contract, do you have any outstanding balances for those services?
Director Wells?
No, we don't.
Okay, very well. And Director Wells, in respect to the same post-audit report, let's go to the federal grants, because we have the grant award, the grant balances, the start date, and the expiration date. It would be nice to have a column where they show expenditures to date. That would have been nice, because I know it's some 14 million plus, 14,886,000. It would have been nice to see exactly what have been expended thus far. Let's go to, because see, some of them is showing this like no money have been spent, but I'm not sure that's accurate, because some of those also expire in September. So can you go through some of those amounts for me, please?
Is there anyone in particular you want me to start with, or just go through the list?
Yeah, you can start with those that expire in June, really.
Okay, so for those that you're seeing in June that are on, so you can start on page 8.
Correct.
So there's one expiring June 30th. The balance as of May was 26,192. We do anticipate expending all of that funds.
Okay.
And the next page, there's a slew of them with expiration dates of 6/30/2023. Those are related to COVID. We got an extension to 6/30/2024.
1 minute.
Very well. I'm happy to hear that. Commissioner, also with your testimony, you spoke to the special legislative federal aid.
30 seconds.
The rescue plan of 2021. And you said that the third round of economic aid and relief. Can you speak to that, please?
Yes, I'm just referring to the statutory authority that gave us the ARPA money, the American Rescue Plan Act money. So we got, under that funding, we were able to get those programs that I identified.
Okay, very well. I mean, before my time is called, you spoke to...
Time.
You spoke to, you said all of your vacancies, in your opinion, were critical. In your opinion, which one is the most critical in respect to assisting the agency fulfill its mission?
Like I said, they deem all critical because they affect the operations. So, for example, there's a territorial program coordinator that we need that person works within the youth program. This person is the second in authority and generally on St. Croix, but they help to facilitate the youth programs. They're the liaison with the Jobs for America's graduates. So, like I said, each of those 15 vacancies are deemed critical.
Okay, very well. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I don't want to abuse my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blayden. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Commissioner, do you have a copy of the post-auditor report FY24?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, I see they have personal services, 32%, 4,066,429. And then you have fringe benefits, 33%, 4,194,268.
Yes, Senator.
I don't understand them numbers. How does that operate?
And that's why I referenced in the testimony that the fringe number is inflated because it includes all the employer contributions for the entire government at 2.5 million in that fringe number.
Okay, so your fringe would be what? What would be the actual number?
Director Wells?
I'll get back to you on that number.
Okay, because I'm saying for FY23, your personal services was 3,000,009 at 53%, and 1,000,005 for fringe at 21%. So you're gone on this year, you're gone way down from 53% to 32%. You lost employees or something? Yes.
Okay,
Mr.
so
Wells.
Director Wells, the fringe, when you back out the reduction in the government contributions,
right.
The actual fringe number is 2,080,000, and the reduction is because in prior FYs we were paying the back balances owed to the UI for government contributions. So it was budgeted at a higher number, but now we're just paying the current amount. So it went from 3.5 annually down to 2.5.
So how many employees do you have now?
We have 116 employees right now.
And FY23, you had how much?
FY23, we probably had maybe 102, 103.
Okay, so you had any wage increases?
We're up to date with the wage increases for all our unionized employees.
Okay, so you had how many new employees? You say from 101 to.
So there's about 15.
15 persons you had
new employees, and to include promotions.
Okay, because I'm still saying then the fringe. Okay, 2,080,000, but you're still at 3 million. No, you're at 466. Okay, I guess that might be a little more even to calculate. Okay, in regards to Department of Labor, the facilities that your employees are in, capital outlay, maintenance of them, what's the update status on the one St. Thomas and St. Croix?
1 minute.
The capital outlay, that's why the one in St. Thomas, we're trying our best to purchase that building. And so we are doing everything that we need to do our internal maintenance, and we work well with the current landlord. St. Croix, the buildings are well maintained.
Okay, so on St. Thomas, you made an offer to the landlord already?
Yes, we're in the process of trying to purchase.
30 seconds.
So in the meantime, if that falls through, what funds you have in this budget to keep it up?
In the other services, Mr. Director Wells?
Yeah, how much you have allotted for that?
For rent?
No, for maintenance. The building there 100 years.
Well, we currently in the process, especially in St. Thomas, the St. Croix facility is more up to date. But in the St. Thomas building, we're in the process of procuring services to do a build out. So that's monies that we have in our capital project section. So that's to renovate the building. If it's not, we have on the, like the commissioner stated, we intend to purchase the building and we made an offer. That's the down payment for that process.
And all of that's down the road. I'm talking
No,
about for
but
now. The
no, that's
employees
what
are
we're working on
every
right
day.
now. We're working on it right now for FY23. So
Okay.
we're starting it in 23, and this what you're seeing in 24 is a rollover.
Okay, I'll follow. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. So let's go back to the personnel services. So we note in do you have a copy of the post-audit report?
Yes, sir.
So we note that in the post-audit report for FY 2024, the recommendation is some $500,000 less than FY 2023. How do you intend to sustain that? Is that because of your, I think you have, 17 vacancies that came along in the budget. So is that as a result of the vacancies that's funded at 50%?
Director Wells, is a combination of the vacancies as well as we were able to allocate some of the staff to the federal grants.
Okay, so you are good with your budget being your personnel and associated fringe, which kind of weird too. There's another very weird anomaly I'm seeing here. So your fringe reduction is 1.5 million. So talk to me. Help me to understand why.
So it's a combination of the offsetting of staff, the 50% plus the ones that were allocated to the federal grants, and then there's another million that's attributed to the employer contributions that went from 3.5 down to the 2.5.
The employer contributions for GRS.
For unemployment. Employment insurance.
So you're saying that we were over budgeting your fringe then?
No, we ain't over budgeting. We had a meeting with OMB. It shouldn't have been included in our fringe cost category.
Oh, okay, now I
It
understand.
really should be in the miscellaneous section.
What is that cost again? What is that associated?
For 24 is 2.5 million.
No. What's give me the name of the payment.
GVI employer contributions.
Unemployment insurance.
Oh, so you guys included that in your...
Yes, so they give us the money so all the government agencies could remain current. In the past, we were paying the outstanding amount, but in FY23, we became current, so we only budgeting for an annual basis now.
So you know we weren't supposed to be doing that at all. Because this institution, see former Senator Ford right there, I think he was one of them that passed that measure. There was a pot of money that was set aside for the contribution. If there was contributions, Senator DeGraff, that were outstanding, Senator Blyden, that were outstanding. So that's why that's a little concerning to me. So we were over budgeting over the years. So it means that we actually have to look back, Mr. Post Auditor, to see if we have that going on with other agencies. Because why it's hard for us to identify the associated fringe benefits is because you have single family, so you have to actually know life.
Right.
You have to actually know what every single employee associated fringe is in order to come close to the number. Do you have that information? Because we're going to be requesting it from the departments and agencies, because you should know what your employees, in fact, are, what their benefits are. We have to do that. We got to dial back on this budget, so we have to do it. So do you have that information in your department, for your department?
Not readily available here, but
No.
we have it, yeah.
Oh, yeah, of course. I don't expect you to have it here. So that's something that we're going to ask every single department to provide, the breakdown of every employee, because when you build your budget, I'm not sure how you do it now, but there's something that says what each employee benefit is. Mm-hmm. So we need to get up from the department so we could really understand the fringe benefits. Because if this was this off, then I'm certain that we
That's
have
in
a lot
the
more.
sorry. That's in the listing when we are preparing the budget. That's in the document that's presented to OMB.
Mhm.
So it may just need to be requested, but it does.
We want
do
it from
include it.
IU. We want it directly
No,
from
that's
the
fine, that's fine.
department.
I was telling you.
Okay?
Yeah.
Thank you. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Okay, Madam Chair, but still, to me, and even backing that out, looking at the same personnel and fringe for 24 and adding 15 employees, I still have an issue with how the numbers are being calculated. From 23 to 24, back out where it is, you say needed to be backed out. You say the fringe came to 2,080,000. Look at the fringe now at 4,066,000 from 3,961,000. The fringe of 1.5 million to 280 with 15 employees. It just seems off to me. That's what I'm saying.
You can never just look at fringe in black and white because they have too much factors. So you're gonna have people who's single who only paying 8,000. You have family.
Do a straight 44% on average.
You can't do that.
Okay, so
you
let me
have people who budgeted at 50%.
Right, so we can't all talk at the same
Yeah.
time.
Thank you for
we
the time,
asked them for the information so we can actually get a more accurate picture of what the fringe should look like. And we're going to ask all of the other departments because we're seeing this consistent across the board. So we're trying our best not to make too much assumptions with our budget because one of the things that we find is at the end of the year, the appropriation transfers are out of control. And we have to put ourselves in a position where we really set aside funds, our rainy day funds. We have to. Okay? So we'll get the right number. They have the information, Senator DeGraff. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
To all the listening audience, I too want to join my colleagues in offering condolences to Detective Delbert Phipps Jr. You know, anytime you have a fallen officer in your community, things are not well. You know, we cannot permit this kind of behavior in our community. You know, the police officers, you know, have sworn to protect and serve, and we have to address those issues. Those are very important. And welcome to you, Commissioner Malloy, and also to Assistant Commissioner, former Senator Mr. Gene Floyd, Nisha, Christian Hendrickson, the whole staff. Real quickly, you know, I've been doing some tabulations here. We had the IRB here, and their average salary was 42. We had the EDC, it was 68. Now your average salary is 71. So we have another agency coming, you know. Good news, things are getting better. So I noticed on page 275 of the budget, your total request is 22,667,000, but particularly your personnel was 8,260,697. On page 7, I want you to explain to me how it looked, because I noticed that you had in fiscal year 20, you had 2,900 unemployment claims. Fiscal 21 went down to 1,570. 22 is 458. For fiscal 23, how is the unemployment claims looking? It's getting better or it's staying the same?
Thank you for that question, Senator. Director Halyard.
Gary Halyard, Unemployment Insurance. Yes, it's gone down considerably, and that's a reflection that most of the pandemic and folks that can find work are back to work. It's averaging, I would say, a quarterly, maybe about 420 per quarter. So that is good in comparison to the prior 2 years, fiscal years.
Okay, that's great news. And maybe when one of the larger hotels open up, it probably go down a little bit more.
It will. It just depends. We do have a seasonal economy. So right now we're in the slow season. So it's a little up, but very low in comparison to the last 2 to 3 years.
Okay. The Department of Labor is one area I follow closely, and those job seekers and those career fairs, continue doing that because I notice you develop a brochure and it gets out. It's all over WhatsApp, the internet. That's good that people know that they're hiring. So continue with those fair. I wanted to go one quick question with your occupational safety health inspectors. Are they also trained in mold remediation and lead and asbestos? What are they trained in specifically?
They
30
are
seconds.
trained generally, but there's the hygienists are the ones who are specifically for those specific areas.
Okay, so if we have an issue with mold, we can call the Department of Labor then? I just want to know for my information.
Definitely.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so another good program is that expand the skills where you supplement the employees' wage. I noticed you got 1.5 million from ARPA, but you want to expand the program. Is there anything that the legislature have to do? Madam Chair, can I finish? Is there anything the legislature have to do with that request? Is that an official request, or you just letting us know?
No, Senator. We are pursuing additional federal funding, additional funding sources outside of the general fund.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Pleasant good afternoon, and very pleasant good afternoon to the Department of Labor personnel. I know you guys are very hardworking, especially around summertime when you have additional work to do for the Summer Youth Employment Work Opportunity Program. I may be saying, I'm calling the name wrong, but it's for the summer program that you hold every year and you sponsor. I just wanted to ask you some budgetary questions and be quick about it. Do you have a breakdown of which divisions you're looking at as far that has the vacancies?
Yes, we do, Senator.
Okay, if you could just provide me the number and which division quickly.
Director Well.
Let me get back to you, Senator.
Okay, fine. Then I want to go to the post-audit report because I know there were questions, and is again in your shop, Director Wells, regarding the expenditures for the grants that you have. And the post-audit report from page 8, begins on page 8. They have actually listed the grant award amount and the balance so far that is in there. And I saw some balances that are showing that no money has been expended and the expiration date of the grant was June 30th. Specifically, if we look at page 9, they have the Unemployment Insurance State Administration, PUA admin. And I remember in the 34th legislature, we were asking about this. And it shows that you haven't expended over $1.3 million of that fund. Nothing has been expended, and that grant expired in June. Were all of these grants extended at a no cost that expired? So all have been extended.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and so that goes to my next question regarding indirect cost associated with these grants. Do you have indirect cost that you utilize that is associated with managing these grants?
Yes, we do.
Okay, very good. And what is your indirect cost rate? I know it varies from department to department.
Director Milligan?
Kenneth Milligan, Department of Labor.
1 minute.
Currently, the rate that we utilize is 10% de minimis. But,
Temp-
yeah.
10%. And I was looking at your budget. I didn't see how or where that monies are being used within your budget. Do you use it to supplement any personnel costs? Do you use it to go into supplies, equipments, advertisement?
30 seconds.
So where is that captured? That indirect cost is captured in your budget. Where is it reflected?
When we do receive it, because the issue is that we have not received the indirect.
Who is responsible to giving it to OMB? Or doesn't it naturally just come out of your grants?
It comes out of the grant, but it still has to be allotted so it could be received.
So you haven't received that allotment?
Time.
So we have not received.
From OMB? Is that what you're representing?
So it is.
Just be clear. Just say it quickly.
We have not received our indirect yet.
From whom?
I expect this should be processed through the Department of Finance.
Okay, so OMB gives it to the Department of Finance to give it to you? What is the process? That's what I'm getting at.
So, yes.
The answer is yes. OMB, you haven't received that from OMB. How much do you, Mr. Wells, Director Wells, anticipate that you're owed?
For FY23 right now, it's close to 400,000.
400,000. I noted that our post auditor said that you are owed a little over $1 million in your next allotment. So that is not included in this allotted amount that you're owed from OMB either. Okay. And so is there, Mr. Chairman, I'll just conclude. Is there a projected time frame for them to send you your $400,000?
We're expecting, we're working on it, and we have a plan. We use that money for training. We use that money for training and to supplement any of the additional build-outs or what we would need to do that affects all staff.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Chairman, that concludes my question. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. The Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance stand in recess for 2 minutes for the changing of the recorder. We are back on the record. Senator Capehart, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Department of Labor. Good afternoon, Commissioner Molloy and your team. I'm going to try to do some rapid questions as I try to in these 4 minutes. I see that you have division and units, 11 of them. You have supervisors, directors for each one? What do you? Okay. You are a service-based regulatory organization, and you have a lot of grants. Do you have a grant writer? So how you to get all this money? Who requests? How is this done?
Some are formula grants that we get as a part of being a part of the programs that U.S. Department of Labor has, especially for the WIOA or the job training, the job service training. And then for the skills for the day, we actually wrote that grant ourselves in-house.
Do you have individuals with special expertise to manage these grants?
Yes, we do.
Okay, good thing, because I see in the territory that we get a lot of federal grants and then they're sent back because poor managing. Have you had to request any extension of any of your grants for the year?
Yes, we have, Senator.
And what are those?
Well, we had the apprenticeship grant. We had to do an extension. The dislocated worker grant, we did an extension. We did some extension for unemployment insurance grants.
Okay, and with these extensions, you are going to be able to meet those deadlines?
Yes, and that's why whenever we request an extension, we have to be very specific to put a timeline as well as a spending plan as to how we're going to liquidate the funds within that particular period of time.
Very well. Capital projects. Can you explain what your capital projects are going to be for FY 2024?
Primarily, we're looking at purchasing the St. Thomas building and doing build-outs within the St. Thomas office. That's the primary for our capital projects. St. Thomas and St. Croix doing some build-outs.
Okay. There was another question I needed to ask, and this is more as it pertains to wages for waitresses, bartenders. I was supposed to look at the act as it pertains to how these employees are paid. But I'm understanding that there's a problem locally that we have with individuals who work in this field, that they are not being treated fairly as it pertains to getting a pay stub so they can know how much money they made in the week, how they can pay their taxes. They are giving contracts, and if you give somebody a contract, then they should be going to Department of Licensing or Consumer Affairs to get a business license so they can also pay taxes, correct?
Agreed, Senator.
I am asking if there are any investigations going on as it pertains to restaurants who may be treating employees unfairly as it pertains to not having accurate records.
As far as I know, no, because we haven't gotten any complaints. But the minimum wage within that industry is $4.20 an hour, and if they don't make the $10.50, then it's the responsibility of the employer to make the difference up. To make sure that they get a $10.50 an hour rate. But there's a minimum wage of $4.20 within that industry.
Well, I'm going to have another discussion at another time with Department of Labor as it pertains to this practice happening with some individuals. And Mr. Chair, if I may wrap up one question. Because we live in an age of technology, I asked this earlier about a security team. I'm talking about security for outside of your building. I'm talking about to prevent hacking, cybersecurity. Do you have a team that works to make sure that none of this is happening in your department?
Yes, we have Information Technology Director, Mr. Raja Richards, and then we have also support with MIS Director Dana McDougall for Management Information Systems.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. Point of inquiry. Senator Joseph, and then we're going to go to you, Senator Fonseca, afterwards.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to just piggyback on what the previous speaker mentioned relative to security and ask you what security measures are you putting in place to assure that what happened earlier this year at the Department of Labor, where here in St. Thomas, where some gunshots actually came through the building. What are you doing to secure your staff as well as the customers that come through the Department of Labor, knowing that right across the street is a designated hotspot?
Thank you for that question, Senator. And that is a part of what we're doing with the build out internally. We've already also looked at a vendor because the second floor of that building is not concrete, and so we've been looking at ways to reinforce the upper inner part of the building that has pretty much fireproof or bulletproof, and we've been seeking vendors, and we have a very good quote that we're looking at, and we're going through the procurement process to see if we can do that as a part of the build out. But right now, all that is contingent on us purchasing the building.
Thank you so much.
Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your point of inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, I wanted you to state clearly for the record regarding tips, gratuities in particular. You go to a restaurant, can you tell me what is the maximum gratuity if it's 2, 3 persons? Please clarify that for me, Commissioner.
Let me ask Director Halia to give us some insight from BLS, the issue because it's not a standard. That's the issue. There's not a standard within the industry in terms of tipping, and some establishments charge a service charge. It's already built in, and then some of them still has the additional tipping. So what my advice would be is when you get your bill, you need to be sure that you take a look to see if the service charge is included, or there's a breakdown generally, and it's in some places it starts at 15%, some places start at 18%, some industries starts at 20%.
Yeah, so it would be within the diner's authority if they charge you a 15% gratuity, you can mark it out and say 12% gratuity and pay 12%. Would that be within your authority?
Yes, it would be, as long as. But the issue is the difference if it's service charge. That is something that we need to look at. But if it's gratuity, it is your choice whether you're going to pay a gratuity or not.
But we have to pay the service charge.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thanks, Senator. Okay. All right. Very quickly. So I see that under your associated supplies, you have is that 100%? You have a 100% increase from 23,000 in FY23 to 446,000 in FY24, which represents $224,394 increase, which represents 100%, about.
Director of Business Administration, that increase was due to a vendor that we used to account for under other services. Finance asked us to change and code it to supplies. So that reflect that.
What is the vendor providing?
Software database.
Okay. So it's operating supplies.
Yeah.
Okay, so then it means that your other services and charges should be reduced, right? So other services and charges has increased by 124,089. So help me.
Not necessarily. We had increases in rent, and a couple other operating expenses went up. So it kind of was like an offset.
So you have to break that down for me. If you don't have it today, you're going to have to send that
You're
back.
talking about the other services?
Correct.
Yeah, we have it.
You have to break down the other services and charges, because if you have a 224, we have to understand where is that reflected based on your explanation. Okay? And then under your capital projects, we see that you have and you probably discussed it before, but I may have missed it. Under 23, well, actually the FY23 367, are you using that money? FY 2023 367 592,000 was budgeted in FY 2023 this fiscal year.
And what was the question?
Will those funds be utilized?
Yes, that's part of the build out that we discussed from the St. Thomas and St. Croix offices.
Okay, and then you're asking for another $1 million in 24. What is that about?
And that's to purchase the building.
Oh, so we appropriating the money to purchase a building? What's the process for the government of the Virgin Islands to purchase a building?
Well, we go through property and procurement, and they go through the entire process. But
So how I know how much the building costs?
we
Yeah, you gotta come back here for that money.
there's appraisals have been done through property and procurement,
When
and
do
so
you intend to purchase this building?
we intend to, as soon as the process goes through with property and procurement.
Okay, so that is not a capital project. Okay? The purchase of a building is not a capital project. So that is not appropriately budgeted here. You have to clearly delineate what you're utilizing those funds for. So we need to understand exactly, are you saying the entire $1.8 million is to purchase a new building?
No, the 8,000 is for under our PRM, planning, research, and monitoring.
So you've already negotiated the purchase of this
We're
building?
already in the negotiations through property and procurement.
Okay, so this is not appropriately placed. Other services. It's not a capital project.
Question. For other services, I have the breakdown, but it's a lot. So how you want me to just go line item?
No, you can actually send that to us.
Right.
We just need to be clear, so when we building these budgets, that we don't that we provide the appropriate funding in as much as possible. We found over the years that we just have way too much funds at the end of each fiscal year. So
But
we need to.
if I may, Senator, we have to have within our budget. So which other category would you suggest? Because
I'm not sure, but what I do know is if y'all are purchasing a building, you said that in your testimony?
Yes.
What did you say?
Well, we intend to try to purchase the building. Yeah, we're in negotiations to purchase the building.
And they're selling us that building for $1 million?
No. So, but it is a down payment, and so how through property procurement, we have to be able to get a purchase order to be able to pay our portion. So this is an initial down payment, and then we will make the additional payments.
So I've been in that building a couple of times, and I'm certain that the folks that are in St. Thomas work in that building. Did you all have a discussion, a survey, whatever that is, with your employees to find out if they are interested in the GVA purchasing a building that is old, run down, and I could go on and on. I mean, why are we buying this building? This is the only building we could have seen St. Thomas to buy?
No, several reasons. Location, based on the population that we serve. And we plan the build out, we're going to modernize it. And we already had the estimates as well as the engineering estimate in terms of what it would take for us to restore, including, if necessary, filling in the entire, making our entire second floor.
So this is what we do. This is what we do in these departments and agencies. We put whatever we want in the budget, the legislature pass it, then I come back, ask for more money, and it's a gift that keeps on giving. If we are purchasing a building that looks like the building that I'm very familiar with, at minimum, information needs to be provided, the offer, perhaps, and what it's going to take to build out a building. It's going to cost significant money to build a building, and then it's going to become a burden on this government to figure out how to upfit that building. I firmly believe, I mean, I don't work in a building, but I know there have been just many complaints about that building over the years. How do we just move forward with purchasing that building? Who owns the building?
I know the realtor that we're dealing with, the person that we're dealing with is Miss Francis, and representing the owners. But again, everything is being done through property and procurement. And, we are paying rent, and we're trying to find a way to reduce that particular category. And right now, based on, like I mentioned, the location and the population that we solve, to make sure that there's access to transportation within the main thoroughfare.
What's your annual rent on that building?
Mr. Wells?
$250,435.
250. 251,000 annually on that building. If I'm not mistaken, the legislature has to approve the ratification of the purchase. I have to check. Is there any discussion about the legislature approving that? I think we have to approve that.
Well, I know, and like I said, I know that everything is done through property and procurement. So everything that they've asked us to do, we've done. And so they're the ones that got the three estimates. And then they asked us to get an engineer to be able to substantiate what we're doing, and then ask us to start getting ready for the purchase order. So we were looking at it as a mechanism initially to be able, again, to reduce, so not to have to pay rent, and to be able to own the building, and with plans of retrofitting it and maintaining it.
That you asked me a question before, and my brain was a little fuzzy on it. But if we approve the budget as you asked, then we are basically sanctioning or saying yes to this. And I don't know that I would say yes to purchasing that particular building without us getting all of the information as it relates to the associated projected costs and what it's going to cost to upfit it, so the employees could be comfortable in the building. Because once the building becomes the building of the government, then we got another problem that we're dealing with. So we have to think about it holistically. So we're going to have to remove that amount. We have to figure out what amount is. I'm not sure what it is. So I need for that information to be provided. And if it's something that the legislature wishes to do, then it goes in the miscellaneous section of the budget. That's where it would go. It's not a miscellaneous expense at this point. It'll become a capital expense, but before it's capitalized, it's miscellaneous. It's not a budget expense, because then what happens is next year, when you bring your budget forward, then your budget is significantly reduced by this million.
Well, it will all depend, because right now, depending on the negotiations, what we were going to do is pay down the million and utilize the rent to be able to make payments for an extended period of time. We're trying to make sure that we buy it within our budget within a short period of time, so that we can recoup the funding
so it
for the
costs
rent.
more than $1 million then?
Of course, it's going to cost more than $1 million.
Okay, so we need information. We can't. This is not something that we could do. And again, I don't think that we should be stumbling onto this type of information. So we need a clear path as to what the intent is. How do you plan to finance it? It sounds like you plan to utilize your rent to finance it over whatever that time is. And of course, there's also will be an expectation to do some major repairs and upfit into the building.
We're already maintaining it, like I said.
Okay, so are the employees happy about you purchasing that building? Or is that like a good new home for them?
I'll tell you that some are not, and basically it's tied to the last incident in terms of in people's minds. And so, and like I said, based on what we were looking at, and Senator Joseph's question, we are looking at how we're going to, based on the build out, how we're going to do the installation of the top of the building as well. All that we have factored into our costs.
I mean, that could happen anywhere, really. So that based on what we see happening in our communities here, abroad, we could be sitting right here and it happened right here. So that isn't necessarily the overarching concern for me. It is a concern, but not the overarching concern, because that can happen anywhere. The concern is whether or not we are really looking to purchase something that is worth us buying. Because when I saw $1 million, I was like, I can't see them selling off $1 million. So
Believe me, it's what
okay.
is, Senator. It's just that, sometimes it's a diamond in a rough. It's just how you plan for it, and we have a real good plan in terms of how we're going to make it more, because technically we've outgrown the space, and so we need to be able to look at how we can maximize what we have.
Yeah, I got to share the plan. We are not going to rubber stamp acts of that nature in your FY24 budget. That would have to sit in the miscellaneous section of the budget if we are going to approve it. But you got a little problem, because what was the fund we the government insurance fund? We can't budget anything from that this year. We won't. So that $1 million. Yeah, we got some challenges. So we're going to have that conversation with the OMB director, because she's going to have to tell us how she's going to assist us with truly balancing this budget based on these red balances that was sent here to budget from.
But just for our process with the government insurance fund, they gave us, just like how we get a ceiling within OMB, we get a ceiling within the government insurance fund. So the understanding, I agree that the issue has to be reconciliation, because I can tell you, we don't have outstanding costs of $50 million in workers' compensation payments in-house. And we generate the claims, so we don't have that number of payments outstanding. And so technically, with the plans that we have and the legislation that we're in discussion with Government House, it's going to revamp this entire program so that it will pay for itself.
And that's not a problem to me, that you believe that there is no way that there could be a $50 million deficit. But on page 40 of the FY 2024/25 budget that came down here, clearly says to us that since 21, I'm sure if I look back at further budgets, you'll probably see the same thing, that this is in the red. We got to take it at face value. We will write to OMB. To Department of Finance, I think I wrote them already, because when they came, I spoke about specific fund balances, and I want to believe this is one of them, that we can't budget like this. I am not going to participate in that. If it's in the red and they're unable to reconcile it, then it has to sit in abeyance until it can be reconciled. But we can't budget in this manner, because then when we talk about having these different rainy day funds, etc., then we truly don't have it, because we're using money from those same funds to take care of these types of issues. So we'll figure it out, but what we will ask is, I think the Lieutenant Governor Office purchased a building in St. Croix, I think 2 fiscal years ago.
Yes, they did.
But they brought a proposal to us. So we will need the same thing from DOL. Okay?
Okay, I wasn't aware of that.
All right.
Like I said, we were following the process outlined to us by property and procurement.
Yeah, well, what property and procurement does is after I do all the work, then they bring it here, the legislators are under pressure, and then we say, yeah. We got to change the narrative. All right, colleagues, burning question. I think I just saw Senator Carrion. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your...
Thank you.
Oh, Senator Francis has made it to St. Croix. So we're going to go with the Senate President first because he's before you, Senator Carrion, and then we're going to... Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just to continue along the line with the purchase of the building, I wanted to ask the commissioner whether or not if there an appraisal has been done or any evaluation and assessment of the structural soundness of that building. Has that been determined already?
Yeah, three appraisals were done, and yes, structural assessment was done already.
And what is the general cost at this time of the building? Are you still in negotiation, may I ask, first of all?
Yeah, we're still in negotiation, and we're competing against some other individuals that want to buy the building as well.
Very well. So I wouldn't ask any further questions in that respect. But I, too, I'm very concerned that, in fact, if we're going to be investing in a building like that, it needs to be properly sound, make sure it's conducive to the health and well-being of your employees, which I'm sure you're concerned with as well. And, just be able to get their general input in terms of the purchase of that building. Have you considered any other building on St. Thomas?
Excuse me, Senator?
Any other building?
Have you considered any other building on St. Thomas at this time? Are you looking at anything else or just solely that building?
We were looking, but everything was substantially either the distance, and we're looking at the clients that we have to solve, as well as the cost was prohibitive. So it seemed better logistical sense and fiscal sense to be able to buy where we are and do the repairs that we're doing and the plan that we have to build out.
Very well. Again, I guess we'll wait for all of the information to come in to make a determination. On page 7 of your testimony, and I'm not sure if you had already discussed this, but you mentioned that we're in discussion with Government House regarding the legislation to adjust the implementation date and other areas to ensure efficiency. This tax change will take effect January 1st, 2024. Can you expand a little bit in terms of that paragraph?
Thank you, Senator. That is tied to Act 8209 that the Senate passed the new payroll variation tax legislation. We have to amend the date. The date was set to begin in January of 2021. The U.S. Department of Labor had given us an extension, and then they gave us a drop dead date that it must be implemented by January 1, 2024. So part of the legislation that we're discussing with Government House is to come down to talk about changing the date. We're also talking about changing the number of weeks from 26 to 13, as well as adding that all employers be a part of our sides program. So there are 3 parts to the legislation that we're in discussions with Government House on.
And there was also some consequences if this wasn't put in place at the time that this matter was presented to the legislature. Can you speak to those consequences again for the benefit of the public?
Yes, there's some extreme consequences because, every year that we have a balance, every January 1, when there's a balance owed to the Federal Unemployment Trust Fund, we are subject to getting additional tax. So everybody, the business community knows this as the FUTA, the Federal Unemployment Insurance Tax. If we don't do this to come in federal compliance, we run the risk of all businesses in the territory being decertified and having to pay a full 6% FUTA tax in addition to the local SUTA taxes that they have to be paid.
Okay. And in general sense, I heard my time winding down there, and I want to be respectful to as we have another agency that's coming before us. What about this budget presentation that concerns you? What about this that keeps you up at night and bring some reason for pause? Can you speak to any challenges as a result of this budget that you have proposed or sent down
on your behalf?
Well, one that just happened is the budget to buy the building, and possibly not having that $1 million in my budget. So, and having to make sure that something is put back in my budget to make sure I can make the rent, since in lieu of not being able to purchase the building. In addition to that, we definitely know that what's happening in workforce development, we don't have enough funding to do everything that we want to do at one time. So we're trying to make sure that we're as focused as we can with strategies, and we're starting to work on sector-based strategies so we can work specifically on a particular sector. And also, of course, I would love to be able to do some additional increases for my staff in terms of the salaries. And so we're looking at all of those things that we can do to try to make sure that we have a better quality of life for not only the staff in Vital, but for our Virgin Islands residents as it pertains to making sure they're employed. So those are the things that really keep me up at night, in addition to some of the vexing things that are happening in the community.
Very well. And in respect to the KPIs, tell me who's responsible for monitoring the KPIs and how satisfied you are in terms of your ability to meet those KPIs as we go into fiscal year 2024.
Thank you for that question, Senator. All KPIs are the direct responsibility of the director or chief that is over that particular division or unit. But how we have it rolled up, everything rolls up to my director of human resources. And so what we do is internally we have regular meetings between HR and our fiscal team, because it's tied to performance-based budgeting. So I'm pretty pleased with the KPIs that we have, and the indicators or the trends that you see there, whether increase or decrease, are based on what our directors or chiefs have indicated that they need to move up or down based on that particular indicator. And so there are two indicators that we need to look at, especially the one at OSHA that was mentioned. So that one with 100% with the meetings, we need to look at that and revisit that. And also we need to revisit, I know that it was mentioned in the post-audit report on workers' compensation, a concern about not having the outreach, but know that those outreach will be completed by the end of this fiscal year.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. So we got to go back over this whole personnel listing and this whole budget for the Department of Labor. What is your ask for FY 2024?
12 million.
729,388?
388.
Okay. So when I look at the budget book, page 85 of the governor's budget book, I see that your personnel ask is 3.846467, as opposed to what I'm seeing here in the recommendation in the post-audit report of 4 million. So, Mr. Post-Auditor, let me just ask you. And then in the associative fringe, I'm seeing 4 million. Something wrong here. Mr. Post-Auditor, please recognize the mic of the Post-Auditor.
Madam Chair.
The information that was provided in the post-audit report, did you guys get a copy of the post-audit report, Department of Labor?
Yes, we did, Senator.
But you did not share that you had any concerns with it.
We received it today, Senator.
That's okay. The number's straightforward, though. 12 million, you'd only add it up one way. So, because I'm seeing in the budget that you have unemployment insurance contribution of 2.5 million. 1 second. Interest payment unemployment trust of 1.7 and DOL compliance and reporting of 325. That's inclusive of the 12.7 million that we're seeing in the budget book. Yes. However, in what we have in the post-audit report, so Mr. Post-Auditor again, the information that you received for FY24 with these numbers that we're seeing in front of us, Where do we get those numbers from?
Madam Chair, I got the numbers from the budget book of the 12.7 million, and also I got a breakdown from what was distributed to us from the Department of Labor, how exactly those expenditures are broken down.
So, Mr. Wells, you wanted to say something. So let's clear this up.
I was trying
before we move forward.
to find out what did you say the personnel services were in the budget book? How much is it?
3.846467. Did you issue raises in FY23?
I looking at the budget book right now, and it's 4,066,429.
What page?
276.
So page 85 of the budget. So this is a problem. So page 276. So we need to find page 276. So go to your page 85. You could scroll through it.
No,
Or
I
you
just
looking
had
at-
labor section.
Okay. So there's another section in the budget book that outlines each department and what they did. That's the part that we would, when we were looking to approve the budget, we don't go back into the details of labor. We get the information that you share with us. We would look at this document. I want to believe that this is the bill itself, the proposed bill, right? We would go into that. I'm going to ask somebody to share a copy of this with you, okay? So you could see exactly what the concern is, because you have a M146 unemployment insurance contribution account. That is inclusive of your 12 million. That's 2.5. Is that accurate?
No, they contribute, well,
That's the UI contribution.
the UI contributions is the 2.5, and then we have another miscellaneous for 1.7.
Right, but what I'm saying is the 2.7, the $12.7 million that's on page 85 of the budget book includes 2.5, 1.7, and a 325.
Right.
But it shouldn't be, because I don't see where you're accounting for that in your breakdown. You see, so your other services and charges, the highest number in that is a 2.8 million, 2,791. So that's 2.8 million. But you have 2.5, the budget book rather has a whole 2.5. That's that's actually $4 million. That's an additional $4 million. $4 million, yeah. You seen it? So we got to flesh this out. Because let me ask you this quick question. Where is the unemployment insurance contribution, the interest payment, and the DOL compliance and reporting? Is that listed in the miscellaneous section of the budget?
So that's the issue we discussed with OMB. So in the document we're looking at, they have it inclusive in fringe for the one thing and other service for the other, but they also have a breakout in the miscellaneous section.
I am sure if they're trying to confuse us, but they need to understand that we're going to read these numbers. At least we're going to try to do that this year. So we're going to have to flesh this out because this is not balancing. Okay? So if you can provide us with what your associated fringes, as we previously discussed, and all of these other categories, and because M1467 should sit under the miscellaneous section, correct? Mr. Wells? That's how it usually sits.
That's how it should be.
That's how it usually sits, correct?
No, they normally have it in our budget. In
But
the
then
ceiling.
where in your budget?
It would be under other services.
But then if it's under other services, you have 2.7 under other services.
And 1.7 of that is that number, that unemployment
interest payment.
Interest payment.
Okay, but what about the 2.5?
That's included in the fringe. That's why the fringe so high.
So how have you guys been paying this over the years? How are I getting it paid?
We talking about which one? Which thing?
How are you moving the transaction?
So we'd have to request the fund from OMB. ask them to put it in our account. We cut the check and pay it into the internally.
So
That is for the contribution, but for the interest payment that has to be made every September, we gotta go through the same process.
but you
And we-
see why the senators in here be making issues of the things? Because we moving money around in areas where it was not appropriated. And you can't do that. We do not have a lump sum budget. This is a line item budget, so you cannot arbitrarily move money around.
No, so it don't be in our operating budget. We'd have to request for them to make the monies available.
Okay, I need to see the 2023 budget that was passed, and then we could have a deeper conversation. We're going to close this meeting. We're going to allow you to, I forgot that Senator Carrion is still here. So probably I could get that information while he's dealing with his time. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the members of the Department of Labor team. Commissioner, with regards to in your testimony, you spoke about the Community Development Block Grant, Disaster Recovery, $10 million that was received, which covered the Skills for Today program. And you stated that it's your plan to expand to another year. Can you tell me if all the funds were expended?
All the funds will be expended by August of 2023.
August of 2023. So what's your current balance?
I would.
So, Maurice Wells, as of June 1st, we expended a total of $6,457,228.13. So we have a balance remaining of $2,552,857.63.
All right. And is your intention to expend all of it by August, you said?
Yes, it will be. Individuals are in training that will. We did ask for a no-cost extension to be able to complete those individuals that are in the trainings right now.
Okay. And that extension was granted, or you're still waiting on the?
No, we got the extension.
Got the extension. Very well. Also, with regards to your LIFT program, you plan to expand that a year-round program for, you did it for 2023. Is that the plan also for 2024?
We had the funding that came from ARPA, so we would need additional funding to be able to extend it beyond that. That funding is going to expire this December 31st, 2023. So we will be able to do the fall, but after that, that would be it.
What's your balance on that ARPA funding?
Director Milling, Director Milligan, Wells.
And while you do that, I want to also congratulate your department for the hosting the jobs and career fair you've been having. So I think those have been very effective, and we need more of those.
Thank you, Senator.
You have the information?
Yeah. Yeah.
As that information is provided, with regards to your OSHA employees, in your testimony you said you have two. I think is one in each district?
No, we have additional. We have more than two, but we have new individuals that have to go through the training. But we have the hygienists, the two hard to fill areas. Those were the hard to fill vacancies. That one is a hygienist and the other is a safety inspector.
So what's the total employees you have in that division?
In OSHA, director, assistant director, I think 6.
6, and any vacancies?
Excuse me?
Any vacancies?
No, I think we're filled now. Actually, administratively, we still have to do a backfill.
30
one of
seconds.
the administrative staff recently retired.
And then you have some of your positions, since we're talking about vacancies, some are at 100% and others are at 50. So how do you determine which ones are at what percentage?
Director Wells?
Yeah.
That's usually determined by OMB, but for sure, the federal positions will always be funded at 100%.
Okay, and I guess crucials or priority positions are the ones that will be maybe
Time.
at 100.
As well as any backfills.
Okay. Do you have the numbers for the remaining balance in the ARPA?
Kenneth Milligan, Department of Labor. Not at this point. We just have the monies that was allotted to us, but we don't have the balance.
Can you please provide that through the chair so that we could have and know what do you have available? And then my other concern, I know my time was called, but with regards to the federal grants that you have, I think a colleague also mentioned there's a number of those that expiration date is on top of us, and the balances are almost the same as when they were obligated or provided, awarded. So what's the strategy regards to those, Commissioner? And I'll listen in to your response because we don't want to be sending money back.
Yes, thank you for that question, Senator. All have been extended till 2024.
Very well.
Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I do want to just follow up with the previous speaker question. You have expended money in your ARPA funds that you receive. How is it that you are unable to provide us with a number as far as how much you have as in your balance?
We have the contract amount.
We are the ones that initiate the payments, but for example, in
So you
that,
don't keep a running balance? It's just like a checking account?
well, in that
You-
program,
you-
it's still ongoing. We're still,
Right,
live
but you
students are
should-
still being,
If you would allow, it's only one person. We have a stenographer right here need to capture. There's only, it's like a checking account. So you should have a balance on how much you have expended. Tell us the number you've expended, the amount, as well as the current balance available right now.
and again, they're per diems in process. We are still filling positions.
Okay, but it should have at least a balance that you have based on your projection. So that's something that should be ongoing, and it's just regarding a good fiscal management of your funds. You have something that you want to say, Mr. Milligan?
Yes.
You have a balance for us.
No.
Oh, why is that?
Okay, so we request for these funds to be spent. OMB handles all the transactions. So
You don't keep internally a running balance based on the
I
allotment
could
that
probably
OMB has
provide a
given you?
balance to all our requests, but I can't give you a fund
Well,
balance.
give us a balance based on your request.
I don't have it at this moment. That's what I was trying to say.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, so I think we're using the wrong term because there is no way that we would be managing federal dollars or any dollars and we don't have, well, we're not processing it internally ourselves and we're processing it in the, sending the information to DOF. Let's use the word obligation. What is the obligations? How much money was it? Is it?
There's 5 different
What's the total?
$500,000 for the lift expansion program.
Okay, so you have $500,000 for the lift extension program, and of that $500,000, what is the obligation against it?
The obligation,
inclusive of. So you have the $500,000. You have what has been expended thus far, right? You have an accounting of that, Mr. Milligan.
I more than likely have an accounting of it, but I don't have it presently.
That's what he's been saying.
So, what you mean more than likely? You either have it or you don't have it. Which one is it?
Yes, I have it.
Okay, good. So you have your obligation, you have the amount that you receive, the amount that has been expended thus far, and your obligations that you probably have sent over to, who you send it to, OMB?
Yes.
Right, so you got to add all of that, and then they'll give you an idea as to what's left. Attorney Christian
Hendrickson.
Hendrickson, you would like to say something?
Sure. So good afternoon, Assistant Commissioner, Legal Counsel Nisha Christian Hendrickson. What we have is the contract amounts because each one of these projects came with a certain amount that we slotted. So we do have the amounts as Director Milligan mentioned, but what we have prepared today is the amounts for each one of the projects because they correspond with a contract.
But we still have to keep a running balance of our revenue, our expenses, and our obligations. We have
Which
to.
is true, and we do have that. We just don't have it present.
Okay, so if you could forward it, that will satisfy our concern. Okay, but just for the sake of, using this as a teaching moment as well, that's information that's very necessary when we have these types of conversations. Okay.
Sure.
Just for me to add that it's on the per diems and how we continue to process the balance and everything. So they have it. It's just a matter of getting it.
All righty. Colleagues, I think we've exhausted our discussion with the Department of Labor other than, I did get the information. How could I forget? So I'm looking at the FY 2023 budget, and the budget for 23 is $13.7 million. So the exact amount is $13,650,075. There is $4,345,907 set aside for personnel. Associated fringe benefits is $1.7 million. 24,452. Supplies is 222. Other services is 967. So I have no idea where this information is coming from, but our appropriations, the appropriations was pulled directly out of the budget book for FY23. And that number is 13,505,000, but we've seen 13,650,075 that the legislature passed. So we got to chew this up. This information is off, and then the fringe benefits. So I see what you were trying to say, Mr. Wells. So the associated fringe benefits, these in the information as provided when we get the appropriation levels from the Office of Management and Budget, they roll everything up into the fringe category.
Mm-hmm.
And is it fringe? Yeah. These are miscellaneous items, correct, Mr. Wells?
Correct.
Okay, so we're going to make sure that we fix this. All right, and then we'll have a discussion with you to make sure that we get this. I mean, it appears to be the right way in our budget. I don't know why OMB would present it in this manner. Okay. Colleagues, I think we've exhausted our discussion. We see that Mr. Hilliard get away today. He don't usually be on the hot seat, so it's okay. He needs a break. So we have exhausted our discussions for today, and we're going to ask Commissioner Malloy to give us a 30-second closing.
Thank you for the opportunity to come and make a presentation and to request our $12,729,388 for fiscal year 2024. Again, I'd like to thank the senators on this committee. I'd like to thank the Vital staff for all your hard work. And again, thank you for the opportunity.
All right, thank you. Oh boy, I know that you gave your closing, but I think that there's some information that...
Yeah, I wanted to... Sorry. Kenneth Milligan, Department of Labor.
Uh-huh.
Currently, out of the $2.796 million that we've been allotted...
For?
ARPA.
For ARPA, sorry. So far, that has been expended is $905,467.
So you have another $1,200,000?
467, yes. Yeah, the subsidized learn and earn still
continuing.
Still continuing.
Okay.
And that's going to be the majority of the payouts. Those are going to be to those individuals that complete the program, those are going to be payments made to them.
Okay, and that's processed through the Department of Finance.
It's processed through OMB and Finance, yes. OMB releases, and then Finance processes.
This bureaucracy that we have created ain't getting us no place. Under the law, there is one entity that's responsible for expenditures. Correct, Deputy Commissioner Ford? You are a senator.
All of this bureaucracy thing, I go finance. You allot the money to the department. You tell me my ARPA money is 2.7 million, correct, Mr. Milligan?
Yes.
Then let me process my transactions through the Department of Finance. All of this stopping here and stopping, and nothing ain't done. Anyway.
It is getting done, Senator, just not fast enough.
Well, and what does that create? It creates frustration in your community. That's the problem. The Department of OMB's responsibility is to process, tell you what a budget is, finance job is, to process the transactions within the allowable policy of the federal fund, the local fund, whatever it is. That's it. We think I enough people to be doing all of that? I don't know. All right, colleagues, we have another department. We're going to end the day good because we see good people in the audience. So we're going to end the day good. Commissioner Malloy and your team, thank you for all that you do. We asked you for some information. Please forward it over so we can make sure that we are able to, make an informed decision as we process, what we need to process around the FY 2024 budget. The committee stands in recess for 2 minutes. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can we get the next item in block number 4?
Block 4, Legal Services of the Virgin Islands. Invited testifier, Ms. Shelby King Gaddy, Esquire, Executive Director, Legal Services of the Virgin Islands. Madam Chair, that ends the reading of Block 4.
Thank you. And this afternoon, we have the leadership of Legal Services of the Virgin Islands. And we're going to ask Attorney Gaddy to please put your name and title on the record, as well as your other staff members that's here with you this afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairperson, other members of the Committee on Finance of the 35th Legislature.
Could you pull the mic a little closer to you?
I have to move closer.
Okay.
And other members of the Committee on Finance of the 35th Legislature of the United States. I am Shelby King Gaddy, the Executive Director of Legal Services of the Virgin Islands. We're commonly known throughout the territory as Legal Services. I'm accompanied by Attorney Dawn Dyer, who is the Managing Attorney of the St. Croix office, and Mr. Kenneth Guy, who is our Director of Finance and our CFO. May I proceed?
Yes. No. Just put your name and title on the record. That's it for now. They will have to put their name and titles on the record as well. That's my bad. You may proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Kenneth Guy, Director of Finance and Administration.
Good afternoon. Dawn Dyer, Managing Attorney at the St. Croix office.
Okay. Now you may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for this opportunity that we get every year to appear before this committee to present to you and all the taxpayers of the Virgin Islands evidence of our efficient, effective, and fiscally responsible stewardship over the funds that you've entrusted to us from the Virgin Islands government. Legal Services of the Virgin Islands continues to be a responsible steward of the taxpayers' dollars, and each year when we receive and report the results of our annual audit, this year, again, our audit has been unqualified. We have a clean audit yet again. For fiscal year 2023, the governor's budget included $2,007,700 for legal services. And again, fiscal year 2024, the request is the same. Legal services, like all legal aid entities throughout the United States, are underfunded to meet the growing need and demand for our assistance. Nevertheless, we are extremely grateful for the funds we have received, especially given all the circumstances. We're here today to support our request for the sum of $2,007,700, which was the amount included for last year's budget and again for the governor's fiscal year 2024 budget. This sum will allow us to simply maintain the status quo at our present level of service delivery. And over the past 5 years, from 2018 to 2023, legal services has been in a continuous rebuilding posture to replace the experienced attorney resources lost after the 2017 hurricanes, while we have simultaneously been growing to meet the needs of the community. Presently, the total number of attorneys at legal services are 7. There are 4 in St. Croix, not including the executive director, and 3 in St. Thomas. Additionally, the St. Croix office has an outstanding offer to an attorney who is awaiting the Virgin Islands bar admission. When we began fiscal year 2023, we were seeking to fill 3 attorney vacancies, and this body extended additional funds to pay competitive salaries to attract and retain attorneys. And over this year, we have filled 2 of those positions and have 1 outstanding offer. And in addition, we are still in need of support staff to fill 2 positions to assist the attorneys. Finally, Legal Services has pursued the engagement of development professionals to create and implement a development plan for increasing, diversifying, and sustaining our funding. We've begun the process to engage a consultant to guide the process of creating that development plan and to help us to identify the job duties for the development officer or development professional that's appropriate for our organization. We implemented the Senior Medicare Patrol Project in 2018 to assist Medicare beneficiaries, families, caregivers, and others to prevent, detect, and report healthcare fraud, errors, and abuse. As we have a rapidly increasing senior population who receive other legal assistance from legal services, this program augments those services. We obtained federal funding for this program, and we hired a project director to coordinate those efforts. And we are happy to report, yet again, we are awarded a new 5-year grant for this project that began June 1st, 2023. As COVID-19 has permanently changed our lives and the way we conduct our business, we employ a lot of professional services. Legal Services uses technology extensively to streamline our delivery model and accommodate teleworking and remote working when necessary. Further, through the Senior Medicare Patrol Program in collaboration with the University of the Virgin Islands, we've been able to train 30 seniors who have successfully attained the necessary basic computer skills and knowledge, use of the internet and social media. That's resulted in the issuance of 65 certificates of completion for our seniors. This allows seniors to engage in the telehealth appointments now offered by many healthcare professionals and to continue to eliminate the social isolation that they experienced during the pandemic from not being able to participate in the in-person social activities. And while we're cognizant of the government's financial challenges created by the circumstances of the COVID-19 pandemic, while still overcoming the effects of the 2017 hurricanes, the requested funds will only allow us to maintain the status quo. Simultaneously, we are continuing to seek and secure other sources of funding to meet the extraordinary costs associated with providing services to our community in a COVID-19 endemic environment. Additionally, Legal Services was successful in obtaining funding from the Legal Services Corporation to assess, develop, and implement a transformational pro bono program. The purpose of this program is to engage private attorneys to provide legal assistance to the eligible clients either free of charge or at a low rate, which will also increase attorney resources to meet the legal needs of our community. While the U.S. Constitution guarantees a lawyer when somebody is accused of a crime, there is no constitutional right to an attorney when somebody faces a civil action. So, for example, unless you can pay for legal assistance, you're on your own to try to rectify unsafe housing that you're renting, or to challenge a wrongful discharge from a job, or to obtain a protective order against an abusive spouse, or to fight for custody of your children, or even to secure veterans benefits you earned by your military service. This is very challenging to navigate the legal system when you have to do it on your own. Having legal assistance is crucial to protecting the liberty and justice for all upon which our nation was founded. Legal Services of the Virgin Islands is the equal justice advocate in the territory. Our mission is stated in our mission statement as follows. It's to access justice, protect rights, educate people in poverty in order to empower them to move towards self-sufficiency. Legal Services is a non-governmental 501c3 not-for-profit corporation, and our primary purpose is to provide high-quality civil legal assistance free of charge to persons of low income, the elderly, victims of domestic violence, and other disadvantaged individuals in our territory. We are a public interest law firm, which means that we must adhere to all professional responsibility and ethical rules and codes, just as any other law firm would have to. Legal Services has provided these high-quality civil legal services to the client community territory-wide for over 54 years. Legal Services is governed by a 15-member volunteer board of trustees, and its management staff is very efficient, creative, and effective. Its attorneys, advocates, and legal support staff have over 40 years of combined legal experience. And we also have an excellent reputation in the bar, with the courts, and in our community for providing these high-quality civil legal services to eligible clients. And over the past year, Legal Services has seen an increase in the number of evictions and domestic violence. Those are the two most significant areas where we've seen increases. These matters are in addition to the range of issues typically experienced by persons living in poverty, circumstances like employment matters, and a wide range of other family law related matters. A lot of these matters create housing instability. And since 2023, we developed an enhanced eviction prevention services program, and we obtained financial assistance and began providing housing stability legal services under the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. Legal Services is well into the third year of its strategic plan to chart the course for the next 3 to 5 years, given a number of scenarios. The strategic plan outlined a course that is currently being followed, which allowed us to reimagine a service delivery model designed to maximize our resources by employing the best tools available for providing effective and efficient civil legal assistance in accordance with our mission. As part of the strategic planning process, a formal comprehensive needs assessment was conducted, and we affirmed that there are still many unmet legal needs in our community. And since we can't serve all of the clients' unmet legal needs, based upon the results of the needs assessment, we set a certain number of priorities. Those priorities were in housing, health, safety, family, elderly and disabled, economic opportunity and security, consumer issues, education, and transportation. Those are issues that we found in our community as our needs assessment was last done in 2020. It will be done again in 2024. But I want to point out that there's a recent uptick in elder abuse that also falls under domestic violence. The reimagined service delivery system model that resulted from the strategic planning process is based upon the visionary theme of providing equal access to justice anytime, anywhere. Legal Services has a variety of intake methods, procedures, and policies, including in-person, telephone, and online intake via our website. And after the intake process is completed in real time, clients will be contacted by an attorney within 1 business day, thus eliminating the need for scheduling appointments that sometimes cause an initial consultation to be held weeks later. The accessibility has been significantly expanded with our mobile justice units, which are designed to operate as mobile offices, taking attorneys into remote locations of the community to provide on-site legal assistance. The mobile justice units are at pre-scheduled locations in the community each week in both St. Croix and the St. Thomas, St. John districts on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And while we operate the mobile justice units to provide service in the community, our physical facilities are also used to meet with clients, with stakeholders, and others, along with performing our administrative duties. We're in the process of temporarily relocating the St. Croix staff in some leased space while we undertake a project to complete major repair and mitigation of the damage caused by the hurricanes of 2017. Madam Chair, I would ask if you would allow a summary presentation of an overview of our cases and other matters and a couple of success stories by Attorney Dyer.
You may proceed.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Please recognize the mic of the testifier. Proceed.
Good afternoon. During the year 2022, with the COVID-19 pandemic lessening, LSVI resumed in-home visits for our homebound senior citizens. Our intakes are occurring by telephone, online, in person, and at our mobile justice units. LSVI has increased community education and outreach to the territory's most vulnerable citizens. Additionally, LSVI has made substantial progress to increase the number of community stakeholders and partners with whom we have participated in collaborative activities. A comparison of LSVI's case numbers for 2022 with 2021 shows continued increase of client cases opened in 2022. There was an increase of 24 cases total over the 2021 calendar year. However, looking ahead at 2023, our year-to-date numbers shows a significant increase when compared to the same time period last year. We have seen a 30% increase in client cases that we're handling, and this is likely due to the hiring and retention of qualified attorneys as well as a streamlined intake process. In 2022, LSVI continued to see a large number of family law cases, making up about 39% of our total cases. These cases include domestic violence, divorce, custody, and child support. Estate planning closely followed, representing 38% of all cases. These include powers of attorneys, last will and testaments, deeds of gift, and revocable transfer on death deeds. And housing issues represented 15% of the total cases, which is an increase from 11% in 2021. These cases include foreclosures, evictions, and addressing substandard rental conditions. The majority of the clients represented by LSVI are senior citizens over the age of 60. These clients are typically estate planning clients or facing elder abuse. This is followed by clients ages 26 to 45, and the majority of these clients represent our family matters related clients. At LSVI, we continue to maximize our resources and offer advice and counsel or brief services to the large majority of clients. LSVI will engage in full representation when necessary to ensure that the rights of our clients are protected. The LSVI team works hard to make sure that there is equal access to justice anytime, anywhere. I would like to share a couple of what we call our client stories with you. A client came to LSVI seeking assistance after receiving a notice to quit from her landlord. She had an ongoing dispute with her landlord after discovering that her water and electricity were supplying another dwelling unit other than her own. Unable to reach a resolution with the landlord, she began deducting 1/2 of her WAPA bill and water delivery bills from her rent payments. She was concerned that she would be evicted from the home before she was able to find alternative arrangements. And this is a common theme with a lot of our clients, that they simply don't understand what their rights are, and they're terrified, in this case, that she was going to be thrown out on the street. LSVI advised her that eviction could only occur if the landlord pursued the matter in court. That type of basic advice brought immediate relief to this client who did not know her rights and was fearful that she would be thrown out. LSVI was able to negotiate with the landlord for reimbursement to the client in an amount equal to 3 months' rent and her security deposit, totaling $4,800, in exchange for her vacating the apartment by a date certain. The additional money helped the client to find a new apartment quickly, and the situation was resolved without the need for court involvement. Another client came to LSVI seeking assistance with a permanent restraining order hearing. The client was a young mother of 4 children. She had separated from her abuser, and during an exchange with the children, the parties got into a verbal altercation. The client tried to remove herself from the situation, and her abuser followed her into her bedroom. He cornered her, blocking the doorway, and she started demanding that he move to let her out. He grabbed her by the throat and strangled her until she lost consciousness. When she came to, she was able to call for help. She was transported to the hospital and later discharged, and her abuser was arrested, and she filed for a temporary restraining order. In the meantime, she received many threats from people in the community about what they would do to her, what might happen to her if she moved forward as a witness in the criminal proceedings. Prior to the hearing, LSVI assisted her with safety planning, and at the time of the hearing for the permanent restraining order, she was still terrified, but was empowered by standing up to her abuser in court. LSVI was able to adequately prepare her for the hearing and her testimony, and she was ultimately awarded a 2-year protection from abuse order at the conclusion of the hearing. And lastly, we had an elderly client come into LSVI seeking assistance after her water and power was shut off. She went to the WAPA office and discovered that her stepchildren had taken a copy of their deed and requested that the power and water be turned off at her home. The client's husband had recently died, but prior to this time, the elderly client had no knowledge of the deed that had transferred the property from her late husband to her stepchildren upon his death. She had been living in the home for more than 10 years. The stepchildren also gave the client notice of an eviction. LSVI was able to intervene quickly and get her water and power restored. LSVI was also able to negotiate with the stepchildren's counsel and allow the client ample time to relocate herself and her property without the need for court action. Throughout the year 2022, LSVI participated in 25 different what we call outreach activities. They include activities targeted at educating other providers, educating our senior citizens and their caretakers on estate planning matters, on financial abuse and elder abuse. They focus on domestic violence. And they also focus on eviction matters and tenants' rights. Additionally, LSVI does weekly virtual meetings with our partners at the Women's Coalition and DVSAC. Staff also participates in regular virtual meetings with VI Housing Authority's Program Coordinating Committee, and LSVI pays regularly for radio advertising to promote our SMP program and Mobile Justice Unit schedule. The Mobile Justice Units are currently in the community twice weekly in both districts.
Madam Chair, in closing, as we go forward, Legal Services will continue to seek ways to maximize our efficiency, our effectiveness, and the quality of service while serving as many clients as possible. The requested funding in the sum of $2,007,700 will help Legal Services meet the critical needs of our client community. We look forward to working with you to ensure that Legal Services is properly funded and able to meet the goal of providing equal access to justice for all the residents of the United States Virgin Islands. We thank you for the opportunity to make the presentation to this committee and the observing public, and we would be most happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you very much. And we're going to go right into questions from my colleagues. But let me ask, in building the FY 2024 budget, did you have a conversation or any conversation with the Office of Management and Budget as it relates to what your ask was for FY 24? And I ask the question because I note that the number for FY 24 is the same number for FY 2023.
We did not have a conversation. We did provide our documentation, and we received the copy of the post-audit division's report this morning.
Okay, so let me ask, the information that you submitted to the government, you submitted a budget request?
That's correct.
And what was that amount?
It was the exact amount, $2,007,700.
Okay, so that's mean that you are satisfied with what came before the legislature as the recommended proposal for your FY 2024
For this
budget.
year, that's correct.
Okay, very well. All right, colleagues, we're going to go to a 3-minute round, and we're going to start with Senator Marvin Bladen.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And good afternoon to you, Attorney Gotti, and
Good afternoon.
your supporting team there with you, and thank you so much for that testimony. But before I go to my line of questioning, let me just repeat what I'm seeing here in the post-audit report on page 2. The Legal Services of the Virgin Islands Incorporated is the only entity in the Virgin Islands that provides effective, efficient, and high-quality civil legal assistance to low-income, elderly, and other disadvantaged residents of the Virgin Islands. And LSVI is also the only agency in the Virgin Islands that provides free civil legal assistance to eligible clients. And I really appreciate what you guys do for our people in the community, and I want to say thank you for your service. Now, let me go to the post-audit report quickly. In respect to your budget, and you say you're satisfied with your ask, well, let me ask you in respect to page 8 of 12, is showing under operating services. You have a cut of $577. What's your plan to make up for that difference? From 1588, from 2165 to 1588. Page 8 of 12?
You said page 8 of 12?
Yeah. Under operating services. It was $2,165, now it's $1,588. How do you plan to make up for that shortfall in your services?
We basically have streamlined our services, and the additional expense that we requested the year before, we are able to cover it in some of the other funding sources. So that's some of the reasons why.
Okay, what about on the other services and charge, the professional services, from $24,580 to $18,275, which is a $6,305 difference in variance?
This particular program, the SMP, allows us to reappropriate each year we do our budget, and they had done that for 2023, and so we were able to utilize the funds where we actually needed it, especially in payroll.
1 minute.
When we received the SMP funding, it was originally just a flat amount for 5 years, for each of 5 years. As COVID hit, they gave us an opportunity to get additional funds. But those were one-time funds that were used to just simply provide services so that we could meet the needs of the community during COVID. And that's really what that represents. They were called like a supplemental grant and a wedge grant to identify or to address the needs of communities that otherwise were not addressed.
Okay, and in closing, your pro bono services, how does that work within your entity?
I'm glad you asked. Our pro bono services, we ask attorneys to assist us by volunteering to be a part
30 seconds.
To be a part of our database of attorneys who will take on cases where we otherwise don't have the resources to do it. And the attorneys do it on a volunteer basis. There's no compulsory requirement for them to do so. When they do so, they can either do it pro bono, which is free of charge, or they can do what we call low bono. And we are allowed to, by our grant from Legal Services Corporation, to pay them a minimal amount. It's a very small amount of $50 an hour with a maximum of $1,500 per case. But even with that, we still don't have enough attorneys to help us. So we've engaged the Legal Services Corporation to give us a grant to try to figure out how it is that we can attract attorneys and get them to change the way they think about things so that they can come into providing those services free of charge. It's just something that hasn't happened in our community.
Well, we are also thankful for that, and thank you again for your testimony, and thank you for your services. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. So how many attorneys throughout the territory do we have participating in that program?
Well, we have what I call the Fab 15, and I believe we just added one.
15?
Two, I'm sorry, we added 2. So we have a total of 17 attorneys who have offered their services free of charge.
So how do you go about soliciting the services? Do you send them a letter annually asking, saying, hey, this is...
We put something in the bar's weekly bar digest, asking attorneys to give of their time. We create opportunities where we can give them continuing learning education units to do so. We do solicit them at each semi-annual bar event. We do everything but turn flips to try to get attorneys to assist us.
And if I can ask by district.
By district?
I think it's pretty even, maybe a little heavier in St. Croix.
Okay. All right, well, so we're calling the attorneys to please provide some support to legal services. We do have those in our community who definitely need support, and we know the work that you do. And whatever our attorneys can do to help, I really think they should step up, even if they commit to a certain amount of hours or a number of cases per year or something. But I think we need to give a little more. Have you ever had any conversation with the Civil Division at the Department of Justice?
The government attorneys are not permitted to
They're not
volunteer
permitted.
in this kind of
Okay.
enterprise.
Well, that would make sense. Okay. All right. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, colleagues. Good evening, testifiers. Attorney Gary D and your team, thank you. You know, I mean, I'll give you more money if you just say it, but I highly appreciate what you do. The service you provide is really priceless. Now, I was looking at your personal and fringe on the post-auditor's report. The personal and fringe that you use is at what, 31%?
34%.
34. Okay, so how come you use that low? Because on average, I've been seeing 44, 42%. So
One of the
Speak into the mic.
yeah.
One of the percentages that would contribute to that lower rate is our retirement, the rate that we contribute to the employees' retirement.
Oh, okay.
And currently, for this year, we're contributing 7%. We're looking to increase it to 10%, as opposed to the government that contributes much more. So.
Oh, okay. I got that. And then on the post-auditor report, what I say retirement, employer contribution to retirement, and they have a change, a negative 24% from 23 budgeted to 2,940 to 24 requests 2,225, a variance of 715, a negative 24%. I don't know if you had a chance to look at the post-audit report, page 8 of 12. I'm just looking at that in turn, and that might be for what you're talking about. So.
Yeah. This program, the Senior Medicare Patrol program, had given us some additional funding. And what was done was to reallocate some of the funding to increase the pay for some of the employees and adjust others in other areas.
Okay.
1 minute.
And you, how many employees do you have that work full-time?
15.
15. And how do they, bless you, how do they get wage increases?
How often do they get?
How do they go about to get it? Yes.
We do employee evaluations, and our increases are merit-based because we don't have a union or anything like that. We don't have specific amounts. And again, our raises are based on merit, and they're also
30 seconds
based on the length of employment. As you know, we've been growing and rebuilding, so a lot of our employees are brand new.
Okay, and I say that because, again, for the great work you do, that's your foundation, your employees. Correct. And if they're not compensated, then they decide to look elsewhere. We hopefully try to deter that. But to hear that you have a system in progress, so when last have they received a wage increase? When last have they received a wage increase?
This past May.
It's May?
Okay. Time.
Okay, good.
We do it annually.
Okay, and finally, just to wrap up, the facility that they work in, how is it capital outlay? I see it went from 45,000 to 50,000, just a 5,000 difference. Okay. Is the facility good, or if it need any repairs? You can answer in the chair's time. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Our facility, we haven't put any additional funds into the St. Croix facility because we have sought grant funding from FEMA to do the mitigation and the repairs. And so instead of us putting our funds out, we're waiting to get the response back. And then, and right now, all we've done is we have relocated so that the property can be repaired, because we can't stay in there, as we've been told, for the extensive amount of the repairs. And in St. Thomas, we have, they're looking at some additional repairs in St. Thomas, not nearly as much as St. Croix. It's about 50% of what St. Croix needs, and they don't have to relocate, and so we're waiting to get our approval.
Thank you, Bob.
So do you have to come up with the matching requirements?
No.
Okay, so have you spent any capital outlay dollars for FY 2023? Or do you intend to?
No, not at this time. The funds that we have there, in the event that the funds from FEMA doesn't come through, we have been building our capital and operating reserve over a
So you
period
have
of time.
okay, you have a reserve.
So that's what that would go towards helping us to do.
Okay, so basically, you have 3 pots of money, correct? 3 pots of funding source. You have the general fund, you have the Legal Services Corporation Fund,
And
right?
we have federal funds from,
so it's 4. That's right, 4.
correct.
And then you have the Law Enforcement Planning, LEPC dollars. And then you have, I think you said that
Senior Medicare Patrol.
that's a temporary fund, or that's something that?
That's the grant that we just received, another 5 years.
Okay, so that's a 5-year grant. So what you do is you share the costs across the grant. So when you have your attorneys, I guess they submit their hours, and based on what particular associated project they work on, then the salaries hit, a percentage or a portion of the salary would hit the various personnel and fringe costs.
That is correct.
Okay, understood. All right, so do you have any salaries that are on just one of the grants or one of the programs?
No, ma'am.
No, so everything is associated shared costs spread across the program, the different programs?
That is correct.
All right.
The additional funds that we received last year, the $375,000, was to fund attorneys and two support staff persons to work exclusively on the mobile justice units. That's the only thing that's tied to one funding source. And right now, we have our other attorneys are just filling in. We don't stop a program because we don't have funding. But we are still waiting for, we're still interviewing for one other attorney, and we have 2 support people that we won't hire until we have attorneys in place, because it doesn't make sense.
So the mobile justice units are just having attorneys on the ground, or you have to provide capital for them to be mobile?
The mobile justice units, our attorneys go out on the units, and they are parked in St. Croix at the courthouse on DV and eviction days, and then they're in the parking lot for human services on the other day, and then in St. Thomas, we're at the court at Barbell Plaza, where evictions and domestic violence matters are handled, and over at Tutu Mall over near Merchants Bank, because that's where we can reach some of the clients coming in from St. John.
Understood. All right, Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, and pleasant good afternoon. Couple questions, Ms. King. Okay, you're a 501c3 corporation, right?
That is correct.
And the Senior Medicare Patrol Project, that's a federal grant that you receive?
That is correct.
What's the amount of that grant?
We just got it, and it's around $600,000.
About 600,000. Okay.
Over 5 years.
And then you're saying you're satisfied with the budget of $2,007,700. Would that include the hiring of one additional attorney or 2 additional attorneys you'll need?
1 additional attorney and 2 additional support staff persons.
Okay, 1 attorney and 2
Correct.
support staff.
And Senator, if I may, that's one of the reasons that we have not asked for additional funding until we can fill the positions that you funded for us last year. We're
Okay.
trying to be good stewards, so.
Okay. I wanted to go to the attachment A, right? Because I noted that you had 855 total cases, and what stood out to me is that on St. Croix was 585, and St. Thomas was 270. So that's like the cases on St. Croix is almost double those that on St. Croix, and that's kind of not the norm. Normally, you see, a lot more in St. Thomas and St. Croix. So, what are most of those cases? Are they housing, health, safety? What's the big difference?
Senator, if I may, this has been a phenomenon that legal services has had for quite a while, and part of it has to do with the demographics. In St. Croix, we have a more aging population who are knowledgeable about legal services, and they come to the door to receive assistance. The kinds of cases that we have in St. Croix are estate planning and domestic violence and elder abuse. We do have a lot of evictions. In St. Thomas, we have evictions and more family law matters, domestic violence matters. If you look at some of the charts I think that we provided, the average age that we serve in St. Croix are the seniors, and the ones that we serve in St. Thomas are the 25 to 45.
Okay.
And because it's more of a transient community that comes to legal services, the persons that we see, we can't account for it, but that's one of the reasons that we have more attorneys in St. Croix than we do in St. Thomas.
Okay, and it's noteworthy also that I guess the new attorneys you've hired, you're saying you're projecting 2023 is going to be 30% over the 2022 numbers?
We're not projecting, that's actually what has already happened.
Time.
Madam Chair, can I be allowed to finish that question? Yes, okay, so it's very commendable that you provide these services to the elderly and to the disabled and the needy, and I think this is a very worthy cause. Thank you. And thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Senator Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to the fine folks from Legal Services. Good to see you guys again.
Good afternoon.
So, Attorney Gatti, I certainly want to thank you for the work that Legal Services provide to our community. I think that the mobile outreach van is a big winner. Being able to get those vans mobilized and into our community, and I were able to participate recently in some discussion regarding the pro bono discussion, both at the Judiciary Conference as well as our meeting over at Legal Services. Can you tell me or share with my colleagues and the community some of the initiatives that have been attempted in order to encourage attorneys to assist with the pro bono initiative?
We obtained funding from the Legal Services Corporation for what's called a transformation grant. And the transformation grant is to study exactly why we don't have more participation in pro bono and to try to transform our program so that attorneys will participate in the program. But it comes up with a number of ideas that will attract attorneys to participate or give them incentives to participate, or how we can educate attorneys into the benefits of participating. And what we've done with that program thus far is we were required to hire a consultant who came in, and Senator Francis was gracious enough to spend an entire afternoon with us as one of the stakeholders, we called it, persons from different parts of the community to participate in talking about what they know about pro bono, what they think would attract attorneys, and what else could be done. So it's an initiative to do so while we're continuing to provide services. And like I said, we
1
have,
minute.
17 attorneys. We just obtained 2 new attorneys that came onto the program. So we have 17 who have agreed to assist us with that.
Oh, very well. Thank you. Thank you for that further explanation. So in your budget, I saw that you're satisfied with the prior year obligations. Are you indicating that utilities, training, operating supplies, none of those expenses will go up because things are going up everywhere else around
30
us? Are you
seconds.
saying that they remain status quo?
Yes, we looked at the budget that we received last year, and given the anticipation of receiving the similar amount to operate, we kept our expenses at that level to fit within the budget, not wanting to request any additional given what the executive director just explained, pertaining to the two attorneys that she's seeking to hire. And so we keep budget within those categories, and we'll be able to operate with that budget for
Well, you got to give me that secret, Mr. Guy, because I tell you, my executive director, every time she talks to me, she want more money to do more work. So, I got to find out what that secret is. If you could stay within that means. But if all the stars were aligned, can you speak to what type of initiative, what type of work in terms of being able to provide additional support to our indigent and elderly population if there was some additional funding? What could you do with that additional funding, Director Gotti?
I can. Do you want me to?
Yeah. I'm going to ask Attorney Dyer to speak to that.
Good afternoon, Senator Francis. I could give you a wish list of the ways that we would love to help the community if we had more money to be able to do so. But one that comes to mind pretty quickly is that we would like to be out in our public housing communities regularly, providing education and outreach and legal support to that vulnerable community, and also in our senior housing communities. We want to go to them more often than we're able to right now, and I think that that represents an incredible need in the territory.
The outreach and education, the biggest thing that we have seen as part of our outreach thus far is seniors are coming to us letting us know that they have not only been financially abused, meaning there are loved ones who have taken advantage of them and their money, but also because they didn't know. They just didn't know. So we would like to provide more education to our seniors. And we've been doing that over the past year. Our Senior Medicare Patrol Project Director and our Elder Law Project Director, they have been phenomenal out in the community educating our seniors. And we've gone to different churches and had sessions. And it's been incredible, and I believe we can handle what's coming in, but I know that that's our biggest wish list, is that if we could prevent elder abuse. And it's mostly financial. It's not so much physical as it is financial.
Thank you very much, because I know that all we're seeing here is the tip of the iceberg. I could imagine that our community, our seniors, and our elderly is really at high risk and perhaps being gravely taken advantage of because, again, lack of information, lack of education, and they just don't know, what's expected, and they always want to do the right thing, so they move mountains to make ends meet. Thank you very much, Legal Services. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and of course, I really appreciate and commend the hard work of Legal Services. I've known about your services for maybe over 20 years. I especially want to commend you on the work you do with housing. There was one time there was a close relationship. I don't know if that relationship has now been set aright and is close once again, or if there's some work in progress relative to training some of our residents on their legal rights as far as tenants in the Virgin Islands Housing Authority. But I wanted to also really thank you for really commending the 34th Legislature, the Committee on Finance, for giving you the extra funding, the $375,000. I recall in that budget hearing that we had to pull it from you, and you were able to give us a number, and we placed it here, and you've been working to meet that goal. So I really want to commend you for that as well. Now, I wanted to ask you a question relative to your cases, because one of my colleagues mentioned the number of cases in St. Thomas compared to St. Croix, but I saw that it was a little decrease in the amount of cases in St. Thomas compared to 2021. We had a little slight, maybe about 20 cases. What do you attribute that to?
A loss of staff. We had a transition in our staffing in 2022. We were down to one attorney in St. Thomas at one point. By mid-year, we were down to one attorney that was physically located in St. Thomas, and the rest of us
One minute.
What the rest of us were just simply trying to fill in. I can recall how many hearings I did in St. Thomas just to fill the gap. We were able to secure 2 attorneys, one by mid-August and the last one by mid-September.
Okay,
and
so you're anticipating the number of cases that you get now would be more because you have more attorneys. Is that it?
Not only because we have more attorneys,
30 seconds.
But, on the radio, we have done a lot of advertising.
Okay.
We increased our advertising by threefold for this year.
All right. And I wanted to ask you another question, and it was relative to outstanding vendor payments. I noted that in the post-audit report on page 10, you had an outstanding vendor payment for $17,000. Has your audit been, Madam Chair, has your audit been completed?
That's correct, and that payment has been made.
Okay, so this is no longer outstanding.
That's correct. This was as of March. Our audit was completed by the end of May, and we made that payment.
Okay, one final question, Madam Chair. Have you received all of your allotment from OMB? Tell the truth. Shame the devil.
We have not received the $375,000. However, we did receive a letter from the director at OMB that went to, give me just a second.
Can you share with us what the letter stated? Why you haven't received all of your money? We're in the last quarter of the fiscal year.
I'm not sure why, but it was a letter saying that these funds should be released based upon my request, and that letter was dated April 19th, and it was written to the Director of Business Administration, the Office of the Governor, because in the budget, the amount of $1.6 million, which was our original request before we came before this body,
right,
was submitted as one line item, and then the 375
that is correct,
was submitted as a separate line
item. And then you
item.
have the one for CASA also that was submitted.
I'm sorry?
Legal services for the CASA program?
No, we don't submit budgets for CASA.
Well, it was right here. Legal services CASA program, $45,000.
That's CASA alone. Legal services has nothing to do with that.
Okay. So,
at any rate,
go ahead.
We have the funds are here. It's listed at $375,000, and that amount we have not received. However, we are thus far up to date on our regular allotment that came out of the $1.6 million. So, is that correct? That's correct.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Chair. That's another question we have to raise with OMB. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's be clear. So you've received your allotment. Your allotment is up to date.
For the $1.6 million, this allotment has not been received.
And that allotment, let's be clear.
This is $375,000, which was the additional funds that we were supposed to have.
And you have not received it?
No, ma'am.
Have you written for it?
I did in March, and I received a letter from, I was CC'd on a letter from the director of OMB to the director of business administration for the Office of the Governor, because as you know, our funds are under the governor's budget.
Mm-hmm.
And the letter basically said that a total release of the $375,000 in the third quarter for the following program listed below. So we were supposed to have received it in the third quarter.
And you haven't received it. So have you done any follow-up on that?
We haven't as yet, because we made some phone calls, but that's about all that's as far as we've gotten.
It might have been an oversight. I think you should just follow up, especially since you received that correspondence. especially since you received the correspondence. It may have been an oversight.
We will.
Okay. All right. Senator Capehart, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. Executive Director Gotti, Attorney Dyer, Director of Finance Guy. I just want to say thank you because as I sit here today and just hear about all the things that you do for this community, for those who are the indigent population with housing, elderly, disabled, safety, I could go on. All I can say is just thank you for the work that you do. When it comes to the elderly and the disabled population, they're close to my heart. So I wanted to ask for your disabled population, especially those who are not able to speak. How are you able to communicate with individuals who are deaf? Do you have someone on staff that does sign language?
What we do have the telephone, the TTY telephone services, but we engage sign language interpreters when we need to see clients who cannot speak. That's just a part of what we do. That's part of it's access. It's part of our access to justice movement. So whether you speak a language other than English or sign, we accommodate.
Do you have to pay those individuals when you...
Yes, we do.
Okay. Did you put that in your budget?
Since we don't know how many, we don't know how much, but we do have money in our budget. It's called our language access portion of our budget.
Okay, good.
Pardon me.
Education and outreach is very important as it pertains to elder abuse. I've seen it myself with the COVID monies that individuals, elderly population receive. I've seen where family members actually took their money, deposited, used the money. So I want to ask, have you even partnered with AARP to see how you can partner with them to do a public, elderly abuse campaign? I think that would be just an idea I'm just offering since I've worked with AARP and I know their mission is to do education and outreach to the public.
We've done, we actually have a partnership with DHS, AARP. I think the other participants have been the Attorney General's office that pursues financial abuse or identity theft, the Disability Rights Center, and we've done what we call the Senior Aging Conference on Aging. We did one in St. John in October. We did one recently in St. Thomas in April. Mm-hmm. And we have one more coming up with in St. Croix. And AARP is one of the participants. So we partner to talk about all seniors issues, but we haven't done a specific campaign on elder abuse.
Okay. Madam Chair, if I could just wrap up. I just wanted to ask, because you mentioned in your testimony about reinventing the intake processes and policies and procedures to address legal needs. Have you, with modern technology, have you put in your budget for anything, any new tools that you would want to start using to make your life easier?
We purchased so much technology in 2020, 2021, when we received funds from Legal Services Corporation, and then we received money from the S&P grant, and we bought computers so we could teach seniors how to use them. I don't know that we have any new technology right now that we need. The only thing that we're doing at this point is we are making sure our staff has been trained in cybersecurity. We're required to do that by Legal Services Corporation, so we've done 2 trainings on cybersecurity. Our IT consultant that works with us, he has, I'm amazed, there are about 4 or 5 firewalls, and we've had nothing break through, and we are looking to engage a a security company to do what's called an assessment, to look to see if we're using all of our technology effectively and if, in fact, we have the proper security protocols in place.
Thank you, Attorney Gaddy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. I believe that we have exhausted all of our questions for today. I don't know if we have any of my colleagues who have a burning question. Okay, so I too want to lend my voice to the fact that the work that you do is priceless.
Thank you.
But for individuals like yourself, members of our community who are unable to afford services will be left out in the cold. So we really want to thank you and your team for all the work that you do to ensuring that, those that are what we consider the least among us are really able to get the services. They have an ear, a listening ear, and you're able to resolve many of the issues without, just from the testimony of Attorney Dyer today, sharing some of the stories that, many of your issues have been able to be resolved outside of the courtroom, which is a good thing. We have to be able to mediate in our community. So you also serve as mediators, which is awesome. So we want to thank you. The work that you do is priceless, and I know sometimes you probably ask yourself, why am I still doing this? But we want to encourage you to keep doing it. The legislature, at least in this committee, we are definitely supportive of the work that you do, and I believe that you see it because whenever you have an ask, we try our best to meet you with your needs that you have for legal services. So thank you for the work that you do. So we're going to give you an opportunity to close, and I guess we don't have to do any mind-boggling this year with legal services because we've done some good work with legal services thus far. So we'll give you an opportunity to close.
Again, we thank you for this opportunity to present. We thank you for your support, and I want to thank my team, not just those sitting next to me, but the entire legal services team, because without them, we wouldn't be able to do any of this. I want to thank the listening public and the general public for having confidence in us. When they come to us, they're looking for answers, and we attempt to do that wholeheartedly. And with that, I just say, consider our budget request. We're not people who over-ask, and we try to use funds properly. And if we have not used the funds that you've given us, it's very difficult for us to come to you and look you in the eye and ask for more money.
Thank you. Thank you for your honesty and your candor when it comes to that, because trust me, we have some challenges in that area. Yes, we do. So, colleagues, we've exhausted today. Today has been a long day, but it's been a good day. I want to take this opportunity to thank the members of the central staff who've stayed here with us all day. And this is going to be a long summer, but we're going to get through it. We're going to get through our budget. I think that we've gotten off to a good start, and we'll continue to try our best to stay focused on why we're here, and that's to discuss our budget numbers and our KPIs and the like as we move forward with this budget process. So thank you. I want to thank my staff. Special thanks to the Poolside Division because their work is extensive this summer. I just want to thank everyone, and thank you for your time, and I want to thank all of the testifiers and the departments that came before us today. Without further ado, and that being said, the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is hereby adjourned.